Namaskar, hello, and a very good morning to our chief guest, Dr. M.P. Pundia, honorable other delegates, and all the guests and participants. I, Rupali Bhaltia, welcome you all on behalf of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, to the 5th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, SAJAG 2022, in association with National Cyber Safety and Security Standards. As the cyber security ecosystem becomes more penetrating, understanding the risk associated with it becomes crucial. We all know how cyberspace has transformed the world over the last few decades. This makes the artificial intelligence a growing area of interest and investment within the cybersecurity community. This cybersecurity conclave is on the theme Artificial Intelligence in Cybersecurity. It brings together experts, leaders in cyberspace, exponents in cybersecurity and technology, and provide a platform to share and present their perspective on how artificial intelligence will identify threats extremely early and simplify your security task. Lighting a lamp before the ceremony spreads divine grace. With this thought, let us start the event by virtually lighting the lamp in front of Ma Saraswati.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं प्रदां शारदाम्.
Thank you so much. To welcome our esteemed guests in the conclave, I request Honorable Chancellor Shri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari and Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Upinder Dhar to virtually welcome our chief guest of the event, Dr. M.P. Punia, Honorable Vice Chairman, All India Council of Technical Education. We are delighted to have you, sir. Thank you for being with us. I now request Honorable Chancellor and Honorable Vice Chancellor of University to virtually welcome our guest and keynote speaker, Mrs. P.R. Lakshmi Eshwari, Senior Director, SAJAG, Hyderabad. Welcome you, ma'am. The SAJAG 2022 is the national conclave of its kind in central India and is organized by the university fifth time this year. This event has been started in the year 2018 with the vision to make people cyber aware and instill the spirit of maintaining cyber hygiene in their day-to-day lives by sharing the views of eminent cyber security experts and their proposed solutions. To share the successful journey and glimpses of SAJAG from 2018 till now, I request technical team to play the video. Thank you. Keeping the mission of spreading awareness about cyber security, this year we are glad to present the 5th National Conclave on Cyber Security, SAJAG 2022. Now, to shed more light on this conclave, I would like to invite Dean Academic and Chairperson of SAJAG 2022, Dr. Anand Bhajavat. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rupali. A very good morning to all. Honorable Chief Guest of the function, Dr. M.P. Puniaji, Vice Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi. Keynote Speaker, Mrs. P.R. Lashmi Ishwari, Senior Director, CDEC, Hyderabad. Sri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari, Honorable Chancellor, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya. Sri Kamal Narayan Ji Buradia, Honorary Secretary, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Trust. Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, Convener, SAJAG 2022. Mr. Manish Sharma, Coordinator, SAJAG 22. Speakers of various plenary sessions, session chairs, dignitaries from various institute and industry across the country, head of the institutes, head of the departments, delegates, press and media, faculty members, and my dear students. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all in inaugural function of 5th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, SAJAG 2022, organized by Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya in association with National Cyber Safety and Security Standards. On the beginning, I would like to introduce SAJAG 2022. The 5th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, SAJAG 22, seek to change the paradigm of how we look at digital space and security, critically measuring the impact of cybersecurity on the business operations and their security implications. This conclave explores the boundaries of cybersecurity and provides the best practices to protect our digital critical infrastructure where the sensitivity of the data play a vital role. The theme of SAJAG 2022 is artificial intelligence in cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence presents many advantages and applications in a variety of areas, cybersecurity being one of them. With fast evolving cyber attack and rapid multiplication of devices happening today, AI and machine learning can help to keep up with cyber criminals, automate threat detection, and respond more effectively than conventional software-driven or manual techniques. AI and machine learning are now becoming essential to information security as these technologies are capable of quickly analyzing millions of data sets and tracking down a wide variety of cyber threats, from malware threats to shady behavior that might result in a phishing attack. This technology continually learn and improve, drawing data from past experiences and present to pinpoint new varieties of attack that can occur today or tomorrow. AI can be used by cybersecurity professionals to reinforce cybersecurity best practices and minimize the attack surface rather than continually being on the lookout for malicious activity. Technology providers must rethink their strategies and offering to accommodate a new strategy security landscape with advanced technologies like AI and machine learning. Towards this goal, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, in association with National Cyber Safety and Security Standards, is carried out extensive awareness trainings, workshop, and education campaign so that public are made aware of the dangers of the internet and how they should be careful and avoid falling into cyber traps using advanced technologies. SAJAG 2022 is also a step in this direction. The SAJAG 2022 is the national conclave of its kind in Central India and organized by the university fifth time. Plenary sessions in SAJAG 2022 will focus on various aspects of artificial intelligence in cybersecurity and will also seek to share key research findings, lessons learned, best practices, as well as identify gaps in knowledge. Renowned speakers from academia, government agency, as well as from industry across the country in the field of cybersecurity will deliver expert talk during the conclave. Today, we have with us as keynote speaker, Mrs. P.R. Lakshmi Ishwari, Senior Director, CDEC, Hyderabad. In plenary sessions, we have with us as distinguished speakers, Sri Puneet Sharma, Senior Product Architect for IBM Mass 360 Product, Bengaluru, Dr. Durga Prasad Dubey, Executive Vice President, Cybersecurity and Information Risk Management, Reliance Industries Limited, Mumbai, Sri Mustapha Fatakwala, Technical Lead, Risk Regulatory Compliance Analytics, TCS, Mumbai, Sri Prasad Patibadla, Director, Research and Operations at Center for Research on Cyber Intelligence and Digital Forensic, New Delhi, Sri Ashish Vivekanand, Cloud Solution Architect, Trusted Service and Technical Member, National Cyber Defense Research Center, Chennai, Ms. Seema Sharma, Co-owner and Global Chief Information Security Officer at Servify, Gurgaon, Haryana. I am delighted to welcome all the speakers and participants from various parts of the country. With a large number of participants, we are sure that this conclave will be a memorable, highly educational, and not to be missed event. We truly value your participation and support for this conclave. Happy learning to all of you. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Government of India also has its vision to build a secure and resilient cyberspace for citizens, business, and government. I hope that this conclave devoted to cybersecurity will make invigorating and productive discussions for the nation. Now, I would like to invite the person who has been instrumental to the organization's journey. I invite Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya for the welcome address.
Chief guest on this occasion, Dr. MP Punyaji, Vice Chairman of AICT and a very well-known name in the world of in our academic world. Keynote speaker, Mrs. P.R. Lakshmi Iswari, Senior Director, CDEC, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Honorable Chancellor of the University, Shri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari, Honorary Secretary of the Trust, Shri Kamal Narayan Ji Buradia, Dr. Anand Rajawat, and all other colleagues, directors of various institutes, faculty colleagues, delegates, and my dear young friends. Today, as we know that a lot of data is being shared, and this pandemic has given it a push. Almost everything was shifted to online platform in last 2 years. Therefore, with this big data available everywhere, security has become equally important. That's why the theme of this year's conclave, this year's SAJAG is important, because we need to understand how to ensure security. And why artificial intelligence? Why do we talk about artificial intelligence? Is it simply has it simply become a fashion to talk about AI? Because on every second platform, people talk about AI. Why? We need to understand the role that AI can play so far as cyber security is concerned. If we understand the role, we can come forward to use this technology. Artificial intelligence endeavors to simulate human intelligence. It has immense potential in cybersecurity. If harnessed correctly, artificial intelligence systems can be trained to generate alerts for threats, identify new types of malware, and protect sensitive data for organizations. A mid-sized company, if we go by the literature, there's a report of Tech Republic which says that the mid-sized company gets alerts for over 200,000 cyber events every day. A team of security experts in an average company cannot deal with this volume of threats. Some of these threats will therefore naturally go unnoticed and cause severe damage to networks. Artificial intelligence is the ideal cyber security solution. That is what is believed today for businesses looking to thrive online. Security professionals need strong support from intelligent machines and advanced technologies like artificial intelligence to work successfully and protect their organizations from cyber attacks. See, we need to understand the benefit. Say, for example, benefit one. As Dr. Rajawat also mentioned, the very first benefit is that artificial intelligence learns more over time. As the name suggests, artificial intelligence technology is intelligent, and it uses its ability to improve network security over time. It uses machine learning and deep learning to learn a business network's behavior over time. It recognizes patterns on the network and clusters them. It then proceeds to protect any deviations or security incidents from the norm before responding to them. The patterns that artificial neural networks learn over time can help to improve security in the future. Potential threats with similar traits to those recorded get blocked early enough. This is the beauty. So since it learns continuously, it can block the future threats with the similar traits. The fact that artificial intelligence keeps learning makes it difficult for hackers to beat its intelligence. This is the very first benefit, because it keeps on learning. Second is that artificial intelligence identifies unknown threats. A human being may not be able to identify all the threats a company faces. There are human limitations, so it can't identify all. Every year, hackers launch hundreds of millions of attacks with different motives. So every attack doesn't have a same motive. There are varied motives. Unknown threats can cause massive damage to a network. Worse still is the impact they can have before one detects or identifies and prevents them. As attackers try new tactics, from sophisticated social engineering to malware attacks, it is necessary to use modern solutions to prevent them. So if we cannot be complacent that, okay, we are using the latest technology, so we are safe. No, even those who are hackers, those who attack, they also update their technology. They also get equally updated. That's why it is necessary to be up to date. As attackers, by trying new tactics, from sophisticated social engineering to malware attacks, it is necessary to use modern solutions to prevent them. Modern solutions, that means we have to keep on updating. Artificial intelligence has proven to be one of the best technologies in mapping and stopping unknown threats from ravaging a company. Third benefit is that artificial intelligence can handle a lot of data. A lot of activity happens on a company's network. An average mid-sized company itself has huge traffic. That means there is a lot of data transferred between customers and the business daily. This data needs protection from malicious people and software. But then cybersecurity personnel cannot check all the traffic for possible threats. Artificial intelligence is the best solution today. Today it is considered to be the best. Maybe after 3 years it may not remain the best. But today it is considered to be the best solution that helps to detect any threats masked as normal activity. See, any threat masked as normal activity, its automated nature allows it to skim through massive chunks of data and traffic. Technology that uses artificial intelligence, such as a residential proxy, can help to transfer data. It can also detect and identify any threats hidden in the sea of chaotic traffic. Fourthly, the fourth benefit that we can understand is that the better vulnerability management. Vulnerability management is key to securing a company's network. As mentioned just now, I have just now mentioned, an average company deals with many threats daily. It needs to detect, identify, and prevent them to be safe. Analyzing and assessing the existing security measures through artificial intelligence research can help in vulnerability management. Artificial intelligence helps to assess systems quicker than cybersecurity personnel, as I have already mentioned, thereby increasing the problem-solving ability manifold. It identifies weak points in computer systems and business networks and helps businesses focus on important security tasks. That makes it possible to manage vulnerability and secure business systems in time. Well, there are many more benefits which we will be learning during this SAJAG 2022. And I'm sure that this conclave, in line with the previous conclaves, will contribute to our understanding about how to ensure security and also how to keep on upgrading and learning more. Today the world is of lifelong learning. So it has to be lifelong. It cannot be one time. And I'm sure this conclave will enable us in that sense as well. So with these words, I once again welcome Dr. Punya and Dr. Lakshmi Iswari to this conclave, and also those who are joining us as resource persons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and sharing the real importance of artificial intelligence to deal with the threats and cyber attacks. Now, I would like to invite Honorable Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya to address the August gathering.
नमस्कार। आज के हमारे मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर एमपी पुनिया, वाइस चेयरमैन ऑल इंडिया काउंसिल ऑफ टेक्निकल एजुकेशन AICTE, कार्यक्रम के मुख्य वक्ता श्रीमती PR लक्ष्मी ईश्वरी, सीनियर डायरेक्टर श्री डेक हैदराबाद, श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ ट्रस्ट के मानस सचिव श्री कमल नारायण जी बुरारिया, वैष्णव विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति डॉक्टर उपिंदर धर, श्री वैष्णव शैक्षणिक एवं पारमार्थिक न्यास के समस्त ट्रस्टीगण, सजग 2022 में आयोजित सत्रों के सभी विद्वान वक्तागण, डॉक्टर आनंद राजावत, डीन एकेडमिक एवं अध्यक्ष सजग 2022, देश के विभिन्न भागों से उपस्थित समस्त प्रतिभागीगण, विश्वविद्यालय के विभिन्न इंस्टीट्यूट के निर्देशकगण, विभागाध्यक्ष, शिक्षक एवं कर्मचारीगण एवं मेरे प्यारे विद्यार्थियों, मैं आज विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा आयोजित 5वें नेशनल कॉन्क्लेव ऑन साइबर डिफेंस सजग 2022 में आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं आज कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर MP पुनिया, वाइस चेयरमैन ऑल इंडिया काउंसिल ऑफ टेक्निकल एजुकेशन का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और उनका आभारी हूं कि जो हमारे निमंत्रण को स्वीकार किया एवं उपस्थित हुए हैं। मैं कार्यक्रम के मुख्य वक्ता श्रीमती PR लक्ष्मी ईश्वरी, सीनियर डायरेक्टर श्री डेक हैदराबाद का भी हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। आज आप सजग 2022 में आप दोनों की उपस्थिति से हम सभी गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं। मैं आशान्वित हूं कि आपके विचारों को सुनकर उपस्थित प्रतिभागीगण अवश्य लाभान्वित होंगे। बंधुओं, श्री वैष्णव ट्रस्ट एवं उसकी सहयोगी संस्थाओं ने गत 138 वर्षों से सन 1884 से इंदौर शहर में नर सेवा नारायण सेवा इस मंत्र को आधार मानकर जन सेवा एवं जन कल्याण के अनेक प्रकल्प संचालित किए जा रहे हैं। वर्ष 1884 में इंदौर के वस्त्र व्यवसायियों ने स्वयं के व्यवसाय पर स्वैच्छिक टैक्स लगाकर श्री वैष्णव सहायक कपड़ा मार्केट कमेटी की स्थापना की थी। इसका मूल उद्देश्य असहाय बंधुओं तथा जरूरतमंद नागरिकों की सहायता करना, पशु पक्षियों को आहार देना और साधु संतों की सेवा करना था। सभी पूर्ववर्ती संस्थापकों की दूरदर्शितापूर्ण नीतियों के क्रियान्वयन के फलस्वरूप संस्था द्वारा 1925 से श्री वैष्णव अन्न क्षेत्र एवं श्री रामकृष्ण बाग और 1934 में श्री वैष्णव आयुर्वेदिक औषधालय की स्थापना की थी। यह औषधालय विगत 87 वर्षों से आज भी संचालित है एवं अब इसमें आयुर्वेदिक, एलोपैथिक तथा होम्योपैथिक पद्धति से मरीजों का इलाज किया जाता है। 2015 से ट्रस्ट द्वारा 2 डायलिसिस सेंटर भी इंदौर में चलाए जा रहे हैं, जिसमें 1000 डायलिसिस प्रति माह होते हैं और जिसका 400 रुपया डायलिसिस चार्ज लिया जाता है, जबकि ट्रस्ट को 1200 रुपये उसकी लागत आती है। शैक्षणिक क्षेत्र में सन 1951 से श्री क्लाथ मार्केट वैष्णव हायर सेकेंडरी स्कूल की स्थापना की गई। यह विद्यालय स्थापित होना वैष्णव ट्रस्ट के इतिहास में टर्निंग पॉइंट सिद्ध हुआ। इसके पश्चात 1962 में श्री वैष्णव पॉलिटेक्निक, 1967 में श्री वैष्णव वाणिज्य महाविद्यालय, 1981 में श्री वैष्णव बाल मंदिर, 1987 में श्री वैष्णव इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट, 1992 में श्री वैष्णव कन्या विद्यालय, 1993 में श्री वैष्णव एकेडमी, 1995 में श्री वैष्णव प्रौद्योगिकी एवं विज्ञान संस्थान तथा 2005 में श्री वैष्णव विधि संस्थान तथा वैष्णव शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण महाविद्यालय तथा 2019 में श्री वैष्णव स्पोर्ट्स एकेडमी स्थापित की गई। 2015 में श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय समस्त मध्य प्रदेश निजी विश्वविद्यालय अधिनियम के अंतर्गत स्थापित किया गया। आज इन सभी संस्थाओं में 23,000 से अधिक विद्यार्थी अध्ययनरत हैं। उल्लेखनीय है कि न लाभ न हानि के आधार पर संचालित ये सभी संस्थाएं अपनी प्रतिष्ठा से संपूर्ण प्रदेश को गौरवान्वित कर रही है। विश्वविद्यालय की स्थापना मानवता के बेहतर भविष्य के उत्थान को उत्कृष्ट शिक्षा, प्रशिक्षण एवं अनुसंधान के माध्यम से उत्थान करने की दृष्टि से की गई है। विश्वविद्यालय का उद्देश्य ऐसा उत्कृष्ट शैक्षणिक वातावरण प्रदान करना है जिससे कि बौद्धिक, नैतिक एवं आध्यात्मिक प्रेरणा मिल सके एवं मूल्य आधारित नेतृत्व की क्षमता को पोषित किया जा सके। विश्वविद्यालय हमेशा सामाजिक रूप से जिम्मेदार नागरिकों के विकास एवं वैश्विक समाज के विकास की ओर प्रयासरत है। श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय समाज के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों की जरूरतों को विविध विधाओं में उच्च शिक्षा के माध्यम से पूर्ण करने की ओर प्रयासरत है तथा स्थापना के अल्प समय में ही यह विश्वविद्यालय प्रादेशिक एवं राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उन्नतिशील संस्थान के रूप में अपने आप को प्रतिष्ठित करने में सफल रहा है। छात्रों के समग्र विकास हेतु विश्वविद्यालय स्तर पर अनेकानेक कार्यशालाएं, सेमिनार तथा अन्य प्रकार की एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर गतिविधियों का संचालन वर्ष भर किया जाता है। कोरोना के इस दौर में भी विश्वविद्यालय की सभी गतिविधियों का आयोजन ऑनलाइन माध्यम पर लगातार अनवरत जारी है। वर्तमान परिदृश्य में साइबर सुरक्षा अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। यह देखने में आ रहा है कि कोरोना काल में साइबर अपराधों में वृद्धि हुई है। सजग 2022 जिसके आयोजन का यह 5वां वर्ष है का मुख्य उद्देश्य साइबर सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में हो रहे नवीन बदलावों एवं नवीनतम टेक्नोलॉजी से अवगत कराना है। इस वर्ष सजग 2022 का मुख्य विषय आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन साइबर सिक्योरिटी अत्यंत ही समसामयिक है। मैं आशा करता हूं कि सभी प्रतिभागी गण इस आयोजन से लाभान्वित होंगे एवं देश की साइबर सुरक्षा में अपना योगदान देंगे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational words, for sharing mission of providing education to all. Thank you. Moving right along, I take the pleasure to welcome keynote speaker, Mrs. P.R. Lakshmi Eshwari, for her keynote address. Mrs. P.R. Lakshmi Eshwari is Senior Director and Center Head, SAJAG, Hyderabad. She was involved in research and development in e-security, focusing on end system security, embedded security, mobile device security, and blockchain technology. She is associated with SAJAG for the past 21 years in various research and development projects, solution development, and capacity building initiatives. Earlier, she worked as lecturer at NIT Warangal. I welcome Mrs. P.R. Lakshmi Eshwari to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, madam. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Respected chairman, chief guest, and dignitaries of today's event, organizers, and the delegates of today's event. Very good morning. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this particular opportunity. And also appreciate the organizers for such a wonderful topic. Definitely, cybersecurity itself is very, very important. And on top of it, how the AI can try to address the various threats is definitely one of the very, very important area. And it's a right option from the organizers to organize this particular event. And also gone through the sessions, details, and all. It's very nicely planned. So congratulations to the organizing committee for that. Okay, so the topic which I have opted is it's connected with AI, but what I thought is maybe I can try to give some kind of background where you can try to really appreciate the importance of artificial intelligence in this particular scenario. So the topic is an evolution of cybersecurity threats and solutions, because I understand they're very students and all. So where they can gain the background of this particular thing, that's very, very crucial. So that's why I opted this particular topic. So let me try to give some overview on the present day computer networks and security threats. See, before that, let me try to recollect some of our experiences in working with IT missions. Maybe like I have seen many of the dignitaries there with such a wonderful background in IT and other things. So definitely all of you like worked in the domain of the IT environments, and like you would have seen about the way the Unix machines and the personal computers were used initially. See, in those days, actually, like maybe some 30 years or 40 years, actually, like when a person used to go to the lab in the college, either they used to be the DOS machines, disk operating system based computers, the personal computers, or there can be some kind of Unix lab, centralized machines. So what used to be the case is that the idea of centralized machine is something like, so when we go to the lab, either to execute some assignments in data structures or something like that. So what used to do is that there used to be a Unix server. It's a centralized machine, multi-user environment, where in the lab we used to have a dummy terminals. And through those dummy terminals, we all used to be connected to the central Unix server. And then all of us used to access the same centralized machine and try to develop our assignments. So because like suppose 30, 40 people at a time cannot work with a single machine. So though the system can accommodate some 30, 40 people, we need to have a separate keyboard and monitor so that each one can interact. So that's how dummy terminals used to be supported, and we used to store it there. If you look at this kind of scenario, what kind of security is required in this scenario when multiple people are trying to access the same centralized machine? In the sense, when I say centralized machine, we have the file system of all these people stored on a same disk. We have an operating system on which all our processes are going to run. And then all these kind of things, the memory is shared by all these people, the processor is shared across all these people, and the file system also, we have a separate subdirectory and all. So in that case, in order to protect, see, it's not, this machine is not connected outside a room. Okay, there is no wire going outside the room. It's in a room, the system is set up, and all these people are trying to connect. So in this kind of scenario, what happens is that, say, in order to protect from one user from the other things, actually, you would have analyzed that login password, whenever you power on your dummy terminal, immediately it will ask for login and password. So when you say that some 20, 30 people are going to access that particular thing, we need to make sure that, so who are those people and whether the legitimate person is trying to access or not. That's why the initially login password screen comes. Once you submit the details, then you are placed in your specific home directory in the file system, and you are able to continue accessing that. And also to protect the files from one person trying to disrupt the activities of other and all, we have the read, write, execute privileges defined for owner, group, and every other person in that. So these kind of things, security is enabled in those kind of centralized machines when multiple people are trying to access, so that So we should be able to identify whether is a legitimate person who is trying to access login password. And once they enter, one person should not try to disrupt the activities of other person. At the same time, at the OS level, memory management and all is provided so that the process are going not to disrupt the activities of the other process of the different users. So this is limited to a building, no wire is going outside, no signals and all. So that's a safety. And similarly, when we talk about the disk operating system and personal computers of 80s and 90s, in that particular scenario, what happened was like people used to have the PCs with the disk operating system and all, and they used to own such kind of the infrastructure, computational power. So then in that case, what happened when they are owning, they used to protect in the physical custody, okay, security and all. And these machines are not connected to the external world. So the physical security was sufficient to take care of these things. But later, over the period, we are not limited to the rooms with the centralized machines or personal computers. Now you look at the present networks, whatever we are talking about. Okay, see now actually we are part of the global network, that is the internet. All of us are trying to communicate over the global network. And within no time, within a fraction of a second or within the milliseconds or microseconds, you are able to connect to the resources available anywhere over the globe. And then you are trying to carry out the activities. So that means all these autonomous computers in various forms, there can be workstations, there can be servers, there can be laptops, iPads, and now we talk about smartphones, okay, and even the IoT devices like wireless routers, IP cameras, okay, all these things, printers, all these things have intelligence. They have firmware. Everything has kind of some kind of the software which is enabled using which they try to carry out their activity. All these things are connected through to the global network, and the network also can be either through wired or wireless. Okay, so this is the kind of complex network in which you are trying to currently working in. And on top of it, we are also trying to interface with our industrial control systems. All these things we want to control through the internet. They are all part of it. Earlier, they were isolated. They were not connected to the internet. But now we want to control them through in a better manner. So that's the reason they are all IT and OT is getting integrated. Now, also like we have the World Wide Web through which we are able to access the various services. So now with HTTPS and all, within no time, you can access online shopping, online banking, or anything like that. Okay, so you can, your HR packages or online college portals like that, anything within no time, you are able to access that. Now, in this particular scenario, the way we try to adopt the technologies to have the better access to the resources within no time and carry out the activities in a smooth manner. So the same technologies are used by the adversary even to carry out some kind of malicious practices. Okay, so that's where if you look at it in the present scenario, so we are facing problem with our computer networks with all these things. Viruses, bombs, ransomware, botnets, okay, phishing attacks, denial of service, distributed denial of service, drive-by download attacks. That is whenever you try to connect to some services, accessing some of the resources, some malicious entity gets driven towards downloading into your system. SQL injection, programming kind of thing, where if you don't do proper programming, you leave some vulnerabilities through which some kind of malicious code can be injected, through which the unauthorized people can get an entry into the systems. Exploit kits, the people adversary can download the exploit kits. Within no time, they can download some password cracking tools or some kind of exploit kits, and they can launch the attacks. So it is not difficult, see, because adversary need not be knowledgeable to do all these things, because the readily available tools are available on the internet using which people are able to do. And with the present, the blockchain penetration and all, for carrying out the mining operation and all, people are trying to use the various computers, okay, to carry out install some agents in those machines, so that by using the agent, they can do the mining operations and all. So cryptojacking are the malicious crypto mining. So without our knowledge, our system might be contributing towards the mining also. And shadow IT threats, like if you talk about enterprises, without the knowledge of IT department itself, lot of the services would be accessed from outside. So like that, okay, advanced persistent threats, 0 days, like that, if you list out, so plenty of things are available through which the the adversary is trying to disrupt the activity. So the way the technology is adopted to carry out some kind of convenience and better access and other things, now the same technologies are used to carry out the malicious things on the internet. Okay. Now, if you look at it, the types actually, like generally, if you talk about, see, now whatever we do, whether it is a desktop application or an online application or anything like that, we want to make sure that the security services are enabled, like confidentiality, integrity, availability. These are important. The way we try to enforce in the physical world, the same requirements we should enforce in the digital world. But what is happening? There is an undesired behavior. So the threat against confidentiality, that is, people try to steal the information. Okay, so peep into the details, like it can be at the enterprise level in terms of corporate secrets, source codes are stolen, financial details are peeped into, or trade secrets, or personal information without your knowledge. The other people may try to get access to passwords, PIN, credit card numbers, like that. And also, like without our knowledge, people may try to modify the functionality. Without our knowledge, as our systems are installed with spywares, botnet, or I was talking about crypto mining agents and other things like that. And sometimes the records are destroyed. That is the integrity we are compromising on. Our integrity is compromised through this kind of undesired behavior. And sometimes, though we are the legitimate people to access some services, we are denied from accessing the services. Okay, that is a threat against the availability of the service itself. So the malicious people will keep trying some things like that. They want to stop the legitimate people from accessing the services. So sometimes you may not connect to the servers, and so you'll not be able to purchase products online or carry out the banking service. Or sometimes when the results are announced, students may not be able to access the results actually. So we keep seeing such kind of things also. Okay, always it is not that there is a overload on the server. So even after giving enough load balancing and giving enough computational power at the server, but still we end up with these kind of things. Okay, so over the period, actually, we have seen the various significant breaches. Okay, just I will not take much time in this direction. So in the year 2001, we have seen the way the code red worm has penetrated over the internet. This is the malware, a type of malware. We call it as a worm. Worm penetrates over the network, and it does not require any host. See, it's not that there is a host program through which it tries to spread. It is not like that. It will exploit the vulnerabilities in the software, and then it will also try to penetrate over the network. So because it penetrates over the network, within no time it can try to spread and then cause the damage. So just these two slides, this and the next slide, tells about in a 19 hours period, how it could try to spread over the different machines. So what this particular worm has done is, code red worm, it has exploited the buffer overflow vulnerability in the IIS web server. So we used to see earlier, like IIS web server is one of the popular web server on the Windows platform, on which most of the web applications are hosted, web services are hosted. Okay, so there was a vulnerability, buffer overflow vulnerability in that particular application. Okay, so that particular vulnerability was exploited. Okay, and it has defaced the websites which are hosted on that particular web server, and then it has penetrated over the network. So within 19 hours time, all the web servers which are hosted on this particular thing across the globe are affected. Okay, so that's so, and it has even did some kind of denial of service attack. And in the year 2017, we have seen in the May 2017 about ransomware. So ransomware is another type of malware. Okay, so which enters your system either through pen drives, or it can be by clicking some links. Okay, it can be any one of these channels. It will try to enter into your systems. By exploiting vulnerabilities, it will try to penetrate into a particular machine and then tries to encrypt the sensitive files on the device. So your machine once it gets affected and the files are encrypted on the device, then it becomes impossible for the owner to access them. Okay, so what later it has done is, it has requested for ransom payment in Bitcoin in order to decrypt. So unless you pay that particular thing, the files will not be decrypted. So this is something we have seen that. So in the Windows SMP, what is the shared the folder, whatever the SMP protocol which is used. So that particular, there was a vulnerability in that, using which it has penetrated. And I think globally we have seen the way the police stations, hospitals, like post offices, government departments, like everyone got affected. The reason was, though there was a patch given for that vulnerability in the month of March itself, many people have not patched their machines. Okay, and also many systems were continued with the unsupported Windows machine like Windows XP. See, once the support is dropped from the particular the company like Microsoft in this case, so they will not try to address the vulnerability. So if you continue using such things, then definitely the people will try to exploit vulnerabilities in that and do that. So always it is very important to upgrade our machines to the latest supported software and also continuously patch our machines. And in the IoT domain, IoT, the way the machines and other things, devices and all are penetrating, okay, in our smart city environment and other things like that. So the Mirai is one such malware from 2016 onwards, it is trying to exploit. If you talk about IoT devices, see, most of the time because of the form factor and the smaller footprint of the firmware and other things like that, we cannot think about the secure by design in this case. We cannot enable the security the way we try to address the defense in depth and other things in the desktop environment. That kind of thing we may not be able to do. And most of the time, because the cost factors and other things, so we have the minimal firmware enabled, which is trying to meet the requirements of that purpose of that particular device. So most of the time, the security is not enabled in that. At the same time, those devices come with the factory set passwords. People don't change the passwords. So these becomes the channels for the adversary to penetrate into the system. So Mirai is one such thing which has tried to scan. Mirai is a bot. What it has done is like it has tried to scan all the devices which are available with the factory enabled passwords, which are not updated. And then once it got access into those machines, it could install the Mirai bot. Okay. And later, all the machines which are installed, IoT devices which are installed, which are affected with the Mirai, they all listen to the command and control server, which is the botnet server, and it could launch in a big way denial of service attacks and all. That's why it has on the DNS servers and all, they're brought down through the Mirai because of this kind of thing by launching the denial. So other breaches in the similar point of sale missions, see, I think after demonetization and other things like that. So with the way we have this lockdown, and we heavily depended on the online transactions, at the same time on the point of sale terminals and other things everywhere. So in these cases, again, these are sensitive things, information is available. And again, because the smaller device and other things, the security is not that much taken care. So again, there's a lot of sensitive things like card details and other things available. So the malware tries to acquire those things and carries out the transactions. In the SCADA environment, again, we have the industrial control systems. The Stuxnet is one thing which has exploited four previously unknown vulnerabilities and penetrated. Okay, and we understand like severe damage was caused to the nuclear program of Iran through this particular thing. And in the mobile field, we see that the way the apps and all people are downloading. So there is a lot of threat with the fake and malicious app. And OpenSSL, we have seen that which is heavily used in order to enable HTTPS communication in all our online services. There is a hard-bleed vulnerability where the sensitive private details, keys and all were available. Okay, so those details, but later the vulnerability was closed. Similarly, there was something Operation Aurora, which has exploited a zero-day vulnerability in the Microsoft Internet Explorer. So these are some of the what I am trying to say, the way the penetration happens. Okay, these are through the significant threats within no time across the various devices. Okay, across various devices and using different types of vulnerabilities. So there is a threat, and within no time the machines are affected. Ultimately, what we are looking in the cybersecurity, whether you talk about the desktop application or online service, whatever we do, we want the desired behavior to be achieved. Okay, so like when I say the word processing, I need to have the word processing application like Office and other things. I want the specific desired behavior to be carried out. Okay, and also when I try to access these online applications, there is a desired behavior like a banking site will do a particular thing, online shopping or something, MS Word has something, browser has to do something like that. So now if this is what we expect. Okay, so that's what we expect, and we were all like, when people designed all these things, people thought, so the desired behavior is something which we need to achieve, and that's how they have enabled the functionality. But what is happening, hackers or adversaries, they actively make efforts to cause this kind of undesired malicious behavior, which talk about in the previous slide. So in order to protect from these kind of things and enable only the desired behavior, so the cyber security is something which we talk about, and it is the objective is to prevent this kind of undesired behavior through collection of mechanisms, tools. Okay, so it can be through the various cryptographic algorithms, firewalls, intrusion detection systems, anti-malware solutions, threat intelligence solutions. Like over the period, so in the last 40 to 50 years, over the period, lot of sophistication happened. Okay, in order to protect from this continuously growing the cyber threats. And holistic approach is required to cybersecurity to deal with vulnerabilities. And also vulnerabilities, when I talk about, they can exist in the software like buffer overflow and other things, or it can be a hardware with the side channel attacks and other things like that. And even with the process, people may try to share their passwords or sometimes very give weak passwords, and the organizations may not have any kind of audit mechanism. They don't have any governance framework, no process for using the device from outside. Okay, all these things can lead to the vulnerability. So what is required is cyber security need to be a holistic approach where the technology is required for the defense in depth with the solutions with continuously evolving, and we need to have the process, the management systems, governance frameworks, what best practices, continuously trying to communicate that and continuously auditing our systems to see whether any vulnerabilities exist and then patch them. And people also need to be given awareness. Skilled people are required who manage our networks and systems. They should have the capabilities to do that. Okay, and people should have the ethics. Okay, so that's very, very important. Okay, so all these things holistically try to address these things. Now let me talk about the solutions, technology solutions. Now, irrespective of whatever is the solution, whether we use ML or AI or whether it is IDS solution or whether it is an anti-malware solution, typically a net security solution falls into these two categories. Either it is a positive security model or a negative security model. So let me give an example. So let us talk about the firewall. Okay, so firewall, how do you try to protect our enterprise networks from firewall? You try to define some rules. You deploy a firewall at the gateway and you try to define some rules. Okay, and by enabling that rules, you are trying to enable only specific communication and block everything else. What firewall tells is default deny. Okay, deny all. Deny all is the first thing. Don't allow anything. Block everything. Okay, and then you start enabling the things which are relevant to be allowed. Okay, so then you start allowing only these things. So what is this? This is based on the positive security model. So only known good is whitelisted and you block everything else. Okay, when you block everything, known black, which it includes known bad, at the same time unknown. Okay, when something is unknown, I am not going to allow. Similarly, I will talk about even negative security model with an example. Like traditionally, if you talk about the way the malware is addressed, okay, malware is going to be blocked by anti-malware solutions and all. When I talk about what is that? Our antivirus solution. How the antivirus will work? So we have a scanner residing at every end system, and whenever a new malware is detected, okay, whenever a new malware is detected, like code red, slapper, slammer, or anything like that, okay. So based on the signature, based on the specific behavior of that kind of thing, the signatures will be released by the antivirus companies or the publisher of the software, and you try to put them in your the scanner. Okay, now what happens where for the various activity carried out at the end system, the scanner scans the activity, and if it matches with those kind of things, it is going to block. What is doing here? Known bad is blacklisted. Your antivirus is trying to knows about known bad. Okay, what is that which is bad in the form of signatures, and it is blacklisting them. Whereas known good and unknown, whatever it is, now it is executed in that system. Whereas in the firewall, what happens if I open port 80 and 443, only those two ports are allowed. Okay, I know only those two good. I don't want to allow any other port. Then it is going to block. Now, typically, any security solution we talk about, it is based on these two principles. Okay, but it's not that malware completely we try to protect only with the this thing anti-malware solutions, which is negative security model. No, we could not do it. Over the period, we adopted other means of even using positive security model to try to look at that. But basically, when you talk about anomaly detection or misuse detection, all these terminologies All these things are evolved from this basic principle. Because I thought of emphasizing these things because from the academic community, like students, when they want to take up some research problems and all, this will help them to analyze the problem in a better manner. And based on these models only, over the period, the various security solutions are developed, which are deployed at the gateway level, at the endpoint level. Okay, at the gateway level, we have various solutions like anti-spyware, antivirus, intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems, virtual private networks, okay, and unified threat management box, okay. So, and then threat intelligence like that. Over the period, firewall, gateway, firewall like that, over the period, a lot of solutions are evolved. Similarly, at the end system, you talk about at the desktop level or at the mobile. Now, even our mobile also has got an endpoint security solutions. Okay, Kaspersky and other things, they give the security solutions for the mobile device. See, sometime back, when we used to talk about endpoint security, we used to talk about only antivirus. Okay, I think you can understand that some 15 years back. Now, when you talk about this thing, what we talk about is endpoint security management. All the vendors give it as endpoint security management. Why? Because I cannot protect my end system alone only with the signature-based antivirus, okay, which is based on the negative security model, okay. But I need to have some sophistication. I need to think the better things are required. That's how the behavior-based, heuristic-based application control, like this over the period, lot of things have evolved here. So signature-based, what it does, it only if it matches with that specific malware signature, it will try to block it. Suppose the adversary has tried tweak the malware and try to change the signature, but it is carrying out the same malicious activity. That cannot be detected with a signature. That's why behavioral-based, heuristic-based, these approaches were incorporated so though the signature is not matching, if some kind of tweaking is done in terms of slight behavior or something like new malware is evolving with a similar kind of things like, see, what happens is sometimes some small executable residing at the end system, which is opening a backdoor, which is opening a network connection outside. We can definitely say it can be some kind of bot. So like that, we can try to see the behaviors of the various things and then try to think about including all those behaviors in the end system so that we'll be able to detect more over the period rather than just depending on the signature. Okay, these are though the signature behavior heuristic, these are all we are talking in terms of negative security only, but not exactly based on signature, but in terms of behaviors, okay, behaviors of the malware or some general heuristic rules based on these things so that some broader range of malware and futuristics can be stopped. But still we could not protect that. That's where then application control concept has come. What does it mean? Application control is, it uses the principle of application whitelisting. See, it is something like that. Suppose if I am not able to handle the malware through blacklisting, why don't I whitelist my applications? Like, let me talk about a strategic environment. Okay, it's very critical. Okay, I cannot compromise my systems with a malware. Okay, so industrial control systems or missile launching stations and other things like that. In that case, if you look at it, those missions cannot be general purpose. They are meant only for some specific applications and specific purpose meeting that particular goal. In that machine, why don't I whitelist my applications so that if any malware trying to penetrate through unknown entities, I can block. That's where application whitelisting is also evolved over the period, where you will whitelist the applications and maybe antivirus is also installed, signatures are there, but anything which is unknown, which is not stopped by the signature based, that whitelisting will do it, because whitelisting only what allows only the known white, that means known applications. So which are unknown, which adversary has tried to new techniques and there is no signature available, that cannot be allowed. And host intrusion detection, system call level monitoring, the traffic level monitoring, and even people work at the OS level hardening. Okay, so at the operating system level also, there are various technologies which are, if you talk about in the Linux, we have something like security enhanced Linux, AppArmor. Okay, lot of things have evolved so that you can define the policies at the OS and then harden the security. And see, so it's not that, okay, OS cannot be compromised over the period. Adversary could show clearly that not only applications, OS can be compromised. That's the reason people are trying to generate the root of trust coming from the hardware, trusted execution environment. So what happens is that I want to make sure the whatever the OS which I installed, whether the integrity is safeguarded or whether it is tampered. what I'll do, the measurements of the operating systems and the critical applications I'll store in the hardware. Whenever I'm bringing up the system, I'll try to use those parameters and try to measure, compare whether the OS is compromised or not. So that is another way. But all these things may not be required at each and every environment. When I talk about a general purpose environment, then in that case, I may not afford to, because as I try to keep increasing more security, more investment from my end. So that is the reason, depending on the criticality of the environment, we try to choose that particular thing. Also, I talked about buffer overflow vulnerability and other things. Okay, so the basically whatever the cyber security we are talking about now in terms of intrusion detection systems, firewalls, UTM box and all, these are basically reactive way of addressing the security. That is not a proactive way of addressing the security, because proactive way of addressing the security is only when you close the vulnerabilities. That means there is a buffer overflow vulnerability in something. There is a weak password used in something. There is something like, what is that? Actually, the weak encryption keys are used. The key length is very short. If I try to take care of all those kind of vulnerabilities while we try to design our software and hardware system, then actually you'll not be able to penetrate into the system. That is the better way of doing the thing. So along with these kind of things, what we suggest is, especially in the academic community, what we feel that security in the software development lifecycle is very, very crucial. Secure software development lifecycle is something which we need to teach. So though we are teaching software engineering, we need to teach them how do we try to do that. See, generally what happens is, most of the time when some incidents happen, security incidents happen, like I told you, a WannaCry is one of the things. Some incident happened. So it has penetrated through some specific vulnerability in a specific versions of Windows. Later, once some incident happened, penetration happened, damage happens, then we are trying to look at how we can close that vulnerability, release the patch, and then doing the patch management. Later, people felt that it may not be the right. Why don't we do thorough penetration testing of our system and then release it? So that is another step, one step ahead. People have done it. But still, even then, we are facing problems. So then thorough security testing, code analysis, okay, pass the code through the static analysis tools and all, so that the vulnerabilities are not left in that, and give training to the developers, okay, give training to the developers so that they follow the secure coding practices. And more than that, what we talk now is that security is not something which can be thought about at a later point. It has to be thought about from the beginning of the software development, that is from the requirements gathering. One simple example I'll tell you. See, now we develop an online application, web application we are trying to develop. Okay, so it is an online shopping site. Okay, say the developer does not know anything about HTTPS and all. He just developed a very, very good web application for carrying out the specific, for that specific online shopping thing. Now it's working very well. But what is happening? The adversary is trying to look at sniff the communication and is trying to grab the PIN numbers, passwords of the people. So I see in this case, I cannot think about afterwards to try to enable that. So it's very, very important that I need to make sure that encryption of the communication between any client server has to be thought about at the beginning. Okay, so at the time of requirements gathering itself, I need to think about how my system can be abused. How my system can be abused in terms of how, see, sometimes the denial of service attacks can be launched. So I can think about some better way. The bots are trying to do something. CAPTCHA is something as evolved in that manner only. Okay, so model the threat for your system, understand the abuse cases, and then try to identify the security requirements. Okay, so that means the approach should be security by design, privacy by design should be inculcated in the secure software development lifecycle. And how you try to identify the design and all based on the risk involved. Okay, you try to see that what is the attack surface for my application, what are the ways in which the adversary will try to enter into my system, and identify the security requirements. And based on that, you try to design the security mechanisms, encrypting communication, CAPTCHA, introducing CAPTCHA, and you say that after some 3 to 4 registrations from one particular person, you are going to stop, not allow them. This is one way to stop the denial of service attacks and all. That is a risk-based approach need to be inculcated into the secure software development lifecycle. Okay, that's how you'll be able to proactively address that. So now in the present scenario, if you talk about, these are all the challenges we are talking about. Okay, so in the previous slides, I talked about addressing reactively in terms of sophisticated solution building, and also proactively, the people who contribute to the code, Why don't they try to write the better code and design and implement the system so that proactively you can try to stop the vulnerabilities? Okay. So the current security challenges what we have is detection and countering the zero-day attacks. So most of the times our machines are affected through the unknown vulnerabilities. See, we are deploying the solutions. We are deploying. Once it goes to the production, later some unknown vulnerabilities are used, and through them the systems are compromised. The attacks are launched. Such attacks, we call them as a zero-day attacks. So the continuously people are attacking the systems, and then our systems are getting compromised with these kind of things. So unknown things. Okay. Manual threat hunting is expensive and time consuming. So I told you, like the way we have tried to expand our systems, the heterogeneous types of devices, different types of communication. With all these things, the hunting the threat is not very easy, and it's very, very time consuming, and large data sets have to be analyzed. Okay. And we need to think about historical data, correlate with the previous things. Okay. So new threat identification and prediction is very, very challenging. Threat alert ranking based on the business importance of that particular thing, depending on the vulnerabilities, all these things, prioritization and handling the false positives. Okay. So and also the human being cannot carry out the repetitive task with the same intensity or same outcome. So because the amount of the time when he spends more on his particular activity and all, so next time he may not carry out this repetitive task with the same kind of thing, because so the stress levels and other things like that. So minimizing the threat response time is also very, very important to all of us. The quickly we should respond so that the damage can be reduced. And identifying polymorphic malware, the malware taking different forms in order to avoid the invading and other things like that. So now this is the kind of the scenario in which we are currently living, and there actually the AI plays a very, very important role. AI can play an important role in all these solutions, whatever I talked about, whether it is in a proactive manner or reactive manner, even in the detecting vulnerabilities also. If you talk about fuzzing to detect the vulnerabilities, unknown vulnerabilities, you can think about ML-enabled fuzzing, where you can try to see that how effectively you can try to fuzz data can be given so that you can try to detect that. Similarly, all these techniques we can use in intrusion detection systems, okay, in the anomaly detection, malware detection, in all these techniques, wherever it is, AI can play a significant role, because when we have a lot of data and historical data has to be looked at, we need to correlate with the previous data and other things. The existing software techniques and the human involvement will not be able to do anymore. Okay, you have to depend on these kind of AI techniques where it can try to look at all these things and continuously, and then look at the address these kind of things before the damage happens to our systems. So cyber attack surface is massive and continuously evolving. As cyber attacks grow in volume and complexity, AI facilitates in getting quick insights into the attack. So AI helps in to keep abreast with the cyber criminals, okay, and learning continuously about the cyber threat by consuming millions of data. Okay, that's very, very important, as our previous one of speakers said about that. So it is learning continuously. When it learns continuously and correlates with the previous data, it will have better ways of trying to detect the new threats and other things like that. So identify new threats based on the historical and past data, identify anomalies in the system. So you'll try to define the baseline parameters in terms of behaviors and other things like that, and you'll be able to detect anomalies, prioritize alerts, and also reduce the false positives. Okay, so it's very, very crucial. False positive reduction is very, very important. So these AI techniques with the deep learning techniques and all, it will definitely help to do these kind of things. Okay, also quickly it should analyze the data and quickly respond so that the damage is restricted. So AI techniques are more accurate. They will accelerate the approaches and automate and proactively try to address the things. So the application area, if you look at it in the domain of malware detection, vulnerability analysis, automate threat detection and response, security analyst augmentation. Okay, so when someone analysis is being carried out by the security analyst, so he can be augmented with these kind of tools so that he can try to give a better judgment in that. So new vulnerabilities can be detected, and also the penetration through that kind of thing, threat hunting. Okay, all these things can be done very easily with the AI technique. So I will not spend much time because I think the time I'm shooting up already. So these are some of the things you can, I'll share the slide. IBM uses this QRadar SOAR and other things like that. All these things are basically towards the intelligence, threat intelligence, and also trying to what is that actually quick responses and other things like that. And also this talks about MAS 360, talk about remotely how you can effectively you can try to protect your endpoints through that. Okay, so some of the products, and Google is continuously using it, these kind of things for the past, email filters and all, the past 18 years. Palo Alto also, like understanding the threats and attack patterns, and Cisco uses AI network analytics. Okay, all these kind of things are there over the period. And see, the way we talk about artificial intelligence helps us to protect from cybersecurity. It is a double-ended sword, as you know, that the same technologies are available with adversaries. So they can try to generate better attack tools. They can augment to carry out the cyber the attacks and other things. So sophisticated attacks can be launched at a greater speed and large scale, which is difficult to detect and defend using the traditional this thing. Okay. So also like adversaries, they can poison the data. We talk about like large data sets and other things. If the data sets are poisoned or the models are trained with the bad data, so then definitely actually, or if the models are not trained with the proper data, so then the adversarial inputs giving to that, stealing the models, extracting, inversion. I think these research areas are also very, very crucial for academic community to take it up, because it's not that only think in a positive direction, because as a security engineer, we need to think like an attacker and see that how effectively we can try to protect from these kind of things. Okay. So challenges for AI in cybersecurity is like AI systems, security of AI systems itself is important, specification and verification of AI systems, trustworthy AI decision making. How do you trust that decision making? Detection and mitigation of adversarial inputs. Adversaries keep inputs, whatever are there. How do you mitigate them? So the data set may conflict with the data privacy laws. The data sets may have some sensitive details which may be against the privacy details, and the lack of comprehensive cybersecurity threats. See, whatever intelligence we are talking about, the intelligence is only to that level. It depends on the type of data through which we train the system. So your system to be trained with all possible combinations of data, and then it should be comprehensive enough so that it can give the right decision. Lack of attack specific data to the country and domain. See, most of the time we train our systems with the limited, okay, and also based on some specific geography and all, we may not have the enough details. Okay, so we should have the exhaustive data sets related to the location, related to the type of application and other things like that. And on top of it, though, it's very, very important area. So we should invest heavily the computational power in terms of supercomputing and other things. The memory, okay, all these kind of things are required. So in order to carry out this analysis on these data sets and then try to give these things. Okay, so let me take another 2-3 minutes and talk about some of the products which we worked in that. See now, multi-stage attacks. Let me talk briefly about on this multi-stage attack. Okay, so modern attacks are not very simple. Okay, so they have multiple stages, and these attacks may happen over the period of a week, or it can be an year also. Okay, so people say that Stuxnet entered into the these things, industrial control systems of Iran. This thing, it has entered and it stayed there for even 1 year or so before it has launched the attack. So what happens is the attacker adversary, they will try to do the targeted attacks where they try to understand the system of the system which they are trying to target. First, they try to, in the recon phase, they gather the information, what systems they are using, what softwares they are using, what are their IP addresses, what are their email addresses, like that, all the systems is gathered. And based on that, they try to create the weapon. Weapon is the exploit code. Okay, so the payload through which they carry out the malicious activity, and then they deliver it through the email or a pen drive or something like that. Once it is delivered and enters into the system, it will exploit the specific vulnerabilities of the machine and then get installed in that machine. The attack code gets installed. Once it gets installed and opens the back door, it can listen to command and control, and it can do exfiltration, sending some sensitive data outside, and then bringing down the industrial control system altogether. Okay, so power, maybe some kind of you talk about like power lines might be, if you power sector, they may stop this thing, power distribution and all. Anything of that sort type can happen. So modern attacks have multiple stages and they persist and follow a low and slow approach for a longer period of time. attack can take months to develop and even take longer time to deploy. So in order to address these kind of things, this is the kind of e-Samarthak tool we developed actually. So what we have done is like there is a Maitre attack framework is there where it will try to view at the granular level. So what all the kind of items which we need to decode. So recon phase, what are the critical things to be monitored? Weaponization phase, what are the critical things at the end system to be monitored? At the granular level, we are trying to capture the end system and the network activity. All the details specific to the different phases of these multi-stage attacks, we are trying to capture. And then we are using the ML-based, using this particular data set, which is captured over the period. And we also collected from different sources like 13, and we set up our own honeypots from that. And then we are trying to apply these machine learning techniques in order to detect these multi-stage attacks. Okay, it's very, very important thing in the future. So most of the things will be based on these kind of things. And also, we have another solution called mKavach. So this basically you can go to Google Play Store and you can download this. It is an app for Android phones through which you can protect it. So it's not that the solution uses the app, but it has got one component called threat analyzer. So how do you try to analyze the threat with the app applications? Okay, so that we do it with the kind of machine learning approach in this particular. Okay, so we train our system through the various malicious apps. Okay, and the normal apps and their permissions and other things like that. Based on all these things, we try to understand, say that whether it is a. So this, anyone interested, they can go to that mKavach and Google Play Store and mKavach 2, they can download it. Okay. So like that, this is in brief about what I wanted. See, what I feel is like it's important. A is important. First, you need to have the foundation or the understanding of the problem domain completely and the approaches. Traditionally, people use it to carry out these kind of things, and choosing the right approach and right data set and right techniques using the AI and all becomes important on top of it. Okay, so but the understanding of each of these things are very, very crucial before we try to apply any of the AI techniques. And not only the protecting our system through AI and how the adversary is trying to manipulate these kind of things. These things are also very, very crucial. Okay, so that research, academic community, that research is also protecting our AI systems from adversaries is also equally important. So that I think those approaches we need to look at it. And the long run, when we deploy these machines, equally important to deploy systems to protect our AI systems. Okay, so thank you all. This is what I wanted to share. Sorry for the shooting up the time. I think I took more than given to me. Sorry for that.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your deep knowledge about cybersecurity evaluation and solutions incorporating with artificial intelligence like e-Samarthak and e-Kavach. You have set the perfect platform as point of discussion for today's speakers. We feel honored to have with us the Honorable Chief Guest for the event, Dr. M.P. Punia, Honorable Vice Chairman, All India Council of Technical Education, the sincere, hardworking, innovative and visionary person who has done wonderful work for quality education in the country. He introduced significant reforms in technical education, benefiting around 10,000 colleges of the country. To read the profile of Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. M.P. Punyaji, I invite Coordinator SAJAG 2022, Mr. Manish Sharma.
Madam, it is not required. Please avoid that one. No, reading everything you please avoid. No.
Okay, sir.
Please.
We are really honored to have such a magnificent and inspirational personality among us. It's my privilege in welcoming Dr. M.P. Punia, sir, to address us with his enlightening words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar. Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya के कुलपति आदरणीय पुरुषोत्तम पसारी जी, उप कुलपति डॉक्टर उपेंद्र धर जी, Madam Lakshmi, who was key speaker of this very important event, इस विश्वविद्यालय और ट्रस्ट के सेक्रेटरी कमल नारायण जी, प्रोफेसर राजावत जी जो कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं इस इवेंट के, I'm extending my best wishes to everyone. The wonderful work it is being done during last 5 years continuously. आप प्रहरी बने हुए हैं, सजग किए हुए हैं देश को. आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. और सिर्फ अकेले नहीं कर रहे हैं, आपने साइबर सिक्योरिटी के जो स्टैंडर्ड फिक्स करते हैं नेशनल लेवल पे, उनको भी अपना पार्टनर बनाया है. एंड वेरी प्रोमिनेंट जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनको आप कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं. इट्स अमेजिंग. कीप ऑन डूइंग गुड वर्क. पसारी साहब, आपने जो आज बात कही, दिल को छूने वाली बात, करीब करीब 140 साल से शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, और ऐसे विजनरी लोग जिन्होंने उस टाइम कपड़े पे टैक्स लगाया, और कपड़े पे इस वजह से टैक्स लगाया कि ऐसा कोई शिक्षण संस्थान देश के अंदर खड़ा हो सके जो हमारे देश की आवश्यकताओं का, बच्चों की आवश्यकताएं, पेरेंट्स की आवश्यकताएं और देश को आगे ले जाने में सार्थक हो सके. और आप कामयाब हुए हैं साहब. हो सकता है आप 5वीं पीढ़ी हो उस जनरेशन की जो है, लेकिन आपके नेतृत्व में आप कामयाब हुए हैं. इवन दिस इवेंट आई एम ऑब्जर्विंग अराउंड 800 पीपल आर कनेक्टेड. आज कोई भी इवेंट में अगर 800 लोग कनेक्ट होते हैं, दैट टू वेरी वेरी लॉजिकल प्रोमिनेंट पीपल, मैं समझ सकता हूं कि आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी, आपके इनिशिएटिव्स और आपके प्रति लोगों का जो विश्वास है वो कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है. अमेजिंग. कीप ऑन डूइंग दिस गुड वर्क. एंड अलोन नो वन कैन डू मिरेकल. पसारी साहब, अकेले आप कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे. यू हैव टू हैव ए टीम, स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम. जस्ट लाइक दर्शाब को जिस तरह से मैं सुन रहा था, people like of that repute, that status, it is needed, and anything can be done. That's true. कुछ भी किया जा सकता है. आज आपने बताया कि 23,000 बच्चे आपके पास पढ़ रहे हैं और सारी विद्याएं आपके पास, स्कूल से लेके अभियांत्रिकी भी आपके पास, मेडिकल भी आपके पास, लो भी, ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन यू पीपल आर प्रोवाइडिंग. राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 में कह रही है कि हमें मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन देना है. आपने तो वर्षों से ये मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी कर रखा है. सो ये एक अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा काम है, बहुत बड़ा योगदान है. आज देश के अंदर उच्च शिक्षा की अगर मैं बात करूं, बिकॉज आई एम पार्ट ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन, रेगुलेटर ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन, द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज विच वी पीपल आर फेसिंग, very serious challenge which we are facing, that is acceptance of our graduates. We are dreaming कि वो टेक्निकली साउंड हो, जो शिक्षा अपन दे रहे हैं उसके अंदर वो मजबूत हो, और जिस प्रोफेशन में जा रहे हैं, जिस व्यवसाय में वो जा रहे हैं, जिस तरह से वो इन्वॉल्व हो रहे हैं, उसके अंदर भी वो जस्टिस कर पाए. और तीसरी चीज ये है उसके अंदर कि दी ग्रेजुएट शुड बी सोशली रेस्पॉन्सिबल. तो वो टेक्निकली साउंड हो, उनका ज्ञान उत्तम हो, अपने प्रोफेशन के साथ न्याय कर सके ईमानदारी से. एंड थर्ड वन, दे शुड बी सोशली रेलिवेंट. जो बच्चा शिक्षा के मंदिर में शिक्षा लेके जा रहा है वो समाज के लिए कितना उपयोगी हो सकता है, दैट इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट. समाज की बहुत ज्यादा अपेक्षाएं जो है हमारे विद्यार्थियों से, इन युवाओं से है. अक्रॉस द ग्लोब, दुनिया की अगर देखें आप, दुनिया की आबादी 700 करोड़ है और 700 करोड़ में से हम भारतीय हैं 140 करोड़. 700 में अगर 140 का मैं भाग देता हूं, जो फिगर हमें मिलता है दैट इज 5. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि इस धरती पे हर 5वां व्यक्ति भारतीय है. और वो भारतीय, वो हमारा जो युवा यूथ जो है, जो बड़ी संख्या में है, हम ये चाहते हैं ही शुड बी एबल टू मूव अक्रॉस द ग्लोब. वो दुनिया के हर कोने में जाके हमारी वैल्यूज, हमारे संस्कार, हमारा फैमिली सिस्टम, हमारा ज्ञान, हमारी कोर कॉम्पिटेंसीज, हमारी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, हमारी टीम बिल्डिंग एबिलिटीज, हमारी लीडरशिप एबिलिटीज, हमारे बच्चे दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में जाके दे शुड बी एबल टू प्रूव दैट वी इंडियंस आर समथिंग डिफरेंट. वो बच्चा हर जगह दिखना चाहिए, प्रूव करना चाहिए. ऐसा वातावरण यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर बनाने की जरूरत है हमें जो है. और हम ये चाहते हैं कि ये जो भारतीय यूथ है, एंड रफली 50% पॉपुलेशन इज लेस देन 25 ईयर्स ऑफ एज, युवा देश है. और ये दे आर जस्ट लाइक ह्यूमन बींग्स. अगर ये सिर्फ युवा ह्यूमन बींग है, देयर इज नॉट मच यूज. आवर टारगेट इज दे शुड बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू यूजफुल ह्यूमन रिसोर्स, जो दुनिया के अंदर हैप्पीनेस ला सके, चेहरों पे मुस्कान ला सके. ऐसे रेस्पॉन्सिबल बच्चे हमें हमारे यूनिवर्सिटीज के अंदर तैयार करने हैं. एंड व्हाइल दे आर सर्विंग अक्रॉस द ग्लोब, दे शुड बी एबल टू ब्रिंग डॉलर्स फॉर दिस कंट्री. कंट्री आगे बढ़ेगी जब हमारा युवा जो ह्यूमन बीइंग है, ये स्ट्रॉन्ग ह्यूमन रिसोर्स बनेगा. एंड इफ दे विल बी ब्रिंगिंग डॉलर्स फॉर दिस कंट्री, तब कंट्री का विकास होगा. सबसे बड़ा जो है हमारा उद्देश्य यही है कि हमारे ग्रेजुएट की एक्सेप्टेंस हो, वो अपने लिए समझे कि मेरा रोल क्या है, अपने परिवार के लिए क्या कर सकता है, अपनी कम्युनिटी के लिए क्या कर सकता है, सोसाइटी के लिए क्या कर सकता है, कंट्री के लिए क्या कर सकता है, एंड इवन द अक्रॉस द ग्लोब वो बच्चा हमारे लिए क्या कर सकता है। ऐसे बच्चे हमें तैयार करने की जरूरत है। ऐसे ऐसे और इस तरह का जो अपना वैष्णव विद्यापीठ का जो मैं वातावरण देख रहा हूँ या जिस तरह की बात हो रही है, हमें इससे काफी उम्मीदें हैं। मैं 5-4 चीजें आप लोगों से चाहूंगा। जो शिक्षक जुड़े हुए हैं, मे बी हंड्रेड्स ऑफ टीचर्स आर आल्सो कनेक्टेड। पुरुषोत्तम जी जुड़े हुए हैं, वाइस चांसलर साहब जुड़े हुए हैं। मेरी 5-4 चीजें आपसे एक्सपेक्टेशन है, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई एम कनेक्टेड प्रोबेबली ड्यूरिंग लास्ट 1.5 hours. आई एम वेटिंग दैट माय टर्न शुड कम एंड समथिंग आई कैन डिमांड फ्रॉम दिस टीम वैष्णवी परिवार जो है उससे कुछ मैं मांग सकूं। एज ऑन डेट in the age group of 18 to 23 years of age, if 100 children are available in our country, 18 से 23 साल की उम्र के बीच में अगर 100 बच्चे हैं, उन 100 बच्चों में से सिर्फ 27 बच्चे ही ऐसे हैं who are able to enter into higher education. 18 से 23 मीन्स 12वीं किए हुए हैं या 12वीं करके 1-2 साल हो गए हैं। ऐसे 100 में से सिर्फ 27 बच्चे ही ऐसे हैं जिनको ये जो वैष्णव विद्यापीठ जैसे वातावरण में आने का मौका मिलता है। रिमेनिंग 73 वी डोंट नो वेयर दे हैव गॉन। ये रेशियो इंग्लैंड का करीब 60% है, जो 27 है इंग्लैंड में 60 है, जापान में 70 है, अमेरिका में 87% बच्चे जो है हायर एजुकेशन में जाके और देश के लिए योगदान दे रहे हैं। कंट्रीज आर ग्रोइंग ओनली इफ देयर हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम इज स्ट्रॉन्ग। चाहे वो इमर्जिंग एरियाज हो, चाहे हमारी कन्वेंशनल एजुकेशन हो, चाहे हमारी लॉ की एजुकेशन हो, चाहे मेडिकल की एजुकेशन हो, चाहे इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की नॉर्मल एजुकेशन और इमर्जिंग एरियाज, इन ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन इफ हायर एजुकेशन डजंट डोमिनेट तो आपका देश प्रोग्रेस नहीं करेगा। तो मेरे को इस यूनिवर्सिटी से जो मैं असेस कर सकता हूं, मैंने देखा नहीं है, बट द फ्रेग्रेंस विच आई एम ऑब्जर्विंग, जो मेरे को सुगंध आ रही है, उस सुगंध के हिसाब से मैं आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूं कि इस यूनिवर्सिटी में अगर एक बच्चा रिसर्च कर रहा है, इफ समवन इज डूइंग वर्क ऑफ रिसर्च इन एनी एरिया, मे बी साइबर सिक्योरिटी, डेटा साइंसेज, रोबोटिक्स, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, कन्वेंशनल इंजीनियरिंग, कन्वेंशनल लॉ, एक बच्चा अगर आपके पीएचडी कर रहा है तो उसके साथ 2 बच्चे आपके पीजी के कनेक्ट करने हैं। सो द रेशियो विच आई एम ट्राइंग टू डिफाइन, एक पीएचडी स्टूडेंट के साथ आपके 2 बच्चे जो है पीजी करने वाले हो, दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ टीम इट हैज टू बी क्रिएटेड। अगर 2 पीजी कर रहे हैं बच्चे, उनके साथ 4 बच्चे यूजी के आपके साथ उस टीम के अंदर कनेक्टेड होने चाहिए। देयर हैज टू बी होलिस्टिक अप्रोच, देयर हैज टू बी इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन, योर रिसर्च एंड बॉटम मोस्ट अप टू स्किलिंग लेवल आपका कनेक्ट होना है। तो एक अगर पीएचडी का बच्चा है, 2 उसके साथ पीजी के बच्चे कनेक्ट करिए, 4 बच्चे यूजी के कनेक्ट करिए, और पसारी साहब 8 बच्चे स्किल वाले जिनके हाथ में अपन हुनर दे सकते हो। अगर 8 बच्चे, बिकॉज इन योर यूनिवर्सिटी इनॉर्मस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में बी विच आई एम ड्रीमिंग, आपकी लेबोरेटरीज, आपकी लाइब्रेरी, आपके कंप्यूटर सेंटर्स, आपके जो वर्कशॉप्स, इतने बड़ा सेटअप है, क्या उसको अपन 24 घंटे चला सकते हैं? क्या आवर रेलवेज आर वर्किंग फॉर 24 आवर्स, आवर हॉस्पिटल्स आर वर्किंग फॉर 24 आवर्स, आवर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बोर्ड इज वर्किंग फॉर 24 आवर्स, व्हाई नॉट आवर एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट? क्या हम इसको 24 नहीं तो क्या 18 घंटे चला सकते हैं क्या? और उसके अंदर जो 23,000 बच्चों की बजाय क्या 50,000 बच्चों को भी अपन अकोमोडेट कर सकते हैं क्या? अगर ज्यादा बच्चों को अकोमोडेट कर पाए तो हमारी हायर एजुकेशन, जो अभी 27% बच्चों को मिल पा रही है हायर एजुकेशन, हो सकता है जो ड्रीम हमारा राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का 50% लाने का, उसमें आप जैसी यूनिवर्सिटीज की सहभागिता सबसे बड़ी हो सकती है। सो फर्स्ट मॉडल विच आई एम प्रपोजिंग, दैट इज 1 2 4 8। 8 बच्चे आपके स्किल से आए, 4 यूजी से आए, 2 पीजी से आए, 1 पीएचडी से आए। एक मॉडल मेरे को ये उम्मीद करनी है आपसे। दूसरी जो हमें दिक्कत आ रही है हमारे बच्चों की एक्सेप्टेंस की, मैं कह रहा था thousands of children in technical education only every year around 13 lakh students are graduating। इंजीनियरिंग में करीब 10 लाख बच्चे हमारे आते हैं। पूरा हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम अगर मैं देखूं तो करीब 1.25 से 1.5 करोड़ बच्चे हमारे ग्रेजुएट होके मार्केट में आते हैं, बट देयर एक्सेप्टेंस इट इज ए वेरी वेरी सीरियस चैलेंज। उनको एक्सेप्ट कौन करे, वो कैसे जो है काम कर सकते हैं उनके एक्सेप्टेंस के लिए? तो हम लोगों ने इंडस्ट्रीज वगैरह से बात करना शुरू किया कि आप हमारे बच्चों को एक्सेप्ट क्यों नहीं करते हो, क्या कमियां है? The unemployment is a serious challenge, bringing startups is a serious challenge, bringing entrepreneurship is a serious challenge। तो हमने इंडस्ट्रीज से बात करना शुरू किया कि आप बताइए हमारे बच्चों में कमी क्या है, why you are not accepting। पहली बात जो उन्होंने बताई पहली बात ये बताई कि प्रैक्टिकली आपके बच्चे कमजोर हैं, थ्योरेटिकली दे मे बी क्वाइट साउंड, वो उनका रटने की क्षमताएं कितनी हो सकती है, उनको जो जो प्रॉब्लम को कॉम्प्रिहेंड करने की प्रॉब्लम जो जो क्षमता हो सकती है, बट बच्चे प्रैक्टिकली आपके कमजोर हैं। आप लेबोरेटरी की क्षमताएं, हाथ से काम करने की क्षमताएं, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपोजर आप दीजिए। विदाउट एक्शन देयर इज नो एजुकेशन। जब तक कोई एक्शन नहीं होगा, चाहे आप किसी भी तरह की एजुकेशन हो, एक्शन के बिना आपकी एजुकेशन कोई काम की नहीं है। तो प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज इंडस्ट्री कह रही है आपका कमजोर है। और दूसरा ये कह रहा है कि आपके बच्चे जिनका आप एग्जाम लेते हो, यूनिवर्सिटी में एग्जाम लेते हो, आपका एग्जामिनेशन का सिस्टम ही गलत है। सब्जेक्ट कुछ भी पढ़ाया आपने, करिकुलम कुछ भी रखा आपने, इवन करिकुलम भी आउटडेटेड है, उनको उस करिकुलम के हिसाब से जो असेस करते हो आप, दैट सिस्टम इज देयर इज नो यूज। एंड ऑफ द एग्जामिनेशन यू आर गिविंग 8 क्वेश्चंस। एक क्वेश्चन पेपर देते हैं जिसके अंदर 8 क्वेश्चन लिखे हुए होते हैं, आउट ऑफ 8 5 दे लेट टू अटेम्प्ट। 5 में से अगर 2 क्वेश्चन भी बच्चा पास करता है, यूनिवर्सिटी कहती है उसका सीजीपीए 6 है, 7 है, 8 है। इंडस्ट्रीज कह रही है मेरे को उस मार्कशीट से, सीजीपीए से कोई मतलब नहीं है। आप तो ये बताओ आपका बच्चा कर क्या सकता है, उसके मार्क्स से हमें कोई लेने देना नहीं, इवन सब्जेक्ट क्या पढ़े कोई लेने देना नहीं। ये बताइए व्हाट ही कैन डू, व्हाट ही कैन डिलीवर। वो मेरी इंडस्ट्री की आके क्या कोई प्रॉब्लम का समाधान कर सकता है क्या? क्या वो कोई नए इनोवेशन मेरी इंडस्ट्री में कर सकता है क्या? क्या वो अच्छी लीडरशिप दे सकता है क्या? क्या वो 10 लोगों से काम करा सकता है क्या? इफ दैट टाइप ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट यू हैव क्रिएटेड, मैं कहूंगा उस बच्चे को मैं स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार हूं। वो कहता है आप एग्जाम में जो क्वेश्चन देते हो, 8 क्वेश्चन देते हो, सबके आंसर नोन है, वर्षों से नोन है, और वही क्वेश्चन हम पूछते जाते हैं जा रहे हैं। बट इंडस्ट्रीज में वो कह रहे हैं जब हमारी इंडस्ट्री में काम करने के लिए आते हैं, जितनी प्रॉब्लम इंडस्ट्री की है उनके सबके समाधान अननोन है। और अगर बच्चा अननोन समाधान, अननोन प्रॉब्लम का समाधान निकालने में सक्षम है, तभी वो हमारे काम का है। नोन चीजें तो सब जानते हैं, वो तो हमारा जो है मैकेनिक भी जानता है। नया आपका ये जो जो इंजीनियर आ रहा है, आपका ग्रेजुएट आ रहा है, वो हमारे लिए क्या कर सकता है? तो वो ये कह रहे हैं कि हायर ऑर्डर थिंकिंग स्किल्स, जिसमें क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग है, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग एबिलिटीज है, डिसीजन मेकिंग है, उसमें आपके बच्चे कमजोर हैं। ओनली इन एकेडमिक स्किल्स, जहाँ पे याद रखना हो, कोई कॉम्प्रिहेंड करना हो, छोटा मोटा नॉलेज अप्लाई करना हो, उसमें आपके बच्चे ठीक है, हाई ऑर्डर थिंकिंग स्किल्स में कमजोर हैं, डिसीजन मेकिंग में कमजोर है, प्रॉब्लम सोल्व में करने में कमजोर है, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग में कमजोर है। सो दिस असाइनमेंट सम 3 years बैक वी हैव गिवन दिस असाइनमेंट टू स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी। हमने पुरुषोत्तम जी स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी को कहा कि आप हमारे देश में आके स्कूल के बच्चे जो है, क्योंकि आप स्कूल भी चलाते हैं, हमने कहा कि आप हमारे बच्चों में कमियां देखें कि क्या कमियां, विशेष रूप से प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग करने की एबिलिटीज, डिसीजन लेने की जो क्षमता इंडस्ट्री कह रही है कमजोर है, आप हमें बताइए ऐसी क्यों है। स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी की टीम यहाँ पे आई, इंडिया के करीब 300 स्कूलों में गई, और 300 स्कूलों के भी 11वीं 12वीं के जो बच्चे हैं, उन बच्चों को उन्होंने टेस्ट किया। और उन्होंने 2 पार्ट में टेस्ट किया, एक तो रटने की क्षमता है उसमें टेस्ट किया, और एक अगर कोई अननोन प्रॉब्लम देते हैं उनको उसका समाधान वो कैसे निकाल सकते हैं, उन 2 एरियाज में टेस्ट किया। और हमारे बच्चों को चाइना और रशिया के बच्चे हैं उनसे भी कंपेयर किया, स्कूल के बच्चों को। एंड व्हेन दे सबमिटेड देयर रिपोर्ट, उन्होंने करीब 2019 के अंदर अपनी रिपोर्ट सबमिट की, और उस रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने कहा कि जो याद करने की क्षमताएं हैं उसमें भारतीय बच्चे जो है रशिया के बच्चों के कंपेरेबल है, बट दे आर इंफीरियर देन चाइनीज स्टूडेंट्स। रटने में भी हमारे बच्चे जो है चाइना वालों से कमजोर हैं, रशिया से कंपेरेबल हैं। जब हमने पता करने का कोशिश किया कि हमारे बच्चे तो वैसे तो कहते हैं दुनिया में सबसे अच्छे हैं, वो हर जगह डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं, मे बी इंजीनियरिंग फील्ड, मे बी आर्किटेक्चर, मे बी लॉयर्स, मे बी सीईओज, दुनिया में जो डोमिनेट हमारे बच्चे कर रहे हैं, और स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी कह रहा है कि आपके बच्चे जो है इवन रटने में भी चाइना से कमजोर है। जब हमने पता चलाया कि इसका कारण क्या है, सबसे बड़ा कारण ये है कि भारत के अंदर जिस भाषा के अंदर बच्चा जो भाषा जानता है और जिस भाषा में शिक्षा देते हैं, वो भाषा ही अलग है। माँ के गर्भ में जो भाषा सुनी है उसने, उस भाषा में तो शिक्षा ही नहीं दे रहे हैं। ये स्टडीड इन सम हिंदी स्कूल और मराठी स्कूल और तमिल स्कूल और तेलुगु स्कूल, 12वीं तक उसने पढ़ा। जैसे ही हमारे पास हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट्स में आता है या स्कूल में पढ़ता है, वो अंग्रेजी में हम रटा रहे हैं उसको। तो उसकी जो समझने की भाषा है, उसकी सोचने की भाषा है, उसकी सुगंध लेने की भाषा है, उस भाषा में तो हमने पढ़ाया ही नहीं। 3 साल का जब बच्चा होता है और स्कूल में पढ़ने आता है, तब उसके पास करीब 1000 शब्द ऐसे होते हैं जो माँ, पिताजी, भाई बहनों से सुनता है, वो जो उसके दिमाग में होते हैं। लेकिन जैसे ही वो स्कूल में आया, अपने अंग्रेजी का कायदा पकड़ा दिया उसको, वाह वाह ब्लैक शीप पढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया। अपने ब्लैक शीप इंडिया में है ही नहीं, कौन सी शीप पढ़ा रहे हैं अपन। तो हमें ये लगा कि जो अपनी भाषा में जब ज्ञान नहीं दे रहे तो रट भी नहीं पाता है, रटना दूसरी भाषा में रटना इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट एज कम्पेयर टू इन मदर टंग। तो एक तो मैं आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी से ये चाहता हूं कि जो वो स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी कह रही है, क्या आप ऐसे भाषा का कोई क्षेत्र भी यूनिवर्सिटी में स्थापित कर सकते हैं जिसमें साधारण साधारण शब्दों में अपने जो मातृभाषा के अंदर बच्चे हैं उनको क्या अपन ये ज्ञान दे सकते हैं? क्या रिमेनिंग लैंग्वेजेस ही लर्न, वो इंग्लिश भी सीखेगा, फ्रेंच भी सीखेगा, जर्मन भी सीखेगा, एटलीस्ट फाउंडेशन तो अपनी स्ट्रॉन्ग करें उसकी, जिसके अंदर वो समझ पाए। दूसरी, जब हाई ऑर्डर थिंकिंग स्किल्स की बात स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी की वापस में बात करता हूं, उन्होंने कहा जो डिसीजन लेने की बात है, जो प्रॉब्लम सोल्व करने की बात है, जो इंडस्ट्री कह रही है, उसके अंदर भारतीय बच्चे रशिया और चाइना से दोनों से ही इंफीरियर हैं। रखने वाली बात में कंपेरेबल तो थे रशिया के, बट एज फार एज डिसीजन मेकिंग इज कंसर्न, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग इज कंसर्न, वो दोनों देशों से ही हाई ऑर्डर थिंकिंग स्किल्स में हमारे बच्चे कमजोर हैं। इट वाज ए शॉकिंग टू अस कि ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है। व्हेन वी ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट कि रीजन क्या है, हमारे बच्चे क्यों नहीं डिसीजन ले पाते हैं, शायद सबसे बड़ा कारण यह है कि हमारा जो फैमिली सिस्टम है, हम फैमिली सिस्टम में बच्चे को कभी बोलने ही नहीं देते। हम पेरेंट्स गार्जियन ये कहते हैं बच्चे को कि सारा ज्ञान जो हमारे पास है, आपके पास कुछ नहीं, आप जो कह रहे हो गलत है, मैं कह रहा हूं जो सही है। ये जो परंपरा हमारे परिवार की है, वी आर नॉट अलाउिंग इवन चिल्ड्रन टू स्पीक। वो डिसीजन कैसे लेगा, वो सोचना शुरू कैसे करेगा? वी आर नॉट अलाउिंग, नो ऑटोनॉमी, नो फ्रीडम वी आर गिविंग। एंड इवन इन स्कूल सिस्टम ऑल्सो, जैसे ही बच्चा स्कूल आता है उसको एक लाइन में खड़ा करते हैं अपन, वो प्रार्थना करता है, फिर लाइन में क्लास में जाता है, होल डे टीचर्स आर स्पीकिंग इनसाइड द क्लासेस, नो फ्रीडम इज अवेलेबल टू द चिल्ड्रन टू स्पीक। न वो पर्सन पूछता है, न वो आर्ग्यूमेंट करता है, न अपन कोई ऑटोनॉमी देते हैं। हाउ ही विल टेक डिसीजन? वो डिसीजन नहीं ले पाएगा। तो क्या अपना स्कूल जो है, आप लोग जहाँ पे जिस स्कूल के अंदर शिक्षा दे रहे हैं, क्या ऐसा ओपननेस का कोई एनवायरनमेंट दे सकते हैं बच्चे को, जो वो टीचर से आर्ग्यूमेंट करें? हमारी पुरानी शिक्षा व्यवस्था यही थी, हमारे गुरुकुल जो थे, वेयर ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन विच वी पीपल वर प्रोवाइडिंग, शिक्षक और शिष्य के बीच में आर्गुमेंट्स होते थे, क्लास तभी एंड होती थी जब कोई कंक्लूजन उस क्लास का ड्रॉ हो जाता था। एंड मेजोरिटी ऑफ द टाइम स्टूडेंट्स यूज्ड टू विन, वो जीतते थे, बच्चे जीतते थे। उसके बाद गुरु कहता था कि आप जाइए फील्ड के अंदर जाइए, तो तब बच्चा जो है निकलता था, उसका कॉन्फिडेंस ज्यादा था। बट ब्यूटीफुल पार्ट ऑफ दैट रिपोर्ट इज, स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी की रिपोर्ट ये कहती है कि जब सेम बच्चे कॉलेजों में जाते हैं, जब यूनिवर्सिटीज में जाते हैं, जब ऐसी सेमिनार कॉन्फ्रेंसेज में पार्ट लेते हैं, वो व्हेन दे आर डूइंग सर्टेन लेवल ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट्स, व्हेन दे आर वर्किंग इन द टीम्स, व्हेन दे आर डिलीवरिंग सम सेमिनार्स, व्हेन दे आर स्टेइंग इन द हॉस्टल्स, व्हेन दे आर सिटिंग इन द कैंटीन्स, व्हेन डिस्कशंस आर देयर, वहां बच्चों के बीच में आर्गुमेंट, व्हेन देयर इज सर्टेन लेवल ऑफ फ्रीडम, तब बच्चों का लर्निंग कर्व, इंडियन बच्चों का लर्निंग कर्व इज मच फास्टर एज कंपेयर टू चाइनीज एंड रशियन स्टूडेंट्स। तो जब भी फ्रीडम मिलता है, जब भी मौका मिलता है, वो बच्चे मिरेकल करते हैं। क्या आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी में, जो मैं सेकंड चीज चाहता हूं कि मातृभाषा में शिक्षा को प्रमोट करना और बच्चों को फ्रीडम देना, क्या वो एक एनवायरनमेंट जो है, क्या ये ग्रुप ऐसा जो है एक एग्जाम्पल बन सकता है कंट्री के लिए? सो बच्चे अपनी 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 क्षमता के हिसाब से आगे बढ़ पाए। थर्ड थिंग, ड्यूरिंग पेंडेमिक टाइम वी हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड कि ये जो ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन है, ऑनलाइन में ज्यादा बच्चों तक पहुंचने का, जो 27% बच्चों के पास पहुंच रहे हैं, ऑनलाइन शिक्षा अगर हमारी कामयाब होती है तो ज्यादा बच्चों के पास पहुंच पाएंगे। विद मिनिमम नंबर ऑफ टीचर्स वी कैन रीच। क्या आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी आने वाले टाइम में ऐसे 20 चैंपियन टीचर्स जो ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन में महारत हो, टीचर को उसी को सुनेगा कोई, who is doing something very special? अदरवाइज तो आपका गूगल पे ऑनलाइन, आप कितने यूट्यूब, आपके जो पढ़े हुए, कौन सुनेगा किसी को? टिल is having something very special dimension into its delivery। अगर शिक्षा को इंटरेस्टिंग बना के ऐसे 20 टीचर क्या आप आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं जिन पे हमें भी प्राउड हो? क्या वो हमारे AICT से भी कनेक्ट हो सकते हैं? क्या हमारे स्वयं प्लेटफॉर्म पे आ सकते हैं कि ऐसे टीचर्स का योगदान हमें मिल सकता है क्या? अगली चौथी बात जो मैं ये चाहता हूं कि ये कन्वेंशनल एजुकेशन देना, डिसिप्लिन में एजुकेशन देना, इसको बंद करके अपने को बच्चों को इनडिसिप्लिन करना का फ्रीडम देना पड़ेगा। इनडिसिप्लिन मींस उसका साथी जिस तरह से शिक्षा ले रहा है, वो अपनी शिक्षा, अपनी लर्निंग जो है अलग तरीके से कैसे ले सकता है, अलग काम कैसे कर सकता है, ऐसा इनडिसिप्लिन अपन जो है उसके अंदर बना सकते हैं कि ऐसा वातावरण दे सकते हैं क्या? तो मैं आपके यूनिवर्सिटी से उम्मीद ये करता हूं कि क्या 1 साल के अंदर क्या 5 नए स्टार्टअप ये यूनिवर्सिटी ला सकती है क्या, विच इज रेलेवेंट टू सोसाइटी, एंड इवन AICT इज रेडी टू हेल्प दो चिल्ड्रन हु आर हैविंग देयर ओन आइडियाज, न्यू आइडियाज, एंड विच इज रेलेवेंट टू सोसाइटी। नया प्रोडक्ट जिससे बन सकता हो, देश की GDP में उसका योगदान हो सकता हो, हर टीम को हम 10-10 लाख रुपए देने के लिए तैयार हैं। एटलीस्ट 5 टीमें आप हमारे साथ भेजिए, हमारे साथ जोड़िए। देयर इज नो डेarth ऑफ मनी, पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है। अच्छे आइडियाज की, अच्छे विचारों की, अच्छे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की जरूरत है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब का सपना है कि देश आत्मनिर्भर बने, सेल्फ रिलायंट बने और हमारी जीडीपी $5 ट्रिलियन बने। वो तभी बनेगी जब ये बच्चा जो है अपने पैरों पे खड़े होके उसके जो विचार हैं उसको अपन साकार रूप दे पाए। एंड वी पीपल आर रेडी टू हेल्प इनटू दैट वन। तो इसके अंदर भी हमें आप लोगों से बहुत बड़ी उम्मीद है कि इस काम के अंदर भी आगे बढ़ के आएंगे। और 5वीं चीज मैं चाहता हूं, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का एक सेंटर क्या आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर बन सकता है क्या? भारतीय स्पेशल क्यों थे? किस तरह से हम परिवार को चलाते थे? कैसे पानी का संरक्षण करते थे? कैसे हमारे पास भाषाएं थी? कैसे संस्कृत के रूप में इतना बड़ा हमारे पास जो है एक शक्ति थी जिसकी आज पूरी दुनिया कॉपी करता है, चाहे जर्मन हो चाहे फ्रेंच हो, वो उसकी कॉपी करता है। क्या भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का भी और पारंपरिक हमारी जो ज्ञान था, क्या इस ज्ञान के साथ उसको कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं क्या? क्या साइबर सिक्योरिटी को, डेटा साइंसेस को, जो पुरानी हमारी ज्ञान परंपराएं हैं, कैन वी कनेक्ट विद दैट वन? कैन वी कन्वर्ट दैट लैंग्वेज इनटू यूजफुल लैंग्वेज ऑफ कंप्यूटर साइंस एंड इंजीनियरिंग? क्या ऐसे एग्जाम्पल आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी दे सकती है क्या? और लास्ट बात, हमारे बच्चों का जो ज्ञान है, आपके बच्चों का जो ज्ञान है, चाहे लॉ का है, चाहे एग्रीकल्चर का है, चाहे इंजीनियरिंग का है, कैन दे डू समथिंग वेरी स्पेशल टू नियर बाई विलेजेस? प्रधानमंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि मेरे को किसान की आमदनी डबल करनी है। इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टास्क, डाउंटिंग टास्क। किसान की आमदनी डबल होना इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट। पर क्या आपके बच्चे टीमें बना के किसी गांव की आमदनी डबल कर सकते हैं क्या? गांव में देयर कैन बी वाटर कंजर्वेशन, देयर कैन बी एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन, देयर कैन बी रिडक्शन ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट। गांव की जो प्लानिंग है, गांव में टूरिज्म बढ़ाना है, गांव के अंदर हेल्थ को इंप्रूव करना है, अगर कोई बचत भी कर सकते हैं, दैट विल बी डूइंग द इंक्रीजिंग द इनकम ऑफ ए विलेज। क्या ऐसे कोई 5 गांव का इनकम अगर डबल कर देते हैं आपके बच्चे, टेक्निकल नॉलेज, साफ सफाई नहीं कह रहा मैं, विद द इंटरवेंशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, क्या वो आमदनी बढ़ा सकते हैं क्या? ऐसी 5 टीमें भी आप हमारे एआईसीटी के साथ कनेक्ट करिए। एवरी ईयर वी आर गिविंग विश्वकर्मा अवार्ड्स। क्या ऐसी 5 टीमें आके हमारे साथ जो है भागीदार बन सकती है क्या कि इसके अंदर काम हो? एंड फाइनली, you people are doing wonderful work in the area of cyber security that I can understand. आपने जो बेसिक कंसेप्ट से लेके, फंडामेंटल से लेके आप इस लेवल तक साइबर सिक्योरिटी को लेके आए, डेटा साइंसेस को लेके आए हैं, क्या आप एआईसीटी के टीचर्स को भी इस तरह की ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं क्या? एंड वी आर डूइंग फंडिंग, वी आर रनिंग वन प्रोग्राम, इट इज इन द नेम ऑफ अटल। प्लीज डू हैव पार्टनरशिप विद अस, और आपके ज्ञान को दूसरे शिक्षकों से भी बांटिए। एंड विल बी पेइंग सम रेस्पेक्टेबल अमाउंट, विल बी पेइंग टू द teachers. Please do join hands all together. Alone no one can do miracle. If we want to do something special change we want to do, we like to have a team, और ऐसी टीम ऐसे विश्वविद्यालयों से निकलेगी। मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और आज का ये जो प्रोग्राम है, आपका जो इवेंट है, और मैं मैडम पी आर लक्ष्मी जी को सुन रहा था, अमेजिंग नॉलेज सी इज कैरिंग। सीडेक से हमारे टाई अप्स हैं, सीडेक भी हमारी हेल्प कर रहा है काफी एरिया में, पर्टिकुलरली emerging areas. Madam, I'm also expecting serious contribution from your team from CDEC, not only Hyderabad, other centers which you are having. Please come forward and do something very special for this country. Enormous expectations country is having from us. We'll have to fulfill that dream. Best wishes. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. I wholeheartedly wanted to thank Honorable Chief Guest Dr. MP Punia ji to inspire all of us to use our education for the society, for the nation, and represent India across the world. I'm happy to share with you, sir, that from 2017, we are running many technical programs in association with industries to make students industry ready. And we will definitely follow your words for integrating students of all levels and sharing skills in the form of research. And we will surely try that language and money will not be barrier for students. Thank you, sir. It's really very inspirational for all of us to listen to your words of enlightenment. With this, we came to the end of the inaugural session. I request Honorary Secretary of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya, Mr. Kamal Narayan Ji Buradia, to propose the words of thanks.
माननीय मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर MP पूनिया, वाइस चेयरमैन ऑल इंडिया काउंसिल ऑफ टेक्निकल एजुकेशन, कार्यक्रम की मुख्य वक्ता श्रीमती PR लक्ष्मी ईश्वरी, सीनियर डायरेक्टर CDEC हैदराबाद, विश्वविद्यालय के कुलाधिपति श्री पुरुषोत्तम दास जी पसारी, कुलपति डॉक्टर उपेंद्र धर जी, सजग 2022 में आयोजित सत्रों के सभी विद्वान वक्तागण, डॉक्टर आनंद राजावत, डीन एकेडमिक एवं कन्वीनर सजग 2022, देश के विभिन्न भागों से उपस्थित समस्त प्रतिभागीगण, विश्वविद्यालय के विभिन्न इंस्टीट्यूट के निर्देशकगण, विभागाध्यक्ष, शिक्षक एवं कर्मचारीगण, शिक्षक एवं मेरे प्यारे विद्यार्थियों, आप सभी ने अपना अमूल्य समय देकर सजग 2022 के इस आयोजन में सम्मिलित इतनी अधिक मात्रा में हुए हैं। मैं आप सबके लिए आप सबका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं विशेष रूप से आज के इस आयोजन के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय डॉक्टर MP पूनिया जी का हृदय से आभारी हूं कि आपने अपनी व्यस्तम दिनचर्या से समय निकालकर हमारे बीच उपस्थित हुए। साथ ही हमें आपने विश्वविद्यालय को जो मार्गदर्शन दिया है उसमें से कई चीजें तो हम ऑलरेडी कर रहे हैं, और थोड़ा सा चूंकि हम लोग चूंकि वैष्णव में हैं और हम हमेशा संस्कृति, संस्कार और अपनी इसके बारे में हम बहुत ज्यादा हमेशा अपने बच्चों को ध्यान रखते हैं कि उनका टोटल उनका डेवलपमेंट हो, सिर्फ शिक्षा के साथ साथ हर चीज उनके साथ साथ हो। लेकिन आपने जो हमें सुझाव दिए हैं हम उनका बहुत आगे से आगे उसका स्वीकार करते हैं, और जो आपने स्टार्टअप के लिए बताया और जो दूसरे आपने जो हमें सुझाव दिए हैं, विलेजेस में हम लोग आसपास काम कर रहे हैं और हम आसपास के विलेजेस में रोजगार के लिए उनको टेक्सटाइल जो कि हमारा डिपार्टमेंट है उसमें भी हम उनको टेक्सटाइल मतलब रेडीमेड कपड़ा बनाने की हर साल एक ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। साथ ही हम विलेजेस में भी हमारे छात्रों को भेजते हैं। लेकिन आपने जो बताया कि इनकम उनकी बढ़ाई जाए कैसे, उसके लिए हम आपके साथ संपर्क करके हम उसमें कोशिश करेंगे। सर, आपके आज हम बहुत ही आभारी है और मैं आपके लिए यही कहूंगा कि बहुआयामी आप हैं और बहुआयामी काज पाकर हम आपको बीच में पुलकित हैं। आज मैं तो आपके लिए ये भी कहूंगा सर कि मिलते हैं मिन्नतों से ऐसे मेहमा, कभी कभी हो जाती है किस्मतें यूं मेहरमा, कभी कभी जज्बात जग जाए नया हम सब भी कुछ करें, देखा तो आपको लगा हम भी तो कुछ बने, मिलती है किसी से प्रेरणा कभी कभी, हो जाती है किस्मतें यूं मेहरमा कभी कभी। मैं आज की जो मुख्य अतिथि है, मुख्य वक्ता है श्रीमती PR लक्ष्मीश्वरी जी का भी हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं। आपने वर्तमान साइबर जगत के तेजी से बदलते स्वरूप और स्वभाव से सभी को अवगत कराया, जिसकी हमें नितांत आवश्यकता है। आपके ज्ञान से सभी श्रोताओं को इंटरनेट उपयोग में साइबर सुरक्षा संबंधी जानकारी मिली। साथ ही प्रतिभागियों को साइबर क्षेत्र में शोध के नवीन आयामों के विषय में नवीन दृष्टिकोण भी मिला है। सर, जैसे एक पुरानी कहावत है मैडम कि निगाह चौकी की माल दोस्तों का, निगाह चौकी की माल दोस्तों का, और एक कहावत है हम चले डाल डाल और वो चले पात पात। हम कुछ करते हैं तो उससे और आगे निकल जाते हैं, फिर आप कुछ करना चाहते हैं तो हम चले डाल डाल और वो चले पात पात, और निगाह चौकी की माल दोस्तों का। हम तो बहुत राह देखते हैं, रोज पेपर में कोई दिन ऐसा न्यूज नहीं जाती है जबकि किसी के साथ षड्यंत्र हुआ हो, और आजकल तो पूरे देश के साथ ही साइबर अटैक की बातें आ गई है। तो इस बारे में जो इतना आपने नॉलेजेबल हमको वो दिया है, हम उसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। मैं सजग 2022 के विभिन्न सत्रों में आमंत्रित विशिष्ट वक्ताओं डॉक्टर दुर्गा प्रसाद दुबे, एग्जीक्यूटिव वाइस प्रेसिडेंट साइबर सिक्योरिटी एंड इंफॉर्मेशन रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री लिमिटेड बम्बई के श्री प्रसाद पतिबंदला, डायरेक्टर रिसर्च एंड ऑपरेशन सेंटर फॉर रिसर्च ऑन साइबर इंटेलिजेंस एंड डिजिटल फोरेंसिक CIDF, श्री पुनीत शर्मा, सीनियर प्रोडक्ट आर्किटेक्ट IBM, श्री मुस्तफा फतकदावाला, टेक्निकल लीड स्केयर रेगुलेटरी कॉम्प्लेंस TCS, श्री सुश्री सीमा शर्मा, को-ऑनर एंड ग्लोबल CISO एट सेरिविफी, श्री आशीष विवेकानंद, क्लाउड सॉल्यूशन आर्किटेक्ट, ट्रस्टेड सर्विसेज एंड टेक्निकल मेंबर, नेशनल फाइबर डिफेंस रिसर्च सेंटर का भी बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथ ही और भी इसके अलावा जो वक्ता हमारे आज इस प्रोग्राम में आगे आएंगे उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सभी ने हमारा निमंत्रण स्वीकार किया एवं अपना कीमती समय आप दे रहे हैं, उसके लिए विश्वविद्यालय आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी है। साथ ही मैं देश से विभिन्न भागों से सम्मिलित हुए इतनी काफी मात्रा में सभी प्रतिभागियों का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। जिन्होंने सजग 2022 को सफलता के नए आगाम को पहुंचाया। मैं विश्वविद्यालय के कुलाधिपति माननीय श्री पुरुषोत्तम दास जी पसारी को भी धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिनका मार्गदर्शन हमें समय समय पर मिलता है। मैं विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति डॉक्टर उपेंद्र दर का भी आभारी हूं, जिनके ज्ञान और अनुभव से विश्वविद्यालय नवीन सफलता की ओर अग्रसर है। अंत में सजग 2022 के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर आनंद राजावत, आयोजन समिति के सदस्यगण, आज की हमारी मास्टर ऑफ सेरेमनी रूपाली, सभी को बधाई देता हूं, जिनके सतत प्रयासों से सजग का सफलतापूर्वक 5वां वर्ष भी हम सफलतापूर्वक आयोजन कर सके हैं। मैं सबसे यही कहूंगा कि जीवन पथ पर तुम सजग बनो, सतत प्रयास से तुम विनम्र बनो, जिज्ञासा लेकर ज्ञान की तुम ज्ञानवान बनो, संसार में संस्कारों के साथ अच्छे इंसान बनो, जीवन पथ पर तुम सजग बनो, तुम सजग बनो। सजगता जो है आज हमारी बहुत जरूरी है, जैसा कि हमको अभी पूनिया साहब ने भी यही कहा है कि हमको सजग और सफल बनना है, तो सजगता जरूरी है। मैं पुनः आज के हमारे दोनों मेहमानों को आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आपका सर इकबाल और बुलंद हो। विश्वविद्यालय परिवार ये मंगल कामना करता है कि आप स्वस्थ रहें, शतायु हों एवं देश एवं समाज की ऐसी निरंतर सेवा करते रहें। आपका उज्जवल भविष्य का विश्वविद्यालय कामना करता है। हम बहुत बहुत आपके पुनः आभार व्यक्त करते हुए धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir, for your beautiful words. I request Chancellor of University Shri Purushottam Nath Ji Pasari to share his views.
जी, मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ, जो आपने संस्था के प्रति जो विश्वास प्रकट किया है और जो सुझाव दिए हैं, वो निश्चित ही हम आपको शीघ्र ही इन सब जितने आपने सुझाव दिए हैं उसमें हम क्या कर सकते हैं उसका मैं शीघ्र ही आपको वापस अवगत करूंगा। और निश्चित माने कि ये संस्था आपकी है और आपके मार्गदर्शन में सब काम करने को तैयार है। जैसा जैसा आप गाइड करेंगे, हमारा पूरा स्टाफ माननीय कुलपति डॉक्टर धर साहब उस हिसाब से कार्य करेंगे। मैं पूरा विश्वास दिलाता हूँ और ऐसा ही चाहता हूँ कि आपका हमेशा मार्गदर्शन इस संस्था को मिलता रहे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. I now request all of you to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
With these words, I want to thank Honorable Chief Guest of the event, Dr. M.P. Punia ji, Keynote Speaker, Mrs. P.R. Lakshmi Eshwari, Honorable Chancellor and Vice Chancellor of University, Honorary Secretary, faculties, guests, and participants for gracing the occasion.
Thank you very much, Punya ji. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lakshmi.
I wish all of you for being with us for the conclave. I wish you a fruitful and productive deliberations and outcomes with the conclave. Thank you. Jai Hind. Our first plenary session is going to start now. With these words, I hand over the session to Ms. Reena Mishra. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello and good afternoon to all present here. On behalf of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalay, I, Reena Mishra, welcome our two session chairpersons, Dr. Santosh Dhar ma'am, Rector and Dean Faculty of Doctoral Studies and Research, SBB Indore, and Dr. V.R. Sampath, Director, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Textile Technology, SBB Indore. Now may I please request Dr. Santosh Dhar ma'am to give an opening remark on 5th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, SAJAG 2022. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Reena. Esteemed panelists, Dr. Durga Prasad Dubey, Mr. Prasad Patibandla, Ms. Seema Sharma, my co-chair of the session, Dr. V.R. Sampath, all dignitaries, delegates, and the students, a warm welcome to the first plenary session on the 5th conclave on cyber defense on the theme, Artificial Intelligence in Cyber Security. While the digital era has opened a world of opportunities, it has also exposed us to several threats, including putting our private information at risk. Truly, the need for cybersecurity has never been more important than it is now. Cyber criminals have the ability to reach their targets at any part of the world at any time, and at last decade has seen a rise in identity thefts, loss of money, data breaches. After all, cyber criminals are constantly looking for opportunities and pose a threat to all kinds of businesses. While these incidents may be hard to predict, more enterprises are turning to artificial intelligence technology to boost their cybersecurity postures. AI tools and machine learning techniques play a significant role in the fight against cybercrime. Organizations are heavily investing in building AI systems that can analyze large amounts of data sets and include malicious codes, malware codes, and anomalies, which help cybersecurity teams identify possible threats. When combined with machine learning, AI plays a significant role in cybersecurity. Unfortunately, some cyber criminals are one step ahead of these detection efforts, tweaking their malware code so that security software does not recognize it as malicious. Spotting every variation of malware poses a huge challenge. Fortunately, this is where AI and ML step in. ML, that is machine learning in particular, is great for anti-malware cybersecurity solutions because it can draw upon information about from form of malware that's been detected before. Therefore, when a new form of malware appears, the system can check it against the database, examine the code, and block the attack. An AI-based network monitoring tool can also track what users do on the daily basis. By analyzing this information, the AI can detect anomalies and react accordingly, a huge advantage in a constantly changing world. Today, we have our panelists who are experts and have plethora of knowledge on the subject. May I now request our first panelist, Dr. Durga Prasad Dubey, to address on why there is a need for designing a cyber immune system. Thank you. Over to Ms. Reena Mishra.
Thank you, ma'am. Artificial intelligence and cyber security. With this quote, we are moving towards our first plenary session. I'm overjoyed to take the opportunity to introduce our first speaker of the day, Dr. Durga Prasad Dubey. He is the Executive Vice President, Cyber Security and Information Risk Management, Reliance Industries Limited, Mumbai. Dr. Durga Prasad Dubey is Technology Risk Management and Cyber Security Leader with 3 decades of experience in both public, private, and research organization in senior roles and varied industry exposure. He is a PhD in Cybersecurity Management from reputed university in India. Currently, he is an Executive Vice President and Group Head Information Risk Management of Reliance Industries Limited. He has served for various renowned organizations like Pelodian Networks, Wipro Infotech, IDRBT, and RBI. His USP is regulator's perspective blended with that of technologist, business strategist, and cybersecurity expert. He has authored a book, Information System Audit and Assurance, various referred research papers in national and international journals of repute. He is awarded Diamond Jubilee Overseas Banking Research Fellowship by Indian Institute of Bankers in the year 2005. He is honorary member, Risk Management Committee, NPCI, and Standing Committee on Technology for CDSL Ventures Limited, CVL. So I request Dr. Dubey to deliver a session on need for designing a cyber immune system. Please, sir.
Thank you, madam, and thank you all the dignitaries in this conference. I'm very happy that schools like yours are talking about cybersecurity. And I have a slight weakness that whenever somebody asks me to talk to the students, I cannot resist my temptations, because inside me the academics are still intact, although I've been working in corporate for the last 30 years. So thanks for inviting me to give a talk. And I have chosen the subject which is very contextual. When I saw your theme, which is artificial intelligence and machine learning, I, in my role of the Chief Information Security Officer for the Reliance Group of Industries, I hear this word from everybody, starting from the people whom I interview, starting from the vendors I evaluate. And sometimes I feel that these are the words which are very loosely used in this domain. But a school or a university using it as a theme of the conference would probably demystify certain things on this subject. I was hearing Dr. Dhar talking about how adversaries are little above us in terms of using this kind of technology for adversarial uses. Actually, this is a fact. So for a professionals like me, it's not that my aim is not to prevent threat. My objective is not to prevent threat, not only to prevent threat. I'm sure today or tomorrow, in spite of your best defenses, you may fall flat. But what is really important for a practitioner's perspective, to make sure that you may fall flat, but you will never fail to get up. You rather will get up as quickly as possible. So that is the strategy all of us follow nowadays. So what I would do is, I again wanted to talk something which is very contextual, which is related to whatever we are seeing nowadays, more so because of the pandemic time. I hope my screen is visible. I hope my screen is visible, madam.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So I thought of talking something about cyber immune system. Why I'm talking this thing is because all of us have been thinking that I mean, for the last 2.5 years, this is something which is very commonly used words. All of us give extra time to make sure that immunity is increased. And we also see visibly that somebody is infected, somebody is not infected. We also see visibly that somebody is, when infected, suffers much more than another person. So ultimately, we don't want to get into the complexities of how it happens, because we are not getting into the nuances of medical science. But the fact that immunity plays a very great role in terms of this healthy, unhealthy, slightly healthy, all sort of things. So it is a word which is used very, very profusely in the last 2.5 years. And we have seen that there are a lot of similarity between the pandemic which has happened, which is essentially, from a cyber perspective, is a zero-day threat. And we also have beginning to realize, or we have already realized, that this immune system inside the human being has been there for a long time, and it is well tested, and it has stood the test of the time. And over the years, hundreds and thousands of years, lot of tuning, lot of redesigning might have happened in this immune system, human immune system. And I think this is the time when, from a cyber security practitioner's perspective, when I see I see that there are so many things which you have been doing. There is always some kind of a scope for the normal immunity practitioner, for the human immunity practitioner to take some kind of input from us, and we are also supposed to take some kind of input from them. Ultimately, our aim is to build something which is more resilient, more orchestrated, and more autonomous. That is what, and why you are getting inspired. We are getting inspired because the same thing which the theme of the subject is artificial intelligence and machine learning. All these domains came only because they were bio-inspired. This bio-inspired computing has again and again proven that if it is properly designed, properly modeled, then it will help the mankind. That is why I just attempted to do something which is modeling this cyber security into a cyber immune system, and then give some kind of thought to you. And I was slightly for 2-3 minutes listening to the vice chairman of IICT. He was talking something about research. You may probably take this as one of your research where your people can work in modeling cyber immune system or doing a prototype of cyber immune system. We would be happy both at a personal level and an organizational level to coordinate and collaborate with you. Now, coming to the problem definition, let's quickly define what is the problem. The problem is, as I said, all the threats are zero-day threats. I don't know, people who practice like me would understand that very less signature-based attacks are happening. I mean, those are attacks which anybody can control. It's like common cold. Anybody can take a crocin and it will be cured. That kind of things are not happening. All attacks in cyber world are attacks for which there is no signature, there is no pattern. These are called zero-day threats for which there is no patching available, there is no antivirus signature available or malware signature available. So we do day in and day out with zero-day threat, and we have been surviving. And we know that how to manage zero-day threat much better than the people who are managing the pandemic from a philosophy perspective. Then coming to the what is happening in the cyber world today is a lot of technology and industrial control system. They are getting integrated. When IT, OT, and IoT they interact, so it actually becomes a game changing. So there are so many things, so many vulnerabilities come into existence, and so many threats come into existence, and the threat becomes more dangerous because slightly something happens to the IoT and OT systems, then there can be a serious problem with the critical infrastructure of this country. And today, all of us know that there is nothing perimeter. Perimeter is a human being. Perimeter is no more a firewall. Perimeter is no more an endpoint. Perimeter is a human being. Every human being is part of the perimeter. So perimeter is extended to the human being. So the human being is taken care of, then the organization is taken care of, and the organization is taken care of, then the state is taken care of. So, and with this kind of things which is happening, and in reality this is happening, it's not something which it's said from a theoretical perspective. This is exactly which is happening. And in this kind of case, the traditional controls like antivirus, like firewall, these are definitely essential. I won't say that these are not essential, but these are not sufficient to combat the new generation threat. We need something which is more self-learning, more behavioral based, and very, very different. The defense have to be very, very different. Now coming to I will just give you a philosophy of the defense. It has never changed. It remains the same. I'll just tell you something and try to compare that thing with the pandemic scenario so that all of us can relate to ourselves. So first thing in case of a defense is understanding the extent of threat. So in cyber world, cyber security world, we do something which is called not vulnerability assessment, we do a compromise assessment. 5 years before, all of us were doing vulnerability assessment to find if there is any vulnerability in the organizations. Today, we do compromise assessment to understand if anything is compromised or not. So that is exactly the way we do testing. By testing, we understand if somebody is infected or not. So that is what is understanding the extent of attack. Then you do containerizing the threat. The moment you find that some system is attacked or some system is compromised, then what you do is we separate those systems from the rest of the systems. And that is what in cyber security parlance we call macro segmentation, micro containerizations, micro segmentations, where in case of your human system or the pandemic world, we call it social distancing, we call it micro containerizations, all sort of things. I mean, a society is containerized, or an area is containerized, or a building is containerized. So all sort of things happen. So essentially, we make sure that threat do not spread to the other areas. And it is very easy to do in case of a cyber system than to do in a human system. You know why? Because the computers, they understand the instructions and they obey the instructions 100%. Human being will not obey instruction 100%, and they are not supposed to obey. The day human being obeys instruction 100%, I think that will be end of this civilizations. So it is good that they don't obey 100% civilization. That is why there are so many other things which have to be done. I have said something about the UL systems. It is like the way we started the pandemic management. We said that people above 65 years, they cannot come out. They have to have a different protocol. They will do this thing, that thing, all sort of things. So for in a cyber parlance, we have so many systems like that, for which we call that end of life system. Think about your situations. If this end of life systems which we are managing are systems which vendors have stopped their support, there is no patch available. If something happens there, we cannot control. But no organizations in the world, even the best organization in the world, can tell that they don't have any UL systems. Many organizations have ample UL systems, and we know how to manage these UL systems. So it is there. The philosophy is there, but the way it is managed in the human area is different from the way it is managed in the cyber area. Maybe it is much easier in cyber area. Human area, it is very difficult. Think about the situations. If today government of India tells, they will never sell. I am just saying from a hypothetical perspective. They said that people who are above 65 years of age cannot take these medicines. All these medicines, they cannot go to a doctor because for them, they are end of life. Then managing will be very difficult. This will be a human problem. For us, believe you me, we have hundreds of systems. I'm not saying, when I'm saying we are not saying about Reliance. I'm saying that most of the organizations, because of some issue which is beyond their control, have to have systems which are end of life. Then once you decide, once you find that there are systems which are kind of infected, then you manage the host. How to manage the host? You quarantine the host. You conduct forensic analysis, do contact tracing, all sort of things. All these things are in a very, very efficient way is done in cyber system. Very, very efficient way. We also quarantine the systems. We do a lot of forensic, and forensic science in cyber has improved like anything. So all sort of things we do. Things are much easier in cyber systems and difficult here. Then we do a close coordination. After that, we want to, whatever actions we have done, we have to get a feedback so that it goes to the policy. Means we have identified the threat, we have containerized the threat, we have managed the compromised host. From there, we get the inputs, and that input go to the policy meeting. The same thing happens here, same thing happens there also. Then the most important thing, which is very common in case of human and cyber, is awareness. And when I say awareness, the candidate for cyber and the candidate for human immunity or the pandemic are the same. They are human beings. So in human beings, we do something about COVID appropriate behavior. We tell them how to behave, and the same thing we have to do for the human being, which I have coined this word, which is called cyber appropriate behavior, which is the cyber awareness, which is little different from the normal awareness which you have to do. In both the cases, it is difficult because the candidate is human being who are not supposed to accept 100% instructions. So that is why it is difficult, and equally difficult both for the people who are managing pandemic and people like us who are managing zero-day threats. And finally, the learning from the adversity. If something happens, we get feedback, we increase the defenses and we increase our preparedness, and all sort of thing happens. So this is something which is the philosophy of the defense, which remains the same. Now let me tell you something slightly for 5 minutes, get into the human immune system and understand what is that which is very different in the human immune system, which you think that is not there in the cyber immune systems and which has the potential to be factored or to be modeled in the cyber immune system. So there are 6 points. I will talk about those 6 points one by one. One is the distributed processing. In the human immune systems, it's actually mobile agent. It's not like an antivirus which is sitting in the operating system level. Think about an antivirus which is for database. There is an antivirus which is for applications. There is antivirus for different components of the operating systems, and they coordinate with each other. So that is the kind of thing which happened where we have different kind of immunity for different, like our brain. There is something is there, and everything they talk to each other, and there is a very well coordinations happened among them. So they travel through the lymph node. Also, lymph plays a very important role in that. I'm not getting into those things. The most important things here I wanted to drive home is like it is not one agent which takes care of. There are multiple agents who coordinate with each other. They exchange data among each other, and they do the immune response. Then coming to the novel pattern recognition. So here, this is very interesting to know that fundamentally, I'm not going to the T cell, B cell, or all sort of things, but I will tell you fundamentally what happens. Fundamentally in immunity, one thing happens is which is called self and non-self algorithm. The immunity system, the human immunity system understand which is self and which is non-self. And if it is non-self, it tries to fight and tries to remove that non-self from the self. That is what it's called the self and non-self algorithm. And that happens through a T cells. Since it is human cell, human body, if there is any false positive, that means the immune system understands the self, and then sometimes identify self as non-self and kill themselves. That will be serious. That kind of thing happens when there is an abuse of the immune system. That is why it actually, if it happens, it will be a disaster, and it happens very rarely if there is an abuse of immune system. If there is a healthy immune system, there is zero false positive. And how they manage this? And whereas in case of cyber immune system, there are so many false positive. We manage false positive, and we spend a lot of resources in managing false positive. But here, false positives are very less because it is a human immune systems. From this time, the T cells are produced in thymus and produced in your bone marrow. This is taken care of. They went on thorough testing, which normally we call in cyber world or the AI world, that we do a lot of test data, then we train the model. So a lot of training happens there so that they don't do a mistakes. Then after some time, there are certain scientists where nobody knows that how it is done, because nobody knows exactly how it is done. There are a lot of hypotheses that probably this is what may be happening. There is another school of thought which started in some late 90s. They said that not that it is self and non-self. That is something called a danger theory algorithm. The danger theory algorithm says that in human immunity, they don't see which is self or which is non-self. They rather see which is dangerous, which is not dangerous. So rather, they don't distinguish between the self and non-self, rather from some non-self to some self, which is called a danger theory. And that is why you will sometimes find some antigen or some pathogen inside the body, which is called friendly pathogen, because they are non-self, but at the same time innocuous. They are not harmful. So this danger theory algorithm, and there are a lot of research papers on danger theory algorithm. So, and self non-self finding, which is a lot of things we do in AI, do clustering here and there, and do self and non-self. So if this can be used, model and used in a much better way, then we can definitely optimize our cyber security system for cyber immunity. Then the third thing is multi-layer protections. In cyber immunity, in human immunity, there are 3 layers. Skin is one, skin and mucus, they are the one layer, basic layer. When something happens, they try to stop it. Then the second layer, which is called the innate immunity. So innate immunity is something which is not very specific. These are all very generic immunity, like you take some medicine and it identifies that like for any kind of system, the same immunity will fight, and most of the cases it will defeat the pathogen and people get cured. And this doesn't have any memory. So one is skin and mucous, second is the innate immunity, and third is the adaptive immunity. Adaptive immunity is something has a memory, like something which innate immunity could not do, it passes on to the adaptive immunity, and adaptive immunity fights with the pathogen, fights with the antigen, and either defeats or loses, but it remains in the memory. And every time the defense happens, it actually gets from the memory whatever feedback they have got. And if it is already own in that particular symptoms of that particular disease, second time that comes, this is very clear, the antibody is already formed, it will immediately go and prevent the disease. So we have three layers. One is mucous, skin, then innate immunity, which is general immunity, generic immunity, and another which is called your adaptive immunity, which changes over the years and so many things. And adaptive immunity is specific immunity, is like surgical actions, and here it has a memory. Then multi-layer data fusion and correlation. So essentially what happens is there is two things which happens. One is called immune diffusion, another is called immune dialogue. So in immune diffusion, there is an exchange of information happens with all these immune system, and in immune dialogue, this feedback happens. They talk to each other. In diffusion, just the data gets to the different systems, all the immune system, the data gets collated, and in case of dialogue, they talk to each other and get feedback. Then coming to the autonomic cyber defense. So we have been trying in I wrote it cyber defense. It is actually autonomic defense. In autonomic defense, all the defenses are coordinated, and incident management happens automatically. Essentially, all these responses, that is well orchestrated and coordinated. That is why it is called autonomic. Then abuse. I mean, immune system gets abused. Somebody does. That is why we do a lot of yoga and pranayam to make sure that we have a good immune systems. If there is an abuse in the immune systems, then so many things can happen. And as I said you earlier, that abuse in the immune system may increase the false positive also. So there are diseases like low pos. There is disease like so many other diseases where even that some kind of heart diseases are there, where arthritis and all, where the immune system thinks the self as non-self. This happens when there is an abuse of the immune systems. And abuse of immune systems, there is something which I coined this word, which is called entropy in the immune systems. So there is a normal wear and tear in the immune systems. Once you grow up, you become aged, then there is slight wear and tear in the immune system. That is where more discipline, more hygiene, and maybe some additional medicine here and there have taken to make sure that your immune systems are intact. The same thing happens in the computer, your cyber systems also. Now we have to some extent understood that this is how the human immune system works. Let us now try to put that into the cyber immune system. When I said distributed data processing, the challenges I have already explained, so I'm not going to the explanation again. But the challenge here is like the human immune system is manufactured by or designed by one person, that is the Almighty. Whereas in case of cyber systems, cyber security systems, there are multiple solutions, multiple design. Even the OS also has component which is by different OEMs, different vendors. So coordination among them, getting input from them becomes a very difficult thing. We need to design it in a very different way. But the fact that multiple cyber system, multiple components, so becomes it little challenging and difficult. Pathogenic pattern recognition, I said about self, non-self, I said about danger theory. I think it's very, very challenging, and anything which is challenging is actually cool. and I find personally gets excited is something is challenging. So that is something which I think all of us should see how we can implement self, non-self, and danger theory in cyber system. I'm sure it will become more efficient. Then another is multi-layer protection. So layers of defenses and all is part of our discipline. We do it exactly same what happens in the human immune system. Signal and message passaging. There is a lot of things we can do. We think that we are doing correlations in cyber systems. It is all maybe in academics, people may be thinking that a lot of correlations happens. Practically, there are a lot of issue in correlation. Again, because that one system talking to another systems through an API, through a standard protocol is not that easy as it is said. Because till today, we don't have a cyber security data model. So everybody has their own data, own structure of the data. So getting an input and to be used in another system is not that very easy. But I think we should be there. We should try to be there. Then autonomic cyber system. So there are a lot of improvement has happened in this area in terms of orchestrations, in terms of automations. Lot of development has happened. Now the only thing is that correlate all those things into whatever I said into these 6 layers, and then I think we should be actually going nearer to developing a cyber immune systems. Then there is an entropy in human immune systems. The same way there could be entropy in the cyber immune system, cyber security systems. So awareness, cyber appropriate behavior plays a very, very important role. So people who have interest in research can search for artificial immune systems, AIS. So you'll find a lot of research paper. Even in 2022, there are papers, good papers on artificial immune systems. Now, only thing is that put that artificial intelligence, artificial immune system design into a domain. And the domain here I have chosen is cyber security because that is my bread and butter. Coming to cyber immune system, some functional design. Let me just give you a functional design, very high level, which is that you should have a continuous risk trust assessment, and all the layers should talk to each other. The first layer is to immediately give a solution for an infection, maybe your antivirus firewall kind of thing. Then second is for the zero-day threat, and third layer is your correlations, which happens talking to everything, and finally do a next level threat hunting. And then security should be part of the design. What I think I was hearing Madam also from the SAJAG, he was talking about security as a part of the design. So today it is absolutely correct, because but things have little changed. We don't nowadays, nobody develops a system by the traditional waterfall mechanism or traditional software development. Everybody is in the pipeline. So once you are a pipeline, the security has to be integrated into the pipeline. So it should not be a DevOps pipeline. It should be SecDevOps pipeline. So security, development, and operations should be together. So that is what the new generation systems are coming. Now, what I'm saying is, when you design the system, security is part of the design. 5 things which is very important, which is identification, protection, detection, response, and recovery. So these 5 things have to be taken into account for any design of a system, so that we identify the threat, we protect the threat, we detect the threat, we respond to an incident, and we get up when you fall flat. That's the recovery part. So that is what is told to some extent 20-30% by CATA, which is continuous adaptive risk and assessment by Gartner, which was told much before 7-8 years. It's exactly what you have discussed. 20% of that they have shared that everything has to be all these simple example is like if somebody is trying to get some resource, then the person, the device, all the contexts are known to the system, and when the person comes inside, he cannot go to any other places. So we have done a micro containerization there, and anything which is happening inside is correlated with the other situational things, and then input is the output is given again to the context. so that next time the same thing happens. So there is a knowledge, there is an input which is already available there. So all of you know, I think there is a session on zero trust principle. I saw that somebody is talking about zero trust. I just not exactly the context, but I would say to you that the word zero trust may be very fascinating, very interesting, so that it has got a lot of marketing mileage. But from a security perspective, the moment you say zero trust, you are not accepted by the people. So that is why till today in the world, the first company who has implemented zero trust in a way is Google, and they don't call it zero trust; they call it beyond corporation. So the zero trust which is implemented by Google is called Beyond Corp, and in Reliance we implement zero trust in a name which is called Reliance Trust, App Trust. Otherwise, if you go to your people and tell that we have implemented zero trust, they will initially think that you don't have trust on them. So that's something which incidentally I said. But essentially, what is zero trust is exactly what Kata has told. Slightly different, but Kata was 10 years before. Zero trust was for 5 years before. So zero trust exactly tell the same thing. Access should be on the least privilege basis. So somebody comes inside, the context is populated and context is known to the systems. The person is known, the device is known, the network is known, the geography is known. So everything is known. All the context is known, and through that it comes inside the systems, and the access is given, or the provisioning is done to the system which is supposed to be accessed by that person. No lateral movement is allowed. All payloads which is coming inside are inspected for malware infection, data leakage, everything. And in the real time, that is a threat monitoring response. Everything talk to each other, and then finally we have a real time threat response, threat monitoring, and threat response. This can only happen if there are a lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning used in the entire system. Otherwise, it becomes just a theory. It cannot get implemented in the philosophy what Forrester has told, or in the philosophy what you are discussing. So we need to have a next generation systems, next generation cyber defense systems to really correlate all the defenses so that they talk to each other. Then we are telling the design of cyber immune system. It's a 10,000 feet or 100,000 feet above things. So you have an innate immunity, which is the first line of defense. You have an acquired immunity, which is adaptive immunity, which is the second line of defense, and the third line of defense. Then you have known threat, unknown threat, like security governance, and you use a lot of machine learning and artificial intelligence at the acquired immunity stage in third line of defenses, where you are analyzing threat, analyzing the attack, analyzing the anomaly, and do this threat hunting, and input is given. The most important is every layer talk to each other. So that orchestration and automation is extremely important. So I have attempted to put certain things like the 6 broad functionality of the human immune systems. And against that, I have put that what should be in the cyber immune systems. Like for distributed processing, you should have multiple agent, multiple functional agent, cyber forensics, EDR. For pathogenic pattern recognition, you should have efficient whitelisting. So whitelisting as a concept has actually failed in cybersecurity, miserably failed in cybersecurity. So now it's time for us to really think that how to do an efficient whitelisting. And then we should have multi-layer protection. I just want to put something here so that if I start talking about that, it will take a lot of time. I am actually kind of getting delayed. I had some meeting at 1:30. I can maximum stretch up to 1:45 or 50. That is why I'm little fast. I'm sorry, I'm being little fast. So I just wanted to tell something which can be, if professor you want, I can give the presentations to you also. Then the third thing is I just wanted to match something which is from a user perspective. Like user comes to a gateway layer, there is an authentication authorization happen, there is a network layer, there is a microservices layer. When I say microservices, it's actually applications. All the applications today in this new digital world are not applications, they're all microservices. So API is extremely important. Then business logic layer, then access management layer, then security monitoring layer. So I have just told that what the kind of solution which is available today and what kind of solutions which you need to have to make sure that we have a very efficient orchestrations and very efficient automations. And the final thing which I wanted to say is cyber appropriate behavior, which is very passionate to me, and which I think that is most important control one should have. So the first thing, what I would be very happy that in your university you should evangelize this, that one is own your endpoints. So whatever mobile or desktop or laptop which you are having, think that it is your own endpoint. Don't try to abuse those things by doing so many things in that which is not required to be done. Then don't impersonate yourself. The charity begins at home. If you impersonate yourself, you think that I will not impersonate now. Never ever I will use an avatar. I will tell that I am Durga Dubey, I will Durga Dubey in all social forums. So don't impersonate yourself. So that should happen from everybody, and be possessive about your identifier. So I'm very careful about choosing the word. I'm not telling about your authentication. So identification is more important than authentication. So if I'm able to identify somebody, why do I need to authenticate? So, so your identifier, which could be your password or it could be your user ID, whatever is your identifier, be very possessive about it. Don't even say it to anybody. Anybody means anybody, precisely anybody, literally anybody. So be very possessive and be very communicative, careful in communicating with unknown strangers. Exactly the way it happened to the normal world. We don't communicate to the so closely to the people whom we don't know. So the same thing should happen in the mail. Same thing happens to the other communications which we are receiving. These are all very important things. As I said, the person every time in these organizations, in big organizations, the conduit to attack a company is through a person. Is not through an laptop or a server. It is always through a person. So the person is very important, and very responsible behavior in social networking. So one should be very clear about how to behave in the social networking. I don't want to say you what exactly you should do. You at the same time, I should not dissuade or give an impression that you should not be IT savvy. You should be massively IT savvy, but make sure that you are responsive while you are talking in the social networking, because most of the time people, these adversaries, the hackers understand about you for doing social engineering attack is knowing about your social behavior, and think about that somebody is trying to influence you through social networking, which is bad. So I don't want to be too prescriptive here, but I think you should know how to behave yourself in the social network. That is what has to be evangelized. And the last thing is, you own your privacy. So you know whom to give your privacy material, whom don't think that it's just a compliance issue. Compliance will come afterwards, but don't you think that your privacy is not important? You are not thinking like that, then that's a different narration, that's a different discussions which you can have. But if you're thinking that your privacy is important for you, nobody should influence your decisions, influence your religious thoughts, or through some kind of interventions, then you have to be very careful in sharing your privacy data with others whom you think that it is not required. So with this, I'm sorry I was very fast, because I have to catch up with another meeting which is scheduled at 1:30. I've told them to wait up to another 10-20 minutes. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm okay for 1-2 questions also. Hello.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was a little fast.
No, it's all right, sir. You had other engagements, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
May we request our next speaker?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Now our second speaker is Mr. Prasad Patibandala, Director, Research and Organization, Center for Research on Cyber Intelligence and Digital Forensics, New Delhi. He is a McAfee Institute certified social media threat intelligence professional and EC Council certified computer hacking and forensic investigator He is having various cybersecurity skills, including cybercrime detection, networking protocols, penetration testing, vulnerability assessments, digital forensics, cyber laws, and IPR infringement. He has 15 years of working experience in teaching, training, and entrepreneurship. He is currently working as founding director at Center for Research on Cyber Intelligence, Digital Forensics, consultant analyst for Government of India project, and freelance cybercrime analyst to the Central Detective Training Institute, CDTI, Hyderabad, MOD organization, Military College of EME, and various state police. Mr. Prasad Patibandula is chapter member of the NASCOM, DSCI, SCSC, and the member for NSTC. Mr. Patibandula has a bachelor's degree in engineering from ANU, MTech from JNTUH, PG diploma, cyber laws, intellectual property rights from Hyderabad Central University, ESDP hardware and networking from MSME, and doing research publication on threat intelligence, cybercrime detection methods, cross-examination, the digital evidence with respective admissibility and authenticity in the court of law. I request Mr. Prasad to enlighten us on role of artificial intelligence in state security and investigative research domains. Please, sir.
Thank you, Serena. Such a wonderful introduction. I'm very grateful. Thanks. SVB Vidyapeeth, wonderful program was inaugurated by university, and a special thanks to Dr. Jigyasu Dubey sir. He's continuously monitoring the entire process, and it is a really wonderful event. Especially, this subject is very near to my heart. Thank you so much. Such a wonderful project was taken into such a needful and emerging subject was taken as a topic which is enlightening the everybody. We are all learning from Dr. Vice Chairman of the AICT, Punia sir, Lakshmi ma'am, then go to my predecessor speaker, Dubey sir, Dr. They spoke very well about the role of artificial intelligence, in the cyber security. They spoke very well about how to understand we can able to create immune systems with respect to cyber security and all. Now I am taking the little different angle. So I'm a little hurried regarding I came to just Bhubaneswar to take the session for judges. I was near to airport. Due to the time delays are happening, just I will take the short and sweet model. I try to close the topic with related to the artificial intelligence role, and by using how we can enable the artificial intelligence in cyber security, or it may be cybercrime investigation and digital forensics. This is the area I would like to more mention. Then already many speakers spoke about the cyber security, and particularly the role of how we can use the cyber security, particularly implementing the AI part. But I am also more focusing on how we can able to use the artificial intelligence with respect to cybercrime detection, prevention, or prediction point of view. That is, I would like to more put my ideas on here. Just let me share my screen so that we can have a fair idea. Just one sec. Yeah. So why I need to understand these artificial intelligence become a cyber, particularly crime detection and investigation. So before I would like to speak about the artificial intelligence role in the to detect the cyber crimes or to use for digital forensic part. So 2022, last February, the government of India has released the budget. Around $1.8 trillion were especially used for the Ministry of Home Affairs purpose. Within this, most of the expenditures, particularly the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Chief, Home Minister, they stress about they want to close the crimes by using the emerging technologies. One of the emerging technology they used is called artificial intelligence. Why artificial intelligence become a very essential? So when I'm studied the engineering time, that time artificial intelligence and neural networks are the optional subjects. Now SVB is like a try to, they're giving the degrees with respect to artificial intelligence as the cyber security BTech degree, or artificial intelligence is become a 4 years degree, or maybe neural networks become a 4 years degree, or cyber security become a 4 years degree. Why it has become a so essential, rather it may be desirable? Because there is a trend is happening. If you see the trend, so we are the working for the law enforcement, both state and central. There is a lot of crimes are happening on the online media. Especially there is a concept name is called CSAM, the child sexual abuse material, which is a money. Particularly there is a lot of demand is happening on the child part. Particularly they are using the criminals or maybe online traffickers or human traffickers are, they're using the photographs of the children, especially the below 14 years, below 12 years people are related photographs. They're spreading like in the they're running the like password protected websites. They're running the like onion browser related tools, or they're using the all kind of surface, deep and dark net. They're using the this kind of human trafficking, CSAM content. They're selling like anything for this kind of offensive content. When we are penetrating into the social networking applications like Twitter, particularly with respect to Telegram, Signal, and then WhatsApp, there is a groups are there. These groups are exclusively they are running the pornographic content as a advisory content, and they are using for they're getting the money also. Such a scenarios are like as long as our law enforcement agencies, if the complaint come to the police station, they take the complaint and they do the investigation. But such a unnoticed or unrecognized cases are so many are encountering. These cases are how do we do the investigation? How do we detect it? Is there any procedures are there? Like every day there is like thousands and lakhs of websites are registered in the online platforms according to ICAN, Internet Corporation of Assigned Names and Numbers. So where these kind of websites, which website is working for what purpose, we don't know. Such a scenario, is there any kind of amicable solution to detect any photograph is there? That photograph contains the adultery content, and if the content is become below 14 years or below 15 years, which is called it as a CSAM content, CSAM material, child sexual abuse material, is there any kind of answers are there? Now there is no answers. Now the trending is happening. There is a tool's name is called, if you are aware, there is the Sweetie 2.0 tool is there. The Sweetie 2.0 tool is exclusively for to identifying the child abuse material. They try to chart with the like a predators, cyber predators or sexual exploiters, and try to identify their IP address. They identifying their location. They're using their kind of technology. So this is the kind of the one artificial intelligence, one of the successful tool where it will be able to identifying the predators of cyber predators or sexual abuse material people by using there is a tool called the Sweetie 2.0. If SVV or it may be under the leadership of the AICT, if we are able to develop these kind of indigenous tools, definitely it will help to the Indian police officers to identifying these kind of, breaking those kind of cases by just, if you see that this photograph, wherever the people are identified based on the photo facial recognition, we are able to detect what kind of age it is, whether the photograph, how much skin is available on the screen. Based on that, if you are able to detect the person, that might be help to the investigating officers to detect what kind of, who is the website owner, where he is installing this website, then who is the internet service provider, then where is who is the hosting, and then what is there any VPNs are there. This kind of auto crawling, auto profiling techniques are required, where there is a manual intervention might be reduced it, and there is a total automation might be required. In this context or in this scenario, you may be use it like a GAN networking tools, or you may use it as any kind of artificial intelligence algorithms. If you develop it, this kind of tools, there is a country is welcome you. Country is ready to take it, these kind of indigenous tools. There is a specifically don't take it as otherwise. So some of the times there is a crimes against the government concept. There is a lot of people are developing they are using this in the social media. They're opening their their weaponry systems. They're opening their theological things. If you are able to find there is a facial recognition systems or object recognition systems where it may be weaponry systems, or it may be drug related stuff, or it may be any kind of illicit or illegal subjects are there. If you are able to develop or if you are able to identify some kind of tools or just some kind of technologies or some kind of frameworks which are able to identify these kind of items, definitely this might be help to the investigating officers. There is a lot of potential, lot of scope is there. Personally, I wrote a lot of RFPs, request for proposal for on behalf of the government. Most of the times the vendors are coming from the foreign vendors. There is no particular like SAJAG or maybe AICT driven organizations or universities. Maybe these universities are, if you take it these algorithms or if you studied these RFPs, there is a countries really welcome the indigenous tools by the MHA if you're developing this kind of object detection tools as well. And there is intelligence surveillance or tools are there now. Many times if you are seeing it, drones become a very effective area where UAVs or unmanned aerial vehicles are now the trending part is there. But as of now, UAVs are used by the many people with respect to just you can take the like a screen recording or it may be facial recording tools are now the trends are happening. But in the law enforcement agencies are they're looking at the drones or UAV technologies another end. What is that they're expecting? There is a crowds are happening like recently there is elections are happening in the regular election crowd. There is a crowd people where any like suspicious actors are there or threat actors are there. These threat actors are I can able to by using my drone mission I'm able to take the not only photographs of the crowd people but also by backend my data analytics tools. If I'm able to match it and try to identify those people, definitely might be helps me to identify the not only just manually. I don't want to put my constabulary people to see the each and every person whether it is a match or not. But I need an intelligent mission where it can be able to synchronizing the like drone footage as well as the backend criminal database. Both can be synchronized it and automatically can able to generate the threats and threat alerts. Definitely it will help to the law enforcement agencies to detect the crime and to prevent the crime as well. And there is a tools. What kind of tools might be where AI will be help me to detect the crime, to prevent the crime. If you see that, like if you are able to detect the gunfires, if you are able to detect the clues, sometimes there is a for example there is a massive crashes are happening. Such a scenario, man cannot be get into the system. But such a scenario, if artificial intelligence driven or AI driven tools, or it may be machinery, it may be any kind of devices, it able to detect it and scene of crime, that will be help me a lot. Not only for here detecting the bombs, and the AIs are not looking at the crime detection part. AI can also help to the in the particularly prevention as well, like predicting the crime spots, then go to identifying the, if then for example if you are a member, there is a face like Facebook is there. Facebook, a lot of people are, there is a trend is happening. Earlier the people are, they put the suicide letter and they do commit the suicide, but the trend is there now. The Facebook, they can open the Facebook live where they commit the suicides. Such a scenarios, there is cyber patrolling is there. The cyber patrolling, if you are able to use the cyber patrolling by using the, maybe you can apply the API tools, or you may apply the JSON tools, or it may be whatever the interface tools you are maybe use it. Your particular artificial intelligence tool can able to identify the, it may be text, it may be post, it may be image, it may be video, it may be audio. Then try to identify the any kind of abnormal, or it may be sentiment analysis based, algorithm based. If you develop the AIs, that definitely will help to the law enforcement agencies as well. So you see, just I have analyzed it. Just you have, for example, what tools are there? If you want to, any particular, if you are offering the BTech, like I have seen the SVB, such a beautiful courses are offered by the SVB. What I observed it, for example, you want to take the third year, final year students are there. They want to take the projects. Let's understand that there is a demo tools are there. Such a tools like you take it as a AI demos are there from the Microsoft side. Google AI tools are demo tools are there. Then go to Palantir is there. Then you take it as a you like a text and like IBM Watson tools are there. Such a tools are, don't go with the like end-to-end tool that the crore rupees are there, but there is a demo tools are there. You just I'm trying to verify it how much is it giving the without false positive results. So like then I have taken the like a Microsoft artificial intelligence tool. Just I'm giving the text analytics tool. Just I'm taking it as one demo I have tested. Then just I'm giving the some kind of words, keywords here, like a bad guy, nudity, then go to like a waste fellow, go to hell. Like I'm giving the all kind of combination, how much it is able to sentiment analysis. Then this is a call it as it's shown to me as a the neutral is 14%, but totally this entire statement is considered as a like a completely negative sentiment analysis. Such a tools are required. Because of these tools are might be help to the, there is a fake news, viral news, or it may be you take it as a, there is a specifically social media, lot of fightings are happening with respect to viral data, or it may be communal clashes, it may be geographical things, or it may be religious oriented, it may be caste oriented. Such a scenarios, the police officers they want to find the source origin. So as of now, we are trying to do them manually. But if you have any specific, like artificial intelligence driven, any kind of text parsing tools, or it may be lexical analysis tools, if you develop it by using artificial intelligence as a like a interface, definitely this will help to the AIs. It will help to the not only law enforcement agencies, but also like defense forces. Definitely not only just detecting the text, maybe detecting the images, maybe detecting the video part, or it may be detecting the audio part. Then ultimately the entire internet will be working on the 4 or 5 these transmission modes. On it may be posting, it may be video, it may be audio, it may be text, it may be images. If you are able to detecting by using artificial intelligence, by identifying these in the transmissions, definitely this will become a edge on. It's a edge for the country, and they can able to use these kind of things. Now there is a trend is happening. There is a judgments also. Now there is artificial intelligence driven judgments are coming. Just you can the judge will be the human judge will be replaced by the cybertronics kind of devices. They can feed with all the kind of data sets related to the law perspective. Then you can both arguments can be identified it, and they can able to interfere it and come out with the proper judgments also. So human error also can be reduced through artificial intelligence driven human judgments related robotics will be coming to the picture. So now this is also in the experimental in the prototype model. So this is what the artificial intelligence can do anything and everything when we are really implementing for the country. Thank you. So I have hurried little for check-in purpose. Thank you, Dr. Digyasu Dubey sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prasad ji.
Very fast.
Thank you for your kind cooperation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Technology is one of the key drivers of female economic empowerment. With this quote, we will proceed this session. For this, I would like to introduce our third speaker of the day, Ms. Seema Sharma, co-owner Global Cisco Servify. Ms. Seema is a global head on information security and data privacy at Servify. She comes with 15 plus years of global experience in information security and risk management with leading management consulting, software as a system based, and fintech companies like McKinsey and Company, Cvent and Payne. During her professional journey, Ms. Seema has developed competencies in various domains of information security, such as risk management, application security, business resiliency, data privacy and protection, cloud security, security engineering, and operations. She is also a firm supporter of promoting and empowering women in technology and security, and has taken many initiatives to mentor and coach young women professionals to excel in these fields. During her tenure in information security, she has received many accolades of contributing to enhancement and innovation in enterprise information security. And most recently, she has been awarded on the 10th edition of InfoSec Metros Awards 2021 and IFSC Global Top Influencer in Security and Fire 2021 recognition for leadership and excellence in security. She has also been a featured speaker at many cybersecurity events and conferences, and firmly believes that security awareness programs help address human risk and curtail cybersecurity risk in an organization. I request ma'am to enlighten us on topic personal privacy in the age of sharing. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you so much for such a warm welcome. And I am really obliged to be included in the list of so many eminent speakers. So thank you for giving me an opportunity. Today I'm going to talk on cloud security and zero trust. Just allow me 1 second to share my presentation. Is it visible? just to confirm.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Visible.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to ensure the notes are not visible. So is it only the main content? Just to make sure the view is okay. Dr. Jigyasu?
Yes, is okay.
Okay, thank you. Cloud tech, as we all know, is on the minds of every IT leader across the world. And cloud computing is an on-demand self-service delivery of IT resources over the internet, which helps enterprises avoid the upfront cost and complexity of buying and maintaining their own IT infrastructures. Of course, the pros include affordability, scalability, reliability, and make it a tempting choice. But the con that gets brought up frequently is the security. So at first, it seems a bit nerve-wracking for any organization to host its application or store data outside of the company network. But as the technology has grown up, the security has too. And for all the cloud cloud service providers to be relevant, they have to adopt the best security practices and take active steps to protect the integrity of their servers and their customers' data. Right? So organizations need to make their own consideration when protecting data, application, and workloads which are running in the cloud. In general, cloud security, also known as cloud computing security, is a collection of security measures designed to protect cloud-based infrastructure, application, and data. And these measures help to ensure user and device authentication, data resources, access control, and data privacy protection. Now, how does it work? And before that, we need to understand the various deployment models in cloud and also the service model. So broadly, there are three deployment models: public cloud, private, and hybrid. And the service model is, when in public cloud, the cloud provider offers you an infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then security as a service. Sorry, software as a service. Now, in software as a service, most of the components, as you can see in the image, anything that is marked in red is managed by the cloud service provider. However, in platform as a service, the platform is managed and the underlying components is managed by the service provider. However, application and data, these are to be managed by the consumer of cloud services. And for IaaS, up till virtualization, the servers, storages, networking, the physical security, all has to be maintained by the cloud service provider. However, above virtualization layer, it is cloud service consumer responsibility. Now, you can think of IaaS as a leased hardware that can be accessed promptly with no upfront cost, providing you with the scalable computing, network functioning, and storage for existing services or new projects. And then software as a service is like, you pay per use. Of course, depending upon the deployment model and the service model that you go for, it's very important to understand that security in cloud is a shared responsibility. In a traditional data center model, you were responsible for securing across your entire operating environment, including your application, physical servers, user controls, and even physical building security. But in cloud environment, the cloud service provider shares many operational burdens, including security. And in this shared responsibility model, security ownership must be clearly defined, with each party, which is the consumer and the service provider, need to maintain a complete control over those assets and processes and functions that they own. And by working together with the cloud service provider, the consumer, and the sharing portion of the security responsibilities can be maintained in a secure environment with less operational overload. So broadly speaking, the service provider manages security of the cloud. However, the cloud consumer, right? The service consumer is responsible for maintaining the security in the cloud. So what do you mean by security of the cloud? Isolation and virtualization of cloud infrastructure, security of management plane, self-service portals, API security, physical and network threat protection. They also provide you with the security capabilities like data encryption at rest, identity and access management, secure key management, and multi-factor authentication. However, consumer, on the other hand, has to ensure that they have a layered approach that they follow in securing the information assets that they have on the cloud. And this takes me to our next discussion point, which is cloud defense in depth. So as the name suggests, and as we talked about, cloud security is the combination of a lot of security measures and practices, which in together is able to protect the integrity, confidentiality, and availability of our information assets. So defense in depth refers to information security approach that uses series of layered, redundant, and defensive measures to protect the CIA of data and information assets. And if one security control fails, the next security layer thwarts the potential cyber threat. So cloud defense in depth requires an organization to have an understanding of shared responsibility. The cloud deployment model, the cloud service models that you go for, the threats and the vulnerabilities that exist in the environment. And of course, what security capabilities is the cloud service provider able to provide, right? So this picture in front of you, it gives you an overview of what defense in depth is all about, right? Now, let's talk about these layers one by one. The very, very important, the very basic and foundational thing is the isolation, right? Your cloud infrastructure are built on premise that sharing a pool of resources between multiple consumer, which lead to economies of scale and translate into lower cost for an organization. Now, in a multi-tenancy environment, it is crucial to ensure that tenants are isolated from each other to ensure that a security compromise to one tenant does not affect the confidentiality, availability, and integrity of other tenant workload and data. While the cloud service providers are responsible to ensure isolation of resources assigned to each organization, it is important for the consumer to understand how its CSP, which is a short form of your cloud service provider, achieves isolation between the tenants and the level of isolation offered for each of their cloud services. And when leveraging many of the security features offered by the cloud provider, consumers should look for ways to increase the isolation between itself and the CSP and between itself and the cloud consumer environments. For example, it's recommended that organizations consider deploying storage encryption, leveraging hardware security modules for protection of keys and secrets, and provisioning dedicated virtual machine instances. Right. So like I said, it is a shared responsibility, and not everything can be owned by the cloud service provider or by consumer. Now, the first layer of defense is the governance and risk management. You are solely responsible for having a policy in place which clearly defines what is acceptable risk for you, depending upon your business model. Okay, cloud security governance and risk management provide the foundation of the defense in depth. They govern the legal and compliant dimensions of the cloud transition. They ensure clarity of roles and responsibilities and provide the guiding principle for the protection of business processes and data against malicious actors. An organization always retains governance responsibility, which include allocation of security resources, establishment of policies and guidelines, majorly around acceptable use policy for cloud computing, acceptable use policy for cloud deployment and service models. And of course, cloud contracts, which clearly defines who owns what are the SLAs that are defined between the service provider and the consumer. Where does the data reside? Who owns the data? What happens in case of a security incident or a data breach? What are the reporting SLAs and what are the liabilities that are associated with it? So all this becomes part of your governance and risk management framework. The second, this is more of an administrative control as we talk about, right? The second technical control is the networking. Now, the physical networking piece is usually taken care of by the cloud service provider. However, for the virtual appliances and anything above a virtual layer, it has to be taken care by the cloud cloud service consumer. Again, it depends upon the type of model and the service model they're using. In IaaS, yes, this is a combination. However, in platform as a service and in software as a service, it is usually managed end-to-end by the cloud service provider. Okay. So the next is the compute. Compute responsibilities include management and security configuration of physical hosts, processor, hypervisors, virtual machines, containers, and serverless platform. Again, in IaaS model, the CSPs, cloud service provider, are responsible for security of physical hosts and the hypervisor, and they must ensure that the controls are in place to maintain workload isolation. Cloud consumers, on the other hand, are responsible for the management and security configuration of virtual machines. And this includes patching, security baseline configuration, access control, identity management, and security monitoring. In the SaaS and PaaS model, as mentioned, the CSP is mostly responsible for the security of the physical host as well as the virtual host as well. Third layer of defense is data security, which is the main responsibility and is the key responsibility that is end-to-end owned by the consumer of cloud services. You cannot expect cloud service provider to secure your data on your behalf. Of course, they can provide you with the capabilities to secure it, but eventually it's you who has to know what type of data is being hosted on your cloud service provider, how is it classified, and what type of security controls are needed to protect the classified data. So data security responsibilities, of course, include access control, encryption, key management, monitoring, lifecycle management, migration of data, and other cloud platform specific controls. And as mentioned, CSP are responsible for you to provide with the encryption technology that you may use to protect your data. Again, data in rest and data in transit has to be encrypted with the right mechanism and the industry specified standards for encryption to ensure the CIA of data. They can also provide you with the the ability to restore and backup data, and also prevent the leakage of data from your environment. So all the capabilities can be provided, all the technologies can be provided by the cloud security provider, but consumer has to, according to the policies that it has defined, apply those services and configure those services to be able to protect data as per its risk appetite. Then comes the identity and access management piece, which is amongst the most essential element of protection of protection, defense, and depth strategy. IAM can be thought as of who can do what, with what resource, and in what context, and usually it's called role-based access. And in one of the key components, it enables control access to resources, application, information, and prevents accidental malicious compromise of critical business assets. And usually the two principles that are used in IAM is principle of least privilege and need to know, and these should be followed whenever the access is granted for to the data and information assets in the cloud. Then we have application security, the end-to-end application security that is from the requirement gathering phase to designing, to development, to testing, to releasing it to production, and then maintenance over the time. It has to be a forethought and not the afterthought in the complete SDLC process, right? So application security, it's usually in SaaS model, it's taken care of by the CSP. However, in IaaS and PaaS model, consumer is responsible for applying application security, right? And these responsibilities include from securing your application development, doing source code analysis, security and vulnerability testing, secure deployment, runtime vulnerability management and threat protection, and even doing threat modeling, open source, code scanning, and of course, training your developers how to code securely. That is also included in securing your application. Now, then the 6th layer of defense is monitoring and incident response. Despite all of the controls implemented to protect the cloud environment, a good defense in depth strategy would be incomplete without security monitoring and incident response. Organization must ensure that they put in place the policies, the personnel, the procedures, and the technology to detect, respond, mitigate, and recover from security incidents. Of course, AI and machine learning have become critical technologies now in information security, as they are able to quickly analyze millions of events and identify many different types of threats, from malware exploiting zero-day vulnerabilities to identifying risky behavior that might lead to phishing attacks or download a malicious code. And these technologies, as you know, they learn over time, drawing from the past to identify new type of attacks, histories of behavior, build profiles on users, assets, networks, allowing AI to detect and respond to deviations from the established norms. And last layer is the endpoint security. Now, most modern organizations have migrated to some form of decentralized cloud computing to access data and apps anytime, anywhere, and frequently from any device. So endpoint cloud security threats, these are like more of a two-way street. Threats can originate at the endpoint, the devices that consumers use to connect to the various resources of an organization, technically IT resources. So threat can originate at the endpoint to attack the cloud, or cloud-based threats can attack vulnerable endpoints as well. And the nature of these threats may vary depending on the cloud infrastructure an organization uses and how user accesses them with their devices. So the cloud consumer organization is always responsible for the security of the endpoint devices with which user accesses cloud service. However, cloud service provider may provide you with the capability to manage endpoint devices through a cloud-based mobile device management solution for centrally managing all your corporate sanctioned endpoints. Of course, and then there are other technologies like CASBs and TLPs, which can help verify and verify user identity, validate device identity, and then enforce security policies for them to be able to access authorized IT resources. Now, with this comes a very important philosophical approach, which is called zero trust. Again, zero trust, just to bust the myth, it is not a model, it is not a product that can be procured and is like a one stop solution to end all security related threats. No, it is not. As I've mentioned earlier, it's a philosophical approach to security that is essential for every business organization or entity that has an online presence. It's based on a simple assumption that there is no way to separate a good guy from a bad guy. The traditional approach focused mainly on, having a strong perimeter that keeps the bad guy out, but then that approach no longer work. In fact, we earlier believed that we must first trust and then verify, but now it has changed to never trust and always verify. Right? So our various resources such as data, application, infrastructure devices, which are more in hybrid mode are outside of security perimeter altogether. With zero trust, no one is trusted until they are verified. And this strategic approach to security is holistic, and it ensures that every person, every device is granted access based on who and what they say they are. Right? And the three principles that can help you implement the zero trust framework is first, authenticated access to all resources. What does this mean? This means verify every user, validate every device. And this can be achieved through MFA. multi-factor authentication is the foundation of zero trust security. In a zero trust, use every attempt to access a network as a threat. While traditional network security might require a single password to afford access to a user, zero trust MFA requires user to enter a code sent on a separate device, right? Such as mobile phone, or verify that they are in fact who they claim to be. So the MFA is like, something you know, something you have, something you are, right? Any of this in addition to the first set of credential that you provide. So zero trust models also include access protocol and network access controls. Then use of adaptive MFA supported password and device management ensure that the right policies are put on the devices before they try to connect to enterprise network and try access IT resources, right? So we have to authenticate, right? Verify every user and validate every device. Again, it's very important that we follow the principle of least privilege and need to know only what is required for them to perform their job well is the type of access that you should be providing, and you should try to restrict it to as minimum as possible. And of course, other than that, what you need to do, is having technical controls in place is not enough, right? It's very important that you have first detective and then monitoring capabilities also, and be able to respond to the alerts or events that get generated. And it is very important, as we have understood, that AI play a very important role in automating it, learning it over time, detecting anomalies on the user-based behaviors, and hence we see a lot of insight that is being developed and being used and being the data that is learned over time to improve the security incident response. So that brings me to an end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your time, and you've been a great audience. I'm open to questions that you might have. I know we're running short of time, so I'm happy to conclude if Dr. Jigyasu wants to.
How we are feeling in accessibility? Good?
That's good.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. We will definitely try to use guidance and suggestions of all our eminent speakers. Now, may I please request Dr. B.R. Sampath sir to conclude the session. Sir.
Okay. Thank you, organizers, for the 5th National Conclave in Cyber Defense, SAJAG 2022. So in the morning, we had the inauguration and the 3 papers, which was built by, I think it was built by 3 beautiful members, Dr. Durga Prasad Dubey, Mr. Prasad Vatlibanda, and Ms. Seema Sharma. Of course, time is very short, but indeed the lecture was very impressive. The first paper, which was correlated with the human cyber immune system. Yeah, that was very novelly why he have produced how the immune system works in accordance with the cyber security. And he was also telling that problem is not only for detection of the threats, because all the firewalls and other systems which we are having is not going to be a suitable choice. And he appreciated, it was very much appreciated that again he brought in the field of quarantine, everything, and he has correlated with our cyber system. And all multi-layer protection, autonomic cyber defense, everything is very interesting. And the shortage of time, but he has opened a lot of avenues for the students and other people in the field, wherein we can easily get into some funding and other activities. Regarding Mr. Prasad Patlibanda, object recognition, classifiers, what are all the weapons, and he was very practical, and we also see him practically. He was driving a vehicle, it seems. He was giving a lecture when he was driving the vehicle. And of course, AI, in the morning also they are telling when there is a huge quantity of data, the security is very important. And he was able to correlate AI with the crime detection and crime prevention rates. And we also see a lot of movies and a lot of ads where the robo are controlling, when you're not wearing a mask, robo will beat them. How these things are happening and all, and how these research areas can be explored. Regarding the zero trust and cloud security by Ms. Seema Sharma, he was more oriented towards how the cloud providers, cloud service providers is able to provide the best security systems and ownership to be clearly defined. So of course, all the papers are highly interesting. Of course, I'm not a cyber man or a computer man, but still it was very interesting, and we wish them all the best in their endeavors. And I like to thank the organizers for giving me this chance to sum up the events. Thank you. Thank you, Rina.
Thank you so much, sir. When we talk about security, one question arises: can we secure the world from a bloodless war? Our Honorable Prime Minister has said, I dream of a digital India where cybersecurity becomes an integral part of our national security. With this hope, I would like to end the first plenary session. Thanks to our session chairs, speakers, Dr. Durga Prasad Dubeji, Mr. Prasad Patibandla, and Ms. Seema Sharma, all faculty members, students, and all participants of the event. Now, for the next plenary session, I am handing over the mic to Ms. Sukriti Agrawal, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. A very warm, gleaming, and astonished good morning to our widely appreciated addresses. I, Sukriti Agrawal, feel obliged to welcome you all to the second plenary session of the 5th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, SAJAG 2022, based on the theme Artificial Intelligence in Cybersecurity, which is being organized under auspices of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. I am delighted to convey gracious reception to our session chairpersons, Dr. K. Guru Prasad, Director, SVIS SCCC Indore, Dr. T.K. Mandal, Coordinator, SVIN SCCC Indore, and our renowned distinguished speakers of the second plenary session, Mr. Puneet Sharma, Senior Product Architect for IBM's MAS 360 product, IBM, Bangalore, Karnataka, India. Mr. Mustafa Patakadawala, Technical Lead, Risk Regulatory Compliance Analytics, TCS. Shri Ashish Vivekananda, Cloud Solution Architect, Trusted Services and Technical National Member, Cyber Defense Research Center. All the famed researchers, industry experts, academicians, young scholars, and participants of 5th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, SAJAG 2022 from well-known technical institutions across India. May I take a pleasure of requesting Dr. K. N. Guru Prasad, Director, SVIS, SCCC Indore, to accord an opening remark for 5th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, SAJAG 2022, based on the theme Artificial Intelligence in Cybersecurity. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. At the outset, on behalf of the university, I welcome the speakers of this session, Mr. Puneet Sharma, Mr. Mustafa, and Mr. Ashish. So all the three will be entertaining us about the developments in cybersecurity in various areas of their expertise. As a layman, not working in the cyber field, I can see that protecting data from cyber attacks has become a necessity in every field of life, whether it is financial or whether it is military security or whether it's institutional security. In almost every field, it's a necessity now to make progress in our research to safeguard our data in every possible manner. When we are dealing with people who steal the data from various places, then we are dealing with extremely talented people. Most of them may be engineers, well versed with computer hardware and computer software, and who will also be doing an equally good research with every advancement in the field of computer science to safeguard the data. There will be an equally advanced research in the area of how to break it. Now, this is because on both places, we have very skilled, educated people working on the problem. So we used to think that every problem has a solution, but when it comes to cybersecurity, every solution will get a problem. That is how I am seeing it as a layperson for in the recent times. And once again, welcoming all the speakers. I hand over to the coordinator, Madam Secretary, to carry forward the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our first speaker of the second plenary session is a person who is passionate about solving business challenges by creating disruptive technologies that allow enterprise to be more agile and efficient organization in their functioning, a very energetic and dynamic spokesman. Mr. Punit Sharma is a senior product architect for IBM MAS 360 product. IBM MAS 360 provides unified endpoint management capabilities to manage and secure mobile devices. He is highly experienced in product design, architecture, and software delivery for complex enterprise solutions. He has a strong track record for developing market-leading product portfolios and building high-performance teams. Prior to his current position, Mr. Punit has led architecture and design for other IBM products in the areas of data governance, master data management, and AI-based routing. He has filed many patents and published numerous articles in these areas. He has extensive experience in working with customers from all walks of life, executives, frontline staff, technical specialists, and end users. It's an honor for us to have you as a distinguished speaker for the second plenary session of the day. I now request Mr. Punit Sharma to enlighten us with the session on mobile security for mobile world. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Sukriti. Thanks to the university staff for giving me an opportunity to speak in this conference. I'll start sharing my screen. Let me know once you see it. Hope are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, are you able to see the full screen with the speaker note section or only the slide?
Now with speaker note section also.
Excellent. Let me just change this. Just a second, 4 seconds. Okay, is it visible without the speaker notes?
Yes.
Okay, hope you can see me and hear me clearly. Okay, so thanks for the invitation. Glad to be here. So as you mentioned, I am part of IBM. I'm part of IBM Software Lab. I'm the architect for a mobile management and security product called IBM Master 360. So today we heard from other eminent speakers about the importance of security. They primarily focused on the bigger picture. They talked about the cloud security. Then we heard Mr. Prasad talking about the role of security, the cyber security in law enforcement. And then we heard from Mr. Dubey about how the enterprise are kind of using the cyber security techniques to keep their data secure. I would be talking about a specific area of security, which is around the mobile device, the humble mobile device, which we all have. So I will not be kind of touching upon the areas of cloud computing. I would primarily focus on the device side, because this is where everything starts, right? So this is where the data resides, and this is where the leak happens, right? So without further delay, I would be watching the chat here. And the reason I would like to watch the chat is because, I mean, we may not get enough time later on to discuss about the questions which you have, right? So please feel free to ask your question in between if there are any. Okay, so these are the few topics I would like to cover. So I will be setting up the context about why mobile security, why it's important, what is happening in the mobile world. And then I will get into the specific of the endpoint security. I will define what is the endpoint. So to start with, so this picture talks about how the mobile technologies have evolved. In 2007, when Apple came up with the iPhone, these were the specs. So hardware was having 128 MB RAM, there was 16 GB memory, and there was a camera with 2 megapixel capacity. And this was the aha moment, because this was the first time we had a mobile with a camera. Now everyone had a camera in their pocket. That time, the network it supported was 2G. And with 2G, the maximum speed that time was supported was 64 kbps. There was no app store. However, this mobile phone had internet connectivity, and it was a big thing that time. Fast forward, in 2021, iPhone version 13 was launched. Its hardware, 6 GB of RAM and 1 TB of storage, 12 megapixel camera, 4K video at 60 frames per second. So giant leap, like 50 times, 100 times better hardware on the phone from the same company, same model iPhone. Network, earlier it was 64 kbps. Now 5G, as we all know, can support tens of GB. Thousands times more network speed, higher data transfer rates. Software, there was no app store that time. Now around 1.8 million apps are there in the global app store. So the question here is why this technology evolution has happened. It has happened because you and me want these capabilities, because you and me are using mobile for many things in our life. Now, I took example of iPhone, and this iPhone, as you know, is from Apple. So this is like a foreign context. Just to kind of talk about Indian context, right? I just want to highlight that India is not far behind. I took some numbers from National Family Health Survey and from TRAI, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India websites. So according to these reports and surveys in India, right? I hope you can see my mouse moving. Okay, right. So in India, we have literacy rate around 80%, right? And around 85% of our population have got phones. They have telephones. 80% literacy, 85% telephones. Now coming to the mobiles, right, the wireless equipments, around 84% have got mobile phones. Now, we may think that those are feature phones, those are not smartphones, or they don't have internet connectivity. But here, as per TRAI, there are 54% people in India who have got mobile phone with internet connectivity. So in a nation where we have literacy rate of around 80, there are 54% people using smartphones with internet connectivity. And when I say literacy, it is not like a college education. They define literacy as people who can read and write. So there's a huge improvement in mobile technology, whether it is hardware, whether it is about network or the softwares, which are now available on mobile. And India is not far behind. We Indian are kind of leading certain trends in many areas. So now coming to the impact of pandemic. Right? So the pandemic has pushed digitization to the next level. So what could be the other example of digitization but the SAJAG 2020? Because of digitization, because of pandemic, we all are meeting here on this technology platform, right? So the pandemic not only has enabled the mobile usage and the technology evolution, but it has drastically changed the way certain things are done. So for example, banking used to be like most secured thing in our day-to-day life. We used to use cash, we used to write checks, we used to create DDs, even to transfer the EMIs, we used to sign on paper for standing instruction. All those things looks like things of past. Now everyone is using UPI on their phone. Small vendors are making use of it. Even kids are using, for example, my son, he has a phone and a UPI app in that. I don't know whether he's allowed or not, but he's using it. Coming to education, I mean, you guys know it better than anybody else, right? The whole education system is functional because of the usage of technology. It's not only limited to colleges, it's there in school. Primary education is driven based on that. The government's new education policy is going to offer online diploma and degree courses. Work from home, people like me have got benefited because of it. The different sectors are getting benefited of it. We never thought that people who work in banks, insurance, government departments would work from home or would be able to work from home, but it is the mobile which made it all possible. Healthcare, in the COVID time, all of us use our mobile phones to connect to our relatives who were there in the medical field, to take their help, to consult them. Now that thing has become more formal. All the major hospitals are now offering online consultation. They're not only offering online consultation, but they're also offering services like nutritionist guidance, guidance from nurse online. Entertainment industry, as we all know, all the theaters were not functional, right? And this kind of forced many companies like Book My Show, who was the biggest platform, online platform to book movie tickets, theater tickets. They have transformed themselves as OTT platform like Netflix and Amazon Prime. The The most physical thing is the fitness classes, physical fitness. Now, there are yoga classes, aerobics classes, Zumba classes, which are happening online. And this list is endless, right? So the main driving point from this slide is that not only the technologies have improved, the adoption of mobile phone and the internet has improved, but in our day-to-day life, we are now using these technology to perform our day-to-day operations, not only on the personal side, but on the work side. And that means that the things which were earlier limited to servers, which were there in the corporates, then moved to the desktops, which were there in the enterprise offices or the government offices, to the endpoint devices, which you and me are using. Now, I would define what I mean by the endpoint device. The endpoint device is the one which the individual is using. It could be a mobile phone, which may be running iOS, Android, Windows, or it could be a laptop, right? So now that we understand this context, I will try to talk about the ecosystem of mobile technology. So here I have taken example of a mobile phone, but this diagram is pretty much applicable for other endpoints like laptops as well. So typically we have a device, and device has a hardware. We have the firmware, which interacts with the hardware, and then we have the operating system, and we have the apps. Typical endpoint device is connected to a network. That network could be wired, or it could be a wireless network, like Wi-Fi, like cellular networks. Through these networks, then we are connected to internet. Typically, we have the smartphone, and smartphone is provided by a mobile provider. And for example, I use iPhone, and for me, Apple is the provider. So Apple has got its own infrastructure. Through this infrastructure, Apple then sends me the update, and that update could be about the OS version upgrade or a patch. I use the mobile provider's infrastructure to store my data, to back up my data. The notifications or the alerts which are sent on my mobile come through my vendor, my hardware vendor, in this case, Apple. Then we have this whole world of apps. I mentioned that in Apple's global app store, there are 1.8 million apps. This is amazing. Man, those applications are built because people are using them, right? Now, coming to the enterprise world, right? Typically, enterprise have got IT infrastructure to communicate with the endpoint devices. So for example, my organization, IBM, has got its own solutions to manage and secure endpoint devices. So IBM is using our own product called IBM Master 360 to manage devices. So typically in enterprise, what you will find is an app store. So like we have the public app store, there are enterprise level app stores. In these app stores, enterprise have the licensed applications. For example, if someone has subscription to Microsoft, then the app store would consist application from Microsoft, like email clients, Outlook, and others. Enterprise might have developed their own applications. This app store would also consist of those applications. Then to provide secure access to enterprise resources, enterprise generally have the VPN connectivity. They use the mobile management softwares like UEM or EMM. So UEM stands for Unified Endpoint Management, right? So these softwares enable the CIOs or CISOs to kind of communicate with the devices, to push the update, to push the latest versions of app, to enable the endpoint user or the employee to have access to the enterprise. So for example, when I enter in my office premise, my phone directly connects to the Wi-Fi there. And it happens because the certificate which is required to connect to the Wi-Fi is pushed by the EMM system or the UEM system. Right. So typical enterprise resources which are exposed to the devices, email systems, document stores, certain applications. For example, using my endpoint device, I can access my HRMS system. I can access my payroll system. Right? So this is the way the enterprise kind of expose their internal information to the endpoints. Please feel free to ask any questions in the chat if you have. Now, moving specifically to the security domain and security around the mobile devices. As the previous speakers talked about, there's not a single technique which is sufficient to stop threats. And hence, we need to apply different technologies, different techniques, which are useful to stop a particular type of threat. So in this slide, I'm trying to list the different techniques which can be used to mitigate the security risk which are there for the endpoint devices. In this Gartner slide, the different techniques are listed here, and they're categorized into different buckets. If there's a threat which is able to move to the end of this funnel, that would mean that that threat is more complex. And because that threat has moved to multiple levels of security or could cross multiple levels of security, that threat becomes more critical and it poses high risk on the enterprise. To start with, the host system controls. So these are the controls which you can apply on the host system, right? So on the endpoint device itself. So these are the controls which are typically available with our operating system. So for example, the firewall rules. In all our devices, we can define firewall rule. We can specify that what kind of communication a particular device can have with other devices in the ecosystem. Will it allow outgoing traffic? Will it allow incoming traffic as well? Will it allow incoming traffic following a particular protocol? Or it would be just lenient and allow all the different type of incoming traffic. So all those things can be defined at the host level. Then, as we know, many times the malwares are spread using the physical USB devices. So we can actually have the device level controls to stop spread through such means. So we can disable, for example, the USB access, or what the enterprise admins can do is they can enable it for certain devices, for others they can stop it, they can enable it for certain users, for others it can be stopped. The host level systems or controls are also useful for tamper protection. What I mean by tamper protection is typically when a particular software is kind of trying to attack, first thing it will try to do is it will try to change system settings. And typically what these malwares do, they either change few things in the registry, or they would change certain configuration related with security, or they will tamper with the system files. So this tamper protection typically is inbuilt with our operating systems, right? So point here is that these controls are already available with our operating system and we can make use of them. Just to kind of give you an example, that Windows 10 provides virus and threat protection. It does have good account management capabilities. It does provide firewall and the network protection. The apps and browser are also running in certain sandbox. The advantage of this technique is that this technique is independent from pattern updates. So what I mean by pattern update is like, as we all know, that virus definitions or malwares are discovered on a daily basis. There are thousands of them which are discovered on a daily basis. So to apply this particular technique, we need not refresh any definition or any signatures, right? So these capabilities are already there in our operating system and we can make use of them. Now moving to the next one, which is about the application control. So before I kind of get into detail, I just want to highlight the category here. So this category till I would say number 7 is about the pre-execution, right? So it is about before the malware comes into action or in a runtime phase. So what are the different techniques which we can apply? The number 8 and 9 are relevant when the malware is in action. Number 10 is applicable when the attack has already started or happened in the past, right? So far we are talking about the preventive techniques. One other technique is application control. In this technique, what we do is we limit the things which an app or a process can do, right? So as you might be aware about the 2 different type of policies which can be applied. One is allow policy or second is the block policy. So in our systems, we can say that allow everything and block only these things. Or we can do the reverse of it, which is block everything and allow these things, right? So here in this case, based on the user experience, we can decide which policy or which scheme to go with, right? As you can imagine, block everything and allow few things would make the user a bit uncomfortable, right? Because for every small things, he would have to kind of reach out to their IT admin or maybe make some changes in the configurations. Again, with this good technique, the good part is no need for updated signatures, no need to sync information from a different network resource or internet. No need for any signatures here, right? And this policy can be applied across all the applications. So it is generic from that particular perspective, right? And as I said, it does have a bit of user impact because if you tighten it too much, then user may not find it useful, right? Moving to the next one, which is about the application containment. So application containment is about the sandbox. So what can be done is we can create a sandbox in which the application or the process would run, so that this application and process cannot do damage outside this sandbox. One example, allow the endpoint user to download content and application and softwares from internet. But if those processes and content are accessed in the sandbox, then the damage which this process can make would be limited. The other way of applying the sandbox model is that the application is built to store its data in an encrypted container. So for example, I have built, for example, an email client, and all the emails which I'm going to download, instead of storing them on the file system, a regular file system, I'll store those emails in a secure container on my file system. Now, if there are other applications built by the enterprise which needs access to the same container where the files are residing, what can be done is there can be a SDK which can be developed, and this SDK can be used by multiple applications for the same enterprise. So this is another way of applying the sandbox technique, so that the applications have only allowed applications have access to the data. The other model was we downloaded something from the internet, and those applications and content is running in a sandbox environment. Moving to the next technique here, which is about the application exploit protection. So this is about the memory monitoring. It guards against memory overflow attacks and other attacks methods that take advantage of processes in memory. So typically the endpoint protection softwares understand these patterns. They understand that how malwares typically attack other processes through the memory exploitations. and hence they're quite good in stopping such malwares. Next technique is about the continuous vulnerability assessment. So this technique is about getting information about the latest vulnerabilities which are found by other in the security fraternity, right? So typically what happens is whenever a new vulnerability is found, it is published on known systems. So you might have heard about CVEs, common vulnerability and exposures, right? Once certain vulnerabilities are discovered, they are published. We have the agents or security softwares running on our endpoint devices. These security softwares then go to those systems and get the latest definition of vulnerabilities. Once we have the latest signatures, then we can apply the matching techniques to see whether these vulnerabilities are present in the system or not. The benefit of this technique is the user is not impacted at all, right? So as a user, I can continue to use my endpoint device, and this scanning, so to say, would happen in the background. The another benefit of this technique is the false positive rate is pretty low, because here we understand about the vulnerability and we are going to kind of check exactly those behaviors, those attributes in our system. So the false positive rate is pretty low. With this technique, no interoperability issues are there. What I mean by interoperability issue is that if I develop a technique, can I apply that technique across all the different endpoints which my employees or my users are using? Can I apply the same software or detection technique on iPhone, Android, Windows, Mac, Windows laptop? That is the interoperability. So in this particular technique, no interoperability issues are there. Same technique, same implementation can be applied across the board. The limitation of this technique is that it does not prevent malware to enter in the system, right? The host system controls, they prevent malware to enter. But here, in this case, the malware is already present. We are just trying to detect whether that malware is present in the system or not. Right. So now moving to the next one, it is about the signatures and heuristics. So in simple terms, signature matching is identifying the presence of specific files on the system, right? So if someone wants to verify it's me or not, they will verify my signature. On the same lines, if we want to identify whether a particular malware is present on the system or not, we will try to see in a very rudimentary basic way is to see whether these specific files are present in the system or not, right? Now, I mean, as we all understand that people who are building these malwares are smarter than us, right? So here, in many cases, this technique does work, in many cases doesn't, right? Now, in that case, more sophisticated matching may help, and that is called as heuristics. So instead of just matching the files which are present on the system, in the heuristic case, we try to get the details or the capabilities of files, and then we try to see whether those features are matching with the vulnerability which are present on the system or not. Coming to the next one, which is about application of machine learning. So here, instead of doing a static analysis of what files are present in the system, using signature and heuristic methods, we apply machine learning. So in this case, the machine learning models are pre-trained outside the endpoint devices. They are trained based on the vulnerability in the malware information. And then those ML models are then run on the device itself. So instead of doing an actual file match, it does a bit of fuzzy matching. I try to kind of predict that what's the possibility that this particular file is having a malware. The good part with this technique is that we don't have to really sync all the virus definition on a daily basis. Yes, sometimes we need to get the most up-to-date ML models, but the daily syncing, for example, is not required. The limitation of this technique is it may lead to some false positives. So far, what we have discussed is the techniques which are required to prevent malware. Now, I'll talk about the techniques which are applied when the malware is in action. So, for example, the deception technique. So in this technique, what we do is we put a bait for attacker, right? So when we want to catch a tiger, a man-eater tiger, we put a goat as a bait. In this case, the IT admins use certain software, and those softwares will expose some information, and that information could be dummy credentials, could be some data files, or could be some cache file. Now assume that there was an attack, and through that attack, the attacker was able to bypass all these different techniques, and now is having the malware on the system, and that malware is in action now. Now, when the malware runs, it will try to identify important files in the system, and because we have put that bait in form of dummy files, the malware will try to access those files, and that is when the alert would be raised for the user and the admin. So this is one way we can stop the damage from a running process. I'll skip the number 9 here. I'll talk about the number 10. So number 10 is about endpoint detection and response. So this technique is quite useful after the attack has happened, right? So Mr. Prasad talked about use of cybersecurity for law enforcement and forensic, right? So this is in line to that requirement. So here what happens is all the events which are happening in the systems are captured and then passed to the backend system where they are analyzed by security professionals. Not only by the human security professional, but by the ML and AI-based systems as well. So the beauty of this particular technique is that few things which cannot be detected by other techniques can be detected through this. So for example, the insider threat can be detected using this technique. So assume that there is an employee in the organization, and that employee is trying to steal the trade secret or maybe the IP of the company, right? He may be able to bypass all the other techniques, but because he did access the system, and in the system, in the endpoints, we had softwares which detected those events, and those events are now persisted and are available, we'll be able to kind of do the forensic later and identify the threat which has happened in the organization. So with that, I would conclude, and I would try to kind of highlight here that these are the different techniques which can be applied to make the endpoint secure. Not a single technique can be used to, but combination of these different techniques can be used to keep our endpoints secure. With that, I will conclude my session.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening wisdom through a very intellectual session. Our participants are most valuable to us. If you have any query related to the subject line, then you can post your queries in the chat box. We will cover your queries at the end of session. Our second speaker of the second session is renowned technology evangelist and technical lead risk regulatory compliance analytics, who will mentor us on topic artificial intelligence to combat cybersecurity threats. Mr. Mustafa Fatakadawala is a machine learning evangelist associated with TCS Analytics and Insight Group. He has a rich experience in banking and financial services. He is a digital ninja, having worked on plethora of technologies over the last 12 years in TCS. Presently, Sir is working with one of the largest global investment bank of the world. He is an electronic and telecommunication engineer from Mumbai University. He is an ambassador to the Esteemed Person Academy of TCS. We are privileged to have you as a distinguished speaker for the second plenary session of the day. Without further ado, I would like to request Mr. Mustafa Fatakrawala to commence the second session, AI to combat cybersecurity threats. Over to you, sir.
Hello all. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible, ma'am? And is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we are good to go. All right. And I would like, first of all, to thank everybody to, giving this opportunity to interact with the students and academics, virtually in this time. And so with this, I will like to, start my session by going into why cyber security is at the forefront of all the discussions that we have, right? So that is where I would like to start my discussion. Then I would like to delve into what are the kind of threats and the prevention strategies that usually the companies employ to defend themselves against the cyber security threats that we have. And I would like finally to go through certain use cases, how AI is basically helping us mitigate this risk and threats that we are faced with. All right, so with that, I'll start my session. All right, so why cyber security, right? I think enough has been discussed today, on the importance of cyber security, and we all agree that pandemic has actually pushed masses and masses into a digital era, right? Overnight, people have started using Paytms, UPIs, right, which was very unheard of in India, but there was a massive push to digitalization, right? And why I agree that this aspect that people are now using more digital devices, mobile phones, internet, and is there. But I have mentioned a point here is about people, right? That is a very important aspect why we should talk about people when we talk about cyber security. So cyber security, when people think, they think more in terms of a technology thing. It's like we are on internet, we are not protected, somebody is trying to steal our data, somebody is trying to steal our money, and we assume that there is some technology out there which will protect us from this theft and from the losses that we see every day. But one of the pillar of cyber security is people who are involved in this system. People have to be educated, people have to be trained, people have to be made aware of these threats, because they are your first and the most important line of defense in cybersecurity. The moment people compromise your system, no artificial intelligence, no technology, nobody can safeguard you from any kind of threat, right? So we will see the importance of why digital hygiene, the concept of digital hygiene is so important in as one of the strategy to mitigate cybersecurity threats. All right. All right. The last point that I would like to emphasize is, people, they talk, when you talk about cyber security, why it is getting so much momentum is the money involved in cyber security, right? So cyber security is a global phenomenon. It is affecting anything which is digital. So it's not like a very, selective problem that, only banks are affected or healthcare is affected, right? Anybody and every business, even academics are not spared, right? Anybody who is on internet today is on is vulnerable, and because of cyber security threats that we have, right? As I mentioned, the chain is always as strong as the weakest link. So no matter you get a lot of technology, you spend, improve your infrastructure, hardware, firewalls, and you spend, but the strength of your defense is as good as the people who are involved in it. If they compromise your system, you are completely vulnerable, right? What is in it for the hackers and everybody? A lot of money minting can be done, right? One of the research has basically highlighted that around 1.8 million is being lost per minute, right? So there is a lot of financial motivation for the attackers to create havoc in our and basically stop. So I guess one of the example which was discussed was about ransomware, and we all are aware, right? As the name suggests, ransomware was basically created to basically paralyze your system and then ask for a ransom money, right? So there is a lot of financial motivation as well involved here. Finally, this is something which I had read in one of the corporate offices, right? The most important aspect of security, to protect yourself from any threat is you, the people who are involved in the system. So the center focus of your risk mitigation or a cyber security threat should basically not leave out the people. You should not only purely focus only on technology to help you. You should basically have to spend a lot of time and energy in basically educating the masses, people who are involved in your system. All right. With that, I will just take a very particular focus example of banking and financial domain, because that is where primarily I have worked a lot, and it is I can basically give a more contextual examples, how cyber security is important in banking and financial world, right? So first thing that we all know is that because of pandemic, because of this digitization, there is a lot of banks have become more and more digital. People have started, banks, I would say they were very digital before pandemic, but people were still very reluctant to use digital banking. But pandemic has given the last push and more people have joined the digital banking system. But apart from that, there are a lot of digital bank fintechs have risen like anything. There are so many new technology inventions are coming, bitcoins, cryptocurrencies. There are completely paperless bank. There are completely banks which do not have a brick and mortar presence. They are completely virtual. There is not a single office. Completely purely digital banks, right, are available. Now, why banks are so important? Because banks are the fabric of your society, right? If banks collapse, we are we as a society basically are into a very, very, very deep problem, right? Bank basically holds your personal information, your financial information. Lot of sensitive data is with your banks, right? Like from all your PI information like Aadhaar card, PAN card in India, to your what is your source of income, what is the income tax you are filing, right? All the financial information is basically so much sensitive information is available, and a compromise in a financial institute can basically basically can create a havoc, right? Just to give a comparison, let's say for example, if Netflix is attacked and if a user data is compromised, and if your bank, let's say an SBI or an HDFC bank is attacked, right? You can understand the amount of economical impact it will have when banks are compromised versus an entertainment industry is compromised. All right. Finally, banks, they do deal with capital, right? Their business itself is money. So, they are very different from other industries like let's say Apple. Somebody discuss example of Apple iPhones and everything, right? They sell a product and they make money out of it. The only product a bank deals with is money, right? So their entire business is money, revolves around money, right? So it's very important to safeguard banks, right? And banks are basically the custodian of your money, right? Ultimately, it is the people the money belongs to, right? Lastly, what has happened is lack of physical evidence, because we are going so much digital nowadays, right? There is very little paper trail, right? Very little physical evidence available in banking industry, right? So the four strategies which are used typically in cyber security to mitigate risk is, the first and the foremost is you have to try to prevent a cyber security attack. Very, very important for us is to prevent things happening. Now the tools and the techniques that we typically involve is first and foremost, as I mentioned, is about the people part, where we try to educate the user, right? You should always have a very good access control in place. People who are authorized to do a certain action should only have access to those. You should basically have a CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, right? Very, very important, right? Even if you see this particular document which I'm sharing is basically labeled as public, so it can be used in a public forum, right? And that kind of systems have to be in place. Okay. Lastly, a very important strategy that you have to build is digital hygiene. The digital hygiene could be very simple strategy, like daily scanning of your desktops, or very simple password check. Reset your password every 15 days, 30 days, and so on and so forth, right? Update your security softwares and those, right? So digital hygiene and this prevention, the more amount of money that we spend on prevention, right, the better the outcomes that we get. The next thing is, once you have put all your once you're done with the prevention, is detection, right? So basically you do a historical monitoring of C and basically investigate whether we have missed out something, whether something suspicious has occurred, right? And that is where the detection strategies comes into play, right? Where we try to do excessive monitoring, we basically see, and we do RCA, which is the root cause analysis, right? Why a certain thing has happened. The next important thing that we have is about the response strategy that we have to keep in place, right? That is a very important from a financial industry point of view, right? A timely response to a cyber security threat or any threat of that matter, right? We have to basically find and give a timely response. You have to resolve the issues as soon as possible, right? And fix the loopholes, everything. So I think there was this recent Java vulnerability basically discussed about Log4j, right? And within 24 hours, our organizations had those kind of fix and update these jars and do these scans and everything, right? So that kind of agility is required in the business to respond to the threats that we have. Lastly, once you have done responding and stop the threat, you have to now sit and investigate what, identify what is lost, how much is lost, what is lost. When I say what is lost, is it in terms of monetary value, is it in terms of data? Because data itself is an ongoing currency nowadays, right? Then you have to work on what is lost. How do we restore our systems back, right? If some servers are compromised, how do I get my servers back and all those things? The lastly, that important thing that we need to concentrate on is on the notification part, right? What information is compromised, we have to contact the right authorities. In case customers are impacted, then we have to basically inform the customers. So for example, in a credit card cyber security attack, right? Let's say if your credit card informations are compromised, if your 16-digit account number, your expiry date, your CVVs are sold, right? Then the banks have to notify the customers, bank have to basically send a new card, block the old cards, and all those things has to happen, right? Now, one of the use case which is very prominent and is the phishing attack in the cybersecurity world, right? I don't have to explain this in much detail because I think there is an entire Netflix series dedicated to this kind of attack, right? The recent series about Jamtara, how people from a particular region, they call the customers, and then basically try to get very confidential information, by scamming them, by giving them some very weird incentives like vacations, and you have got this offer, and so on and so forth, right? So this is a very prominent attack that we have, right, where the attacker basically tries to lure you, giving you some incentive that you have got some award, we have won some lottery and all those things. And if you they show very some sort of urgency to this request, that if you can give me this information within couple of hours, then you can redeem this award, that award, and everything, right? So this is how they try to lure you and basically try to get some very confidential information like your account, your IDs, your passwords, right? And once they have got hold of this information, they basically go ahead and use this and make profit out of it, right? So they can, once they have got your credit card details, they try to purchase things using your credit card, right? Is one way they can make profit. They can basically in turn sell this information, right, to somebody else and make profit out of it, because information data is also very important and can be sold into to the hackers and bad parties, right? So now I will like to go through this couple of use cases that we in our practical projects that we are trying to solve for our various customers in TCS. The first and the foremost is about the phishing, right, where we try to identify, the objective is to safeguard the employees of the corporate, so that any communication, any email, any links which they are going, we try to see and basically try to give them a indicator that this particular link sounds or it basically looks very suspicious, so be very careful, right? So that kind of detection, right, phishing detection, AI and machine learnings are basically at the forefront trying to find this, so where we basically take the historical data, we try to learn the patterns, what are the typical ways URLs are formed, these malicious URLs, we try to identify those patterns using text analytics, right? And, softwares are deployed to safeguard corporates. Okay, these kinds of solutions are much stronger than your spam filtering, which we typically see in the email boxes that we have, right? The second kind of attack is the botnet attack. Here, it's like, in a very simple term, it is your DDoS, denial of service attack that we have, right? Where you try to basically overload the system, make it paralyzed, it is not able to function normally. That is the kind of thing. Now, because of cloud, into the forefront, a lot of these responsibilities are moving to the cloud providers. They do provide, safeguarding from DDoS attack, right? How do we detect this kind of services? We try to find the source traffic. We try to find, are these patterns which are coming suspicious, odd, right? So a lot of historical data is needed, as we rightly know, for machine learning. These data are basically, crunched, they are basically grinded, they are basically, we call this as a feature engineering technique, right? And basically we derive a lot of features to find patterns and trends in the data. And these trends basically help us build a robust machine learning model, right? The next thing that we do is the malware. I know the last speaker, Puneet, talked a lot of about, malwares in details, so I will not repeat that part as well. The last use case that we are working upon is the identity theft, right? So this is a very interesting use case which is going on in the corporate industries right now, right? So basically, a lot of forged documents, a lot of people try to assume someone else's identity, and they basically, try to avail financial products on your behalf. So one of the very recent case which has happened is, is about what are people doing is they try to get hold of your PAN card information, and then they go to some apps and they try to get, some very minimum loan on your behalf, right? And as a result, what is happening, the genuine customers are getting impacted, their credit scores, their credit ratings are, are impacted by this kind of identity theft, right? So let's say, for example, using these false identities, if you are able to get a credit card on your behalf, right? Imagine the havoc that you can have, right? So a lot of times, a lot of strategies are placed here to detect identity theft. We try to see pattern recognitions, behavioral analytics. So another example in behavior analytics I would cite is, so typically, we go to a system, we basically enter our user ID and password, right? Now, if you, if you're using your own system, right, you have a very, unique pattern, the frequency at which you type the keys, the frequency of entering your user ID and password, right? So we even go to that level of scrutiny to see that, average time taken by you to enter your password usually, and in a given transaction, what is it, right? Is there a delta? Is there a significant delta, right? So let's say if even though, let's say, I give you my, let's say, for example, I give you some password to enter. If, let's say, for example, if it is my password itself, right? The way I type my password and the way somebody else who is assuming my identity will type that password, there will be a difference in the pattern, the way they enter the password, the frequencies of keys and everything. So that level of analytics is done, to basically unearth whether, is it the same person, or are we talking, something about something wrong is happening here, right? All right. So this is a typical machine learning framework that we have here, right? And like all machine learning project that we have, what we typically do is we try to work with the data sources, right? We try to get a lot of historical data. Historical proven data is very important, like historically identified malicious URLs is also important, right? So we try to create a good mix of good and bad data so that the machine learning algorithms and can finally identify which URLs are good and which URLs are bad, right? That trends and patterns using NLP is deployed, right? What we take into consideration is the source, the network data, the IP addresses, the routers information, right? Whatever network related data that we can gather on is being collected. Whatever user related information is also very really important as well, right? So typically, let's say an Indian user will go to we typically will have a user preference, certain websites which are bookmarked, which are they go to websites that you typically visit, right? Let's say students would like to visit Stack Overflow and geeks4geeks.com and so on and so forth. Now, all of a sudden, if you are trying to access a URL in Sweden which is related to completely which is not following your pattern and normal behavior, right? That is what we try to identify. What is the normal pattern? What is an abnormal behavior, right? So now, very important aspect in machine learning is the step called as feature engineering, right? I would like to spend, before concluding, I would just like to spend couple of minutes here on this very important topic is that machine learning is not magic, right? What people and academics, students, they tend to assume that, machine learning algorithm can solve any problem, right? That is basically a very false assumption we have. A machine learning algorithm is as good as the data that you provided it, right? We have a very famous saying in AI is garbage in, garbage out. If you give garbage to your algorithm, what you get out is also garbage, right? So no algorithms can save you. Only thing that can save you is a good data, a good feature engineering. Feature engineering is something very very important because it requires extensive amount of domain knowledge, which you usually get when you work in that domain, when you work with the expert in that domain, right? That is why AI solutions are built by domain experts who have worked in that domain, right? So my humble request to all the students who are attending this session is you definitely go ahead and spend a lot of time in sharpening your technical skill, but please do keep this in mind that domain skills are really very important when it comes to building analytical solution, building machine learning AI based solutions, right? So this and you cannot solve a problem unless you understand the domain you are working in. What is basically an abnormal behavior, what is a normal behavior, right? For that, an extensive amount of domain knowledge is required, right? Once you have created those domain features to identify trends, then what we do is we follow a very methodical and a statistical approach of finding important features, right? And then we go through a rigorous exercise and experimentation on various machine learning algorithms. Typically, this kind of problems are solved using supervised machine learning algorithms as well, right? So we basically experiment on these algorithms and then deploy a solution, right? The benefits that you can get out of deploying a machine learning solutions are immense, right? Basically phishing and those kind of problems can basically cause a lot of financial losses which can be saved using machine learning framework, right? Once your systems are compromised, your intellectual properties are at risk as well. All right. So very important to deploy and safeguard your organization against these kinds of threats, right? Another area is apart from your intellectual property is your reputation at stake, right? So that is also really very important because that is also very important financial damage you can have. For example, if you remember the Cambridge Analytica episode, right? That can have a direct impact on the share prices, and a lot of things can go wrong with that, right? Finally, the benefit of these kind of framework is basically you instill confidence in your customers, right, and investors, that we are doing the right kind of business, the business is safeguarded against all these kinds of threats. So yeah, with that, I would like to conclude, and I would again like to thank everyone for this. It was nice interacting with you all, and I will basically take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of awareness on combating cybersecurity threats through a very informative session. Dear participants, if you have any question related to the subject line, then you can post your query in the chat box. We will cover your queries at the end of session. Our third speaker of the second plenary session is a cloud solution architect, a very young and dynamic personality who is going to mentor us on topic personal privacy in the age of share. Mr. Ashish Vivekanand is a computer science engineer from Anna University, Chennai. He is an Android security expert and National Technical Committee member from NCDRC. Presently, he is working as a cloud solution architect at Trusted Services. He has also reported several critical bugs and won several bug bounties. Mr. Ashish has received Dr. Abdul Kalam Young Achiever Award from World Youth Federation, winner at Dalmer Mobile App Garage, and won several hackathons. He is one of the projects based on intrusion detection for the violation of proprietary rights, won the Pan India First Prize at the Cybersecurity Hackathon conducted by US Consulting, Chennai, and Learning Links. His idea, DNS Tweak, during the launch of Online Child Safety and Security Report India by UNICEF, tutored by Chief UNICEF Representative for India. He was also offered a scholarship from Google in partnership with Udacity for Android developer nanodegree. With the immense pleasure, I would like to request Mr. Ashish Vivekanand to commence the session on personal privacy in the age of sharing. Over to you, sir.
Thanks for the intro. Let me just share my screen. You're able to see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Let's start with the session. Let me start the session with a small story. This is a typical day story where a father and a daughter plans to go out to a park, and all the journeys and what all data is being collected throughout the whole of the day. That's what they're going to see. Morning, the dad decides that he's checking the weather, how the outside weather would be, whether it's okay to take the daughter there or not. He's also reading some news articles if there is something near the park that's going on which is going to cause some distractions to them. Then he's also checking the route, so which is the best way to go to the park. So he's using 3 different apps for his final end destination, going to the park journey. In this, there are apps which is going to track all these activities, anonymize the data, send it back to their original ad content provider or their partner network. So this is essentially how it works. And on the way to the park, the daughter is using the iPad or in any mobile device to play. So she finds all these advertisements which usually pop up related to any transportation, because they're going to use a transportation. They're already in road. There are most of the apps which has permission, audio permissions, which can detect the road presence. So assuming there's going to be traffic, and she's been shown a bicycle which she's been wanting to get. So all these ads, whatever she get on the way to the park, she's been getting that. And once they reach the park, they usually take some selfies around it. They play around with all those Snapchat filters and other camera filters. And end of the day, they stop by an ice cream store, and dad gets her an ice cream, and this is the day. So typically, what do you think the data is being what all data points is being touched here, and what all data is potentially to be compromised? Because this happens every weekend. So for anyone, you plan a day outing, you're going to do all the steps. Essentially, you will again be a part of this thing. So as the end of the story, it says, father, there is several companies who has got the fathers and daughters journey, their data. Ideally, if you want to see that, there has been a maps company which is sharing their route, the exact timing on how they're going to go, which path they're going to go. The analytics companies again looking for potential ad tracking partners. What ads should be placed and what ads should be shown to them. There's going to be a bid at the back end. The company eventually knows your actual starting place, that's your home, based on your Wi-Fi networks. It can also guess all the way if you visited some public hotspots. So your phone can eventually ping those hotspots and know that you're traveling with this particular route. On showing the advertisement, the bid ad agency also knows that whether to show you the kid an $20,000 bike or it's going to be a $50,000 bike. So eventually all those play around your financial data, what you earlier showed. Again, there's going to be vital. So assuming you're going to play around at the park, you have a smartwatch, which is already, which can record all your data points, like what activity you're doing. Are you walking around the park? You're just sitting around, you're going to take some photos. So all those photos contain metadata again. So that metadata is again embedded into the Snapchat kind of app, which is going to add filter. So that has the elevation data, that has your pinpoint coordinate, which could again be shared with third-party partners. So if you see, there is a ton of data which is collected, which can give you timely updates of all the activities that a particular person is up to. You don't see that real-time data. None of the companies, say Google, say any other ad companies, they don't show you that. But they have an histogram about all your activities. This is what you do. That's why nowadays all those ads, whatever show up, are very much relevant to anything what you've searched in the past, or any other activity that you are to be done, or any such related activity. So you would have discussed something with your friend, you would have thought about getting a new iPhone. You'll be getting iPhone ads all day long in all your social media. So that's how it is. Let's see what are all the negative effects, and I'll also show you some of the positive cases, how it could be done, all those stuff throughout the presentation. So you would have heard about morning sessions where they would have discussed, people would have said there could be a data breach and your identity could be lost. Someone could, all your passwords, your mobile phone numbers, your email addresses, everything could be out there. So what happens to this data actually? So from when, because there is some computer science and IT batch who's sitting and listening, let me tell you, everyone here uses Chrome browser. So usually you save your regular passwords, you save your credit card info in Chrome browser. How hard is it for an, take yourself. So you can try this as a POC at your home. I've given you the Git repo. So it should be that simple for you to just go get the script, run the script. You have all your saved passwords in plain text, text or CSV formats. So this particular plugin can get all your extracted passwords, all your cookie data of what all websites you visited, bookmarks and history. So when as a third year or a final year grad, you can do this. Think about an full-time hacker who is specialized on this. So it should be that simple. Just crafting and very crafted email, sending you an email, all that one click is required for him to get the data. Even though you see that the data is being protected in an SQLite database under the OS level protection, but still you have options to bypass all those, get the data out of it. It should be that simple. And if you can see, all this repos are likely three or 4 months old. So not too old data that I'm talking about. So this is still working. You can go and try it out. Any CS and IT students, try it out. And what happens to the data? So I showed you an example, assuming when you can break it, you can take data out of anyone's computer. It should be that simple. There is a term known as doxing. Doxing, where usually you use an online different anonymized identity, and real world you use a different identity. That's how usually when you're going to look into a hacker's profile, they have a different online presence, and the same hacker in the real world might have a very different name. But people fall for all this stuff. Assuming in today's world, you use the same name throughout. So assuming you don't take Ashish, just go Google my name. You should figure out all the possible things about me there. So this is nothing what I can do, but generally, any hacker perspective, he is to look for a person. Assuming, say, he's specifically targeting me. So all that he has to do is some basic social engineering, do some search research, proper search queries with me. He should have almost every data, where I stay, what I do, what apps I use, how I'm going to. What is the next? Even see, it can go up to the next step. What I'm planning to. So, assuming I'm going to buy something, I would have posted some reviews, asking questions on Amazon. So, whether this would suit my use case or not. So, it could be, all the data is open out there. So everyone does it. It's not only me, or it's not something. Even one who is well versed in privacy, sometimes they fall for all the social engineering attack. They're going to fall for any of these attacks. So just the basic knowledge of it, and I'm not putting anything which is sophisticated here. All these are basic plain text English words that you have thousands of tutorial online to do the same. And where does the data end up? So end of the day, you read online news articles where it says so and so platform hacked, and so many millions of users record are publicly available. So what they do, technically, they sell this data to a criminal or an agency who's trying to get on something on behalf of your name. Say the previous speaker told there's been this small bank loan scam where they just get your PAN card, and someone randomly applies for your a small amount of loan on your name, on your behalf. So all this ID card data, all this ID card thefts are so much open nowadays. So most of, assuming you say you want to do some identity verification online, so all that they do is show up your, take a selfie with your valid identity card, that's just an image. So you have your person's identity, you have your ID card details. So assuming that company is going to be compromised on a later point, the same image could be compromised. So that's how you get all this valid driving licenses with the actual person's identity showing up in a single photograph. This could be further misused to damage your personal identity, or this could be used to target any individual. I'll show you a few examples in the next slide, where these real life incidents where you should have come across this. Elon Musk offering a Florida teen $5,000 to make sure he's not being tracked. All that the guy did was track Elon Musk's aircraft number. So wherever his aircraft is going to land, he's going to make a tweet. Elon Musk is currently at this place. So that's going to be a personal threat to him. So again, you would have heard about the Starva news, where it revealed military bases. So all that they were doing is military personnel having a smartwatch which is connected to cloud, and they've been using this for their activity tracking. So there were huge heat maps in the over the area, which was not even exposed in the maps, but it just popped up that exposing a military map. And one in the top left, animal rights activist. So this was again an incident happened in Singapore over the last year or so, where someone randomly driving a car, not even the car owner, hit a dog which is crossing. So some other random identity took a photo of that license plate. They were able to reverse trace it to a national identity. They call it NRIC in Singapore. So they were able to do it, and the owner of the car was abused and online she was getting online harassment. But she never drew the car on that particular day. So it could be that easy when you're sharing so much vital PIIs outside, which could be reverse traced back to you, not at day one, but it could be used at some other point. And the second news article says this is a fairly similar Starva incident, where he was just a bicycle rider. He's using Starva to record all this activity. Some random person took a video where a similar cycle what this person was using, and a similar jacket, whatever dress he was wearing, was shown in that cycle. So there was some racist activity which is going on, and they misidentify this person as the actual person who was involved in that racist activity, and he started receiving spam in almost every social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, and with over several retweets, he got detained for a day for around 2,000 retweets, which was totally BS. But that's what is happening. They can reverse trace you to a particular activity. Whatever you post online, that shows who you are and what you do. In the last case, if you've seen, Google recently stopped showing all those traffic data in Ukraine due to the political war scenario which is going on there. So Russians eventually wanted to track all the movement of vehicles. So everyone knows that there's been this traffic data which has been historically available in Google Maps. So it evidently showed, even though none of the Ukrainians wanted this to happen, but it showed a clear route on what are their exit routes and how they were moving out. So Google swiftly took this action, but this could have been a catastrophic incident, assuming this has been exposed, this data has been exposed. Think about it. What could have happened? And I guess, again, being students, you definitely do it. So you go on a vacation, not only students, even staff, anyone out there. So you post a photo with your boarding passes. So what information does a boarding pass have? I've also seen photos where you post your vaccine card. This has been not happening in India. No one takes an vaccine card in India and do it, but it's a general phenomena outside the world. Vaccine card has your medical data tied up. Again, your boarding pass has your flight itinerary tied up. Your flight itinerary again has your passport details or any identity card tied up. So it could be that easy for an attacker to get onto you, assuming if you are just posting this photo. So never ever post your social media, post any of this sensitive informations out in social media. Blur it and do it, but definitely don't post the actual photo with it. Again, the previous speaker has given some basic knowledge, and I hope everyone in this session has seen it. So you don't require huge technology to make money, to get someone's personal information. It's out there. So it's all how you're going to go view it, how you're going to in which perspective you're going to make meaning out of the data. That really matters. And moving on to the next subtopic that I'm going to cover. So I've told you about identity now. This is something which comes with the identity, which actively collects much more data. So how many use an smartwatch that has Siri or Alexa or Google Assistant built in? So I guess as a student, that will be your crazy getting an latest smartwatch, everything in your wrist rather than the phone. So this would have definitely happened for someone. So I've experienced it. I assume definitely you would have also experienced. You would have thought about it. You would have gotten an ad. You would have spoken about it randomly to your friend. You would have got an ad about it. So does your phone really listen, or what kind of things it can listen up to? So this is another interesting project that I figured out in GitHub. Key tap is where you use your smartwatch actively in your hand. All that they want is an active stream of keyboard clicks. So you use a mechanical keyboard, you use a normal keyboard, whatever your laptop keyboard. So with just the keystroke and the key press sound, they were able to identify almost every key that you're going to press. So it's not 100% accurate, but you're already there. So with this, think about how much data you're compromising. You wouldn't have even thought about this angle when you go buy a smartwatch. You usually have your phones lying around when you type your passwords. So you need not have sophisticated webcams. You need not have a screen recording. You need not have any sophisticated things. All that it requires is just an audio clip of whatever you're typing, and boom, you have your password. You have your data exposed. So it could be that easy. And the next slide says, I'm seriously bringing in Apple things, but Apple doesn't do this on real world. But think about other manufacturers. I don't want to name one who's on and who's actually doing it, but there are other manufacturers out there who are actively looking for such data and sharing such data with an advertising partner. So if you're going to get Apple Watch Series 6 or 7, you definitely seen the noise indicator. You're going into huge traffic jam, you're into a noisy environment, you're into a theater environment. Watch eventually wants you that you're in a highly noisy environment, make sure you don't stay there. And you would have also recently seen this update where it can detect your hand wash. So hand wash is detected by the running sound of the water with your hand movements. And again, the decibel, unless it's going to have a constant stream listening, you cannot get this decibel data out. So Apple is not doing, but again, think about manufacturers. They can get this data. Your previous example, what I showed you, the keyboard example, that could be done. So you don't need a sophisticated machine learning model where it can do text to speech, recognize all your things. All such small attacks could be carried out, which can again lead to a huge loss. And being students, again, this is one more interesting topic that I'm going to pull up. During COVID, you had no other way to go out, and everyone is into it. So it's not like a denying factor. And the statistics says there are 3 billion swipes on the month of March 2020 in Tinder alone. So think about the real-time data that you are dealing with. Again, it doesn't just stop here. I hope you've seen this where they're going to take it to the next level and do catfishing and romance scams. So this has been a routine activity in the US. There has been cases in and around India, but not actively reported in the media. But US FTC eventually tracks all such incidents. So it could be, there is an analysis which is made by a popular antivirus company. They took 9 dating apps into consideration. Tinder, OkCupid, Bamboo, Bumble, Mamba, Her, and Happen. So in this case, you would have, the first case says that when you sign up, you don't usually enter your password. They generate a random password and send it to you just for verifying your email addresses or for verification, authenticity purposes. But what these apps do wrong here is that they send email in plain text. So anyone having your SMTP access can get your password. So again, you don't go change your password once you sign in. So once you sign in, it's just signed in. That's it. Unless it's logged, you've logged out, or there's going to be some random issue, you don't actively go and change your passwords in these apps. And these apps, again, they allow the users to sign up via Facebook or some third-party sites. So you already have your see, Meta is a huge company who's actively collecting data at each and every endpoint. So they are still an advertising company. The initial story, what I told you. So they collect tons and tons of endpoints about you. And think about your sexual orientation and these dating preferences are something which you don't publicly put it out there, but you share it with the app. That's only how you get your swipes. But you're sharing this data indirectly to Meta. You are sharing this data indirectly to other ad partners, because all these apps have a free service, and most of us don't take the paid service. Even if you're going to take the paid service, there is no such legal agreement where they say we are not going to stop sharing your data just because you paid us some. We are not going to do that. They are still going to share all the data. And okay, you are a privacy freak, and you say you don't share your photos. You have an online anonymity, and you don't do it. That is, all these dating apps require at least one photo of you for the sign up. So when you sign up, they require at least one photo. So think about that photo where it could be compromised. Assuming I'll tell you in the further slides where these platforms have actually been compromised. So your photo will eventually be compromised. Assuming it's an intimate photo, or you don't want that photo to be online. You just want it to be in the app, but that doesn't really happen. So it could be compromised. again, one more PII that you're going to lose here is location. So all these apps target on your location. So they're all based out of your location. They don't give you a match in Africa or America. So it's based on your indoors location, probably someone in and around indoor 100 kilometers up or down. So that's exactly how you get your match. So they actually track on this location part. So which is again very sensitive if you consider that as a factor. Have you heard about Match Group, the big daddy of all this dating apps? So you would have registered at different dating apps, say Tinder, Hinge, OkCupid, all those dating apps. But everyone's data is again being shared under this unique identity called Match Group. So Match Group is the parent company of all these dating apps. So assuming you have signed up for one and you have different profiles, different identity. You say Hinge is very safe. I'm going to share much more personal stuff there. Tinder is kind of okay, but I'm too restricted. But it's only up to the front view that you're doing. But all these companies share all the related data points with each other. So assuming you want to add something new to Hinge, Tinder might already know that they have an internal mapping which eventually says you are the same person out there. So I know you use Tinder. Most of us use Tinder. What kind of data is eventually being collected? So when you sign up, they made it so seamless that you don't really think that you're giving out so many personally identifiable information. So you give your date of birth. So most of us again tie the date of birth with some kind of passwords or with some kind of ATM pins. You do this. So generally, it's a trend that that's been happening. So it's not like you randomly go when you get your ATM card. You don't randomly choose some 4 numbers. So you tie that with some related identity or some related information which you can remember. Again, gender is not an issue here, but your sexual orientation is again an issue here. University is optional, but you have much more. You need a video or a photo. So minimum 2 photos are required or a video. So financial information is optional. So it's like they don't get all this information right on your face. So you do 5 swipes and they say, why don't you just get yourself verified so that we can show you verified profiles. So in that case, you're going to give them much more information. So you're going to add a description. So you're going to add who is your employer. So so all these informations, what you unknowingly share, might end up in a data dump, which can be used against you. And yes, Tinder does collect social media activity and share it with Facebook and whatever platform that you share. And there has been 2 incidents, one in 2018 and one in 2020. 2018, that's when this market is booming and they had some very basic security enforcements in iOS. Whereas in 2020, there are around 70,000 female images were shared online in a hacking forum. So nothing is like bulletproof where it's secured. So there has been data breach happening in and around. So if you have seen the news recently, you would have come across NVIDIA's data leak. You would have come across Intel's exploit. So every big company has this problem. So it's something that's been changing and gaining more attention, but it's still there. And I've told you that Tinder shares the matching data with 45 other match group companies. So whatever you do, your preference in Tinder, whatever it learns based on your inputs, the same data has been shared with other companies. So again, Bumble is going to collect your name, which is a required field, your date of birth, your gender, then your type of connection, what you're looking for a date, your BFF or a business connection that you're going to take, and content of the message. So this again goes into the next level. So they don't take your messages actually, but they try to make a meaning, context out of it, like what are you up to? So that they can share with their advertisers, get more revenue. So all these companies have that as a primary purpose. They don't want you to come and be an Cupid for you, where they're going to match you with an cute guy or a girl. So that's not their motive. Money is their motive again. They again, Bumble allows you to share the data with Facebook and other companies. So that's still happening. There has been a serious breach in 2020 where they left all these personal data exposed outside in hacking forum. They are not connected with the previous group what I told you, but they still don't know, like there has been a black area where from August 2019 to August 2020 there is no such statement from Bumble that there is no such strong evidence that they haven't shared the data with advertisers. So there is a possibility that your data, if you have joined Bumble before 2020, there is a possibility that your data is again being shared with some other third-party apps. Again, Hinge is going to take it to the next level. All your basic data is required. Your height is again, which is a much more identifiable information. So assuming all those, your name, your date of birth, again, you already compromised in one platform. But this is one additional factor which is being required by the match group. This is something which can identify you. There could be two Akash in the same group, but one could be Choto Akash, one could be a tall one. So you can physically identify a person. So that's one thing that additionally is required here. They require your education level, which is again a mandate. They want your children preference if you're into it. They want your ethnicity. They want your if you drink or not, if you smoke or not. So all those additional information. Again, Tinder doesn't directly get this data, but if you're going to get a profile out of the whole group, then you know that this is data, and there is no way that you can get an holistic view what match group has. You can only request data from these platforms individually. So there has been no past breaches with this Hinge, but still they share the data with all the other partner companies. Again, moving on to the last part, OkCupid. So again, OkCupid, they're going to collect more information, but they also collect data on ethnicity, which could be targeted against you. So you don't really want that to happen. And they have this weird 15 questionnaire where it can prove. It can remove fake person, so it can show some more additional details on you. But again, that's something personal. All those questions aren't like. Do you like getting coffee or do you like getting tea? So it's not that bland question. So there is some meaning out of that question where they can touch some data points with that input. So there has again been a past breach in OkCupid into 2020 where almost their whole database was exposed. And they were also being fined by the Norwegian authorities where they shared non-solicited data with other advertising data partners. Again, moving on to what you're going to compromise. So in Bumble, you would have seen the location of the particular user. It says 20 miles away. So you know that you haven't shared your real-time pinpoint accurate data. So you know that you can share only your course data. Assuming you've done that, it could be like the other person could have shared the real-time data. So someone who is around you could have shared the real pinpoint accuracy. Based on that, they have their GPS coordinate, and this is just basic triangulation, how your SIM service work, how your GPS works. So they basically do that in a software side. So it could be that easy for a company to have so many users in a particular area. They can pinpoint the accuracy. They can eventually tell you've been 20 miles away with this accuracy. You're on this particular floor. This is what you do. So it should be that easy for a company to get data around your thing. And one more thing, another what you're going to share with them is compromise your face data. We already know your Aadhaar data has all your facial points. Your Apple Face ID has most of this Face ID metrics where it's going to look for your eye shape, your facial distinguishings, all those things. So assuming these companies have almost close-ups of your face, which you didn't intentionally put it for this purpose, this data could again be compromised, and someone could bring up fake identities. This could be available in the black market for say few dollars, and your personal identity could be compromised. So this could be misused. There has been some research over GetID, another security firm who's been dealing with this verification identities, removing bad actors and underage children from this category. That's fine, but again, this data, there is a potential there could be potential compromise for this data. So that's exactly what I wanted to bring up here. And one more thing, all these data points, what I told you, almost every app, there has been some compromise. It's very weird, or very less case where these apps doesn't fall for a play. So anywhere there is money involved, anywhere there is some personal information involved, there is always going to be an hacking group who's actively looking for some breaches which can defame the company either, or get some meaning out of it. Some hackers just do it for the sake, hey, I'm able to do it. So I've even seen some incidents online which just happened such way. So all these have been compromised, and there are sites where you can actively pay to monitor such data leaks with just your email ID. They're going to keep an active look. There is some Firefox open source one also. You just sign up, and assuming your email just shows up in some random data dump, you can just go and check that. But make sure whatever data is to be shared and you're okay with the data, then and once it's out there, there is no river getting the data back, pulling down the data. There is no such pulling down. So once it's there, it's there. That's it. And I've told you about all these apps share their identities or individual touch points with other companies. So in this previous study by another organization, you can see Happen, Grindr, you can see OkCupid. All this has been shared by so-and-so ad agency. So all these are ad aggregators. So you can see all Grindr is a platform where it's going to touch almost every ad agency out there. So Tinder is going to send it to Google, Tinder is going to send it to Facebook, and you have all this data points which is being shared across. You don't know the underlying. So all that you see is a Tinder logo, and boom, you have your photos to swipe left or right in your area. So all that you see, but there is much more thing that's happening in the background. And there'll be someone in the group where say, I'm super tech savvy, I don't share my location, I've turned off my location completely, and I use a VPN, I spoof my location. All that is fine, boss. You have a SIM card in your phone. You don't use a phone without a SIM card. So SIM card, your mobile network communicates on the same triangulation basis. So there is an ID for each and every tower. So as an app in Android, it's just 3 or 4 lines of code to tap into that endpoint. So with all this data, it should be fairly easy to identify a person's location. So say even if you don't use a SIM card, you say you're going to discard a SIM card, you use a phone without a SIM card for it, you do connect to Wi-Fi. So you need to connect online. So assuming there is a neighboring network, say you call your network A or My Sweet Home, you have your neighbor's Wi-Fi, you have some other Wi-Fi out there. So again, triangulation could be done at the Wi-Fi level. So triangulation could be done at the Bluetooth level. So it should be fairly easy. So you have your Wi-Fi access point, say for 3 or 4 years without changing the SSID, or your neighbor does. So there is a public open database where they're going to collect all this Wi-Fi hotspot names, and they're going to have it. Let me give you an example, but this has not been happening. But all of us have that speed test app. You're going to check if you have super fast internet connection out there. So once you do it, it shows your IP, it shows your ISP, it also shows that you are connected to this particular SSID. So say your SSID name. So what if that company can be compromised tomorrow? So they have all your data, they have your Wi-Fi SSID name, that could be a point of compromise. I don't tell they cannot be compromised. So there are potential ways when top tech giants can get compromised, they could also get compromised. And I started with the story initially. So to end that story, it will be like, remember you are the product. So everything is again, everything around you is happening for you. So this should be your main take out of this presentation. By that I'm ending it because we are running out of time. I can see your professors they just completed. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom on personal privacy in the age of sharing through a very intellectual session. Our participants are most valuable to us. If you have any query related to the subject line, then you can post your query in the chat box. Now, moving towards questionnaire session, we will try to cover as many as query related to the subject line, but due to time constraint, we do not able to take your query. Then we will mail your queries to our respective distinguished speakers. We have received some queries, sir.
Okay.
The first one is, using open source apps, is it enough for protecting privacy?
See, open source apps eventually they expose the underlying code. They don't do something malicious. All that is what they do. But they can still collect a ton of your endpoints. Say, I'll give you a small example. Take Android ROMs. If you're going to use say a third-party ROM, that ROM can still share data with Google. That ROM can still share some data points with the developers. So there is nothing like using open source doesn't stop this as a whole, but you need to make sure like what you're sharing, you need to have a control over it. So use DNS blockers, make sure whatever you share makes meaning. So that's my take on that.
One more question. How one can approach in an interview for working in cybersecurity domain and not in the domain company wanted us to work?
Okay, so you got to first target a cybersecurity firm who is actually hiring. So best way to reach out via LinkedIn, reach out to the employees out there, ask them how they're going to do, and tell them these are your interests. If they align, that will be an easy cakewalk into the company. So that's I've seen most of these cybersecurity entries happen that way. If you directly and most of these companies make sure they don't actively post a cybersecurity. Some companies do, but they don't actively say, hey, this is the particular role we are looking for. They might have thought about an opening. So best way is to reach out to someone inside the company, align your interest, then get it going. So that's again my take on it.
Thank you, sir, for the significant answers that you have provided for the queries. We hope this exciting mentoring session on artificial intelligence in cybersecurity not only has broadened the horizon of understanding, but must have left a lingering taste of togetherness, which will surely find a relevant position in memories. Now, I request Dr. T.K. Mandal, Coordinator, SVIN, SVV Indore, for summing up the second plenary session of the 5th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, SAJAG 2022, organized by Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth University. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vikriti. Distinguished speakers, Mr. Puneet Sharma, Mustafa Patakdawala, and Ashish Vivekanand. My dear friend, Dr. Binod Damlekarji, my esteemed colleagues, I can see Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, other friends, and the chairperson of the session, Dr. Ken Guru Prasad. This has been a highly engrossing session. In fact, I was given the task to sum up, so I had to pay my attention throughout the 3 sessions or the 3 discourse or deliveries which we have just now gone through. And believe me, the more we progressed throughout the session, I was thinking, oh my God, should we stop doing anything on the net? Should we stop using mobile? Should we stop using laptops, or go back to
good old days, where these things were not seen, maybe 1970s, my childhood, But we can see that in spite of all these threats, etc., I'm sure the speakers would also agree with this comment. We live on and we improvise on the various aspects of uses of technology. The first speaker, Puneet Sharma, gave a fantastic outline on specific aspect of mobile security, which perhaps the most frequently used electronic gadget today. So this was a very appropriate session wherein he spoke about how the various things, right from the device till the enterprise system through communication network and different apps, etc. The device app, OS, as well as public app systems, they interact, and that gave some outline as to how we should be careful about. So this was one which was a kind of opening session, giving the general understanding of the entire mobile security ecosystem. What followed by Mustafa was something which is broader on cybersecurity and with particular reference to AI and a little bit about ML. This gave, in fact, I thought this is one of the best areas of applying one's ingenuity in terms of fantastic innovation and creativity through artificial intelligence in cybersecurity. And I'm sure the scientists, the technologists are working day and night, and this is where perhaps they are providing us the security, the guard, like the defense forces are giving us from enemy countries. So, and that's perhaps the reason why we are able to still freely use various technology supported systems in spite of so scary threats that we have just seen through. So cyber security session, I thought was something which was which should be taken as a sort of defense mechanism where people are working and then they are trying to keep us well protected from attacks. Much like, as I said, the military system of defense. Ashish session at the end was the right kind of ending in the sequence of 3 sessions, and that spoke about privacy, which many of us, in fact, just tend to forget. Every step, in fact, we are exposed. In fact, Ashish, the way Ashish spoke, I'm sure most of us got or felt highly threatened, but then we must bounce back. Keep in mind what Mustafa said, that yes, there is a defense mechanism and there are some people who are working for our defense. What Ashish says is something which is true, absolutely true. There is no denial of it. Youngsters who are listening, he gave very good examples of how online dating sites steal your information and misuse them. I never knew, in fact, I never thought that the password saved in browsers, especially, most of us use Chrome. They are also exposed and one can easily unearth them. So these are the possibilities, all right, but at the same time, good part of the story is that we have got defense mechanisms, and I thought that is one of the important takeaways as far as I'm concerned. Overall, I think 3 sessions. I saw the post by Dr. Damlekarji, and I fully agree with him. I missed the first plenary because of some other work, but I think this session, this particular plenary, as far as I am concerned, has been a real eye opener, particularly for people like me who are not, that IT oriented means, from knowledge point of view. Yes, I do, boast myself of a good IT user, all right, but then I'm not technologically knowledgeable as far as others are concerned. But even I thought these 3 sessions or 3 lectures or 3 talks were fantastic and eye-openers for all of us. And it made us wiser at the end of the second plenary. So I thank all 3 speakers and my friends who are on the panel, as well as friends who are listening as participants. And I'm sure this session will go a long way in making us further wise in terms of cybersecurity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. Though it's a 6-letter word, it is a story of hat that goes only in front of those who are worthy of its difference. As we move to close our closing ceremony, I would like to invite Mr. Manish Sharma, Coordinator, SAJAG 2022, to pay a rich praise to all dignitaries, our esteemed and renowned speakers and participants by proposing a vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. A very cheerful good evening to all of you. It is a great pleasure for me to give the words of thanks to all the invited speakers. I, Manish Sharma, thanks to all of you on the behalf of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya and team SAJAG 2022 for your precious time and valuable knowledge shared with us. We are very thankful to Dr. MP Punia, Chief Guest of SAJAG 2022. We are thankful to Mrs. P.R. Lakshmi Ishwari, Keynote Speaker of SAJAG 2022. We are thankful to our plenary session speakers, Dr. Durga Prasad Dubey, Mr. Prasad Patibandla, Ms. Seema Sharma, Mr. Punit Sharma, Mr. Mustafa Patakdawala, and Mr. Ashish Vivekanand to accept our invitation and share with us a brilliant piece of information. We are very much thankful to Honorable Chancellor Sir and Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir. We are very thankful to all session chairs of plenary sessions, Dr. Santosh Dhar, Dr. V.R. Sampath, Dr. K.N. Guru Prasad, and Dr. T.K. Mandal. I am thankful to Dr. Anand Rajawat, Chairperson of SAJAG 2022, Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, Convener of SAJAG 2022, my all energetic and dedicated committee members, all the faculty and staff members of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Information Technology, and all wonderful and enthusiastic delegates. Last but not the least, lots of thanks to IT support team and my dear students and volunteers of this conclave. At the end, we would like to thank our academic partner, National Cyber Safety and Security Standards. Thanks to all. Have a lovely evening to all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank
you, Mandal sir. Thank you, Guru Prasad sir. Thank you, Vinod ji.
Thank
you
you
for being with us today.
Pleasure. It was a very good session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Mandal.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you online.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you, sir. Nice to see you every day. Bye-bye, Dubey ji. Sham ko.
Bye, sir. Yes, sir. Bilkul.
Bye. Bye. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for providing your valuable insights and words of appreciation. Feedback is an essential part of productive learning. Effective feedback is very helpful. Here, we are seeking for the feedback from our participants. We will be highly obliged by the honest feedback from our participants. Feedback link has been shared in the chat box. E-certificate will be provided to those who have attended both the sessions and have submitted their valuable feedback. This is the formal ending of honorable, memorable, and meaningful sitting of the day with some words of advice. Learning is not attended by chance. It must be sought for with ardor and attended with diligence. Thank you all. Have a beautiful evening ahead.
Thank you, sir.